Grand rising, grand rising. Salute to Eli. Eli's in the building. My Lotus is here. Grand rising, everybody. Yes, 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 yes. So it's Mindful Monday, and today I'm going to have the panel open up for discussion. I want men folk and women folk alike to come up, and if they want to, you don't have to cam up. You can just talk behind the screen. Let's turn this down a little bit. And the discussion is relationship etiquette. Now, sorry. Yeah, because I knew I had lipstick on my teeth. Trying to beautify early in the morning. It's just not happening. So the discussion is relationship etiquette and how is that looking? Is chivalry dead, as they say? Because we're noticing that have been this decline in regards to, wooing somebody, the courtship, the courting, the dating. Now, I'm a little older. I'll be 46 in like 3 weeks. But I remember even with my parents, so they gave me kind of like the blueprint as far as, with courting and dating. And granted, that's been a couple of decades ago, but there's been this kind of almost fast decline, and especially with, social media. All right, we got dating apps now, or we've had dating apps for the past, 10 to 15 years. So it kind of takes away and removes this, foundation of courting and, chivalry, right? I had mentioned this before, in one of the Mindful Mondays, or maybe it was on a Wednesday, in regards to, what chivalry looks like, right? BS is in the building. Salute. It's early, but you're here. Thank you. So, I just want to get a consensus and a temperature check to see, where we're at in regards to relationships. And remember, there's no cookie cutter, one size fits all in regards to solutions, because we also want to give solutions. We don't want to just keep wagging our finger at each other and saying, it's your fault, it's this fault. I think collectively we both have to be accountable and responsible for, the way things have been shifted, right? We also know that there are multiple attacks on the so-called quote unquote Black family, right? And we just seen what happened on Friday. I don't really want to get too political. My thing is coming more from a spiritual aspect. I have some notes, so I'm going to be going over those in a little bit, especially some definitions, because we need to know what chivalry means. Where did that come from? Right, we know that it's coming from the European Oxford and Webster dictionaries. So we need to just have a mindful Monday in regards to what some of these words are, and so how we can apply that into our relationship. Does it even work in certain relationships? Right. We're also going to talk about dating. I think half of my collective are in a monogamous, or excuse me, let me not say monogamous, but are in some type of a committed relationship. So, and the other half are kind of just, out here doing the damn thing and being single. Kudos to you guys. We are living single in the 90s kind of world. I'm glad I got my girls. Keep your head up, what? Keep your head up. So listen to that, even that lyric. She's saying because it was living single. But she's saying that, it's a group of girls and a group of guys, and they all live in this apartment building. It's a show that came out in the 90s with Queen Latifah and Kim Fields. And they were all melanated, and they lived in, I think it was it was apartment complex. I wouldn't say a brownstone. But anyway, she's happy that she has her girls, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about that, because I also mentioned this hot girl summer and who are they doing it for? I'm listening to some men folk that are really like, listen, y'all don't have to do all that. You're doing it for who? Because they really like this natural, yes, they like booty and they like behinds, right? But for the most part, that's aesthetics. And it's not that's not really what gets them going. You know what I'm saying? They actually do like the mind, believe it or not. And if it's an intelligent male folk, he's definitely about your mind, not just the beauty, but he's after, how you think, what's your rationale. And we're also going to talk about in this relationship. I wrote down some simple etiquette rules in regards to dating and, being upfront with somebody if you're not really feeling them. How does that look? So I definitely don't want to have this panel for myself right now because I'm kind of not in that singles loop, right? Y'all know I'm married, but I've been in the dating, I've been out there, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not too far removed from what that looks like. And then we're going to do a wisdom oracle to end out our reading. Our Mindful Monday. But, if you, again, I don't want to make this too much a political conversation, although it's tying into this, etiquette, because if we think back to our great grandparents, so if you think back even to when the civil rights era happened, we had most of our families together, right? It wasn't until later on that there was these rules implemented to segregate and separate our family members, right? And if we look at what this political move is about, it's a target on certain people. And we have to kind of think about everything as an overall and what are our solutions. Listening to other people talking about this yesterday, I think each male and female have a responsibility when it comes to having premarital sex, right? Yes, there are exceptions to the rule in regards to a female who happens to have some type of assault on her, and it ends up becoming a pregnancy, right? There's exceptions to the rules. But, I do know, not personally, but I do know that there are women that go to have these type of procedures as a form of birth control. So, we have to be accountable. Again, we have to be accountable for each other, and women, if you're a mother and you have daughters, it's very pertinent that you educate them. Don't let the school system educate them, because they're going to show them something that your child might not be ready for. And you need to have them aware of what that looks like, especially if they're not age appropriate. They shouldn't be bombarded with certain type of things that are not age appropriate for them, sexually speaking. And, at a certain age, while we don't want to put any kind of chemicals in our body, like a birth control, but, if you know that your child's being promiscuous, help them out, right? If it's a girl, birth control pills. They're not old enough to get an IUD, and the shot, the medication there might not be the best. Disclaimer, I'm not a medical professional, right? And we got the Copyright Act in the description. So what I'm trying to say is that on a personal, and as a parent and as a mother, these are the steps that I have done because I was a teenage mother. And I too, I didn't think about any procedures. The only thing I thought about was I did an adult thing here, and now I have to step up to the plate. And I was more scared about a procedure than I was giving birth. I had no idea what that was going to entail. No one talked to me about that. Mom never sat me down and said these things. And so therefore, if you didn't learn from what you went through in your childhood, you're doing a disservice to your children. And I'm talking about men as well. Breezy's in the building. Good morning. Good morning, brother Breezy. Oh my goodness, this is going to be catching on. Hold on, because I feel like I got lipstick stuck in my mouth again. I don't want to look tacky now, but so that doing a procedure wasn't an option. I went with the program as far as keeping my child, and she's going to be 30 this year. Now, the flip side to that was and I'm going to be very transparent right now. The flip side to that was, so I got married at 21. And at the same time, it looked like a shotgun wedding, but it wasn't. I happened to get pregnant with my husband and I's first child together, our son, because we have 2 children outside of our marriage, and then we have 2 children together. My son was 11 months old when I got pregnant again, and I didn't even realize that. I wasn't working, and he was working. I believe it was part-time, but we were living with my grandmother. And I had a 5-year-old daughter. I wasn't ready for that financially. And, we had to make this decision, for better or for worse. It did bother me, and I felt bad. But karma has a way of coming back to bite you in the butt, because my son was 3 years old and I had got pregnant again. Didn't know, because I'm not the most fertile type of woman. You'll hear that expression. She's very fertile. She's a fertile girl, right? But I lost the baby. So, I looked at it as an eye for an eye. And, I had my boy and my girl, so I was pretty much content. And I wasn't really trying to, have any more children, because financially they are an expense. And if you are a struggling young family, or even a family period, if you're struggling, financially, because most of us do, having children in excess can put a damper on a parent. Moms go through postpartum, right? And fathers, they have to work overtime just to get this money. So there's a lot of responsibility. There's a lot of finances that go into, not just bringing this child into the world because it's coming out of love, right? Or lust. Some people wrote on the panel yesterday that, hey, the one night stands can actually be, turn into a cosmology phase in the building. Salute, King. So that can form, that might be one of those incidents where you might go to have this procedure. But we have to educate ourselves, and that's the thing. So I wouldn't say that's a dating etiquette, but for sure, if you're going on a date and you're not ready, you don't know how this is going to go. You don't know if you like them. I would say still be prepared for anything, but know your expectations, know your boundaries, know your limits. If you're not ready to do the damn thing, strap up. Like I said, I had 2 children and I wasn't, financially, I'm like, all right, I wanted to go, continue with school. And so I said, by my 30th birthday, if we don't have any more children, I'm wrapping it up. The show's over. And sure enough, again, God has a way of doing things that says, oh, no, you're not. And on my 30th birthday, I found out I was 2-3 weeks pregnant. Financially or not, we said, let's go for it. And that's that. And out of that, we got a little girl. So we have 2 girls and 2 boys. That's it. Show's over. I'm good money, as they say. I'm good money. Didn't want any more. I got kind of, from that pregnancy, I really got sick from there. Health-wise, where it actually took me out from work. So most of my 30s until now, I've been battling major health issues. But God is good. And by the grace of God and by the grace of my family, I'm still here. I'm still maintaining, and that we need that support system. So again, parents, it would be a disservice if you're not having these sexual education courses with your children. When my daughters were going through their puberty, I had bought them a book that they can read, and was geared towards little girls. If they had any questions, they can come to me. I didn't want to talk to them, I wanted to make it more comfortable where they can come to me and then ask the question. So I presented the book for them. They can read it. And that's sure enough, that's what they did. They read it to me. I mean, they asked questions from the book. I also gave it to my my little niece, who's starting out around that time. And it doesn't necessarily have to be in the pubescent age, but you know, children about 6, 7, 9 years old start developing body odors, right? So that's kind of a telltale sign that your child is going into you know, puberty. You know, and introducing them to deodorant and letting them know about hygiene, right? So in that, we want to insert some of those sexual things that, besides don't let anybody touch you in your private, we need to give them a little bit more than that, because they're going to be learning a lot more when they go outside into the school system and, you know, having other children around them who you might deem as being fast, right? So this is the time in the age they've got these computers and tablets and everything where they're going to learn it regardless, right? So why not the parent teach them the quote unquote right way? This way you're preparing them, right? Because it's a war out here. No man is safe. Prodigy, rest in peace. And so we have to arm our children up. So if they get to a certain age where they're teenagers, listen, my son, when he became a teenager, I sure was giving him, you know, the rubber coats and saying, strap up. You're not ready for that. And I am the prime example. I love me. I love me and I love my family, because had it not, and also God, because without, you know, that's God's way of saying you need to sit down, because I was moving too fast. So I am the prime example of, you don't want to be a teenage mom. You don't want to be a teenage father. You do not know what that entails, and you are not ready to handle that. So here's a solution, guys, right? And then I present them with what we need to do. So no, I don't want to have chemicals in my girl's body and stuff like that. Listen, they need to live their life. You know, and so for a young lady, she should be protecting herself. You know, throughout my when I had my children, after I had my children, I went on the birth control, because again, I want to live my best life. And financially, like I just said, listen, if there's a shortage in milk and baby formula, and that sucker is expensive. Can you imagine what other things could go into shortages and how you're going to have to struggle and survive? Children are, you know, they eat around the clock. Diapers, changing, you know, feeding them, clothing them, the essentials can be a little cost effective or costly. Salute to Maybach. Oh, Maybach, listen, I'm going to open up the panel in a little bit, because I don't want this to be about myself. You know, today's Mindful Monday is about relationship etiquette, whether you're in a relationship or not, you know, or if you're married. I don't care. Come up on the panel. You don't have to cam up. You could just do your voice thingamajig. But I want to have this conversation because, you know, this is playing out in real time, and we're seeing this. Well, I just said what we just saw on Friday in regards to this so-called law over a woman's body. Ooh, my voodoo's in the building. Salute, Emperor. So we want to have this kind of conversation. You know, where did we lose the etiquette of it? Where did we lose the courting and just the basics, getting to know each other, right? Or am I bugging? Am I tripping? And is it still there? Because I'm out of the game, but I observe, you know, and I have been in the game many times. But you know, there is this attack, I want to say, or a warfare out on certain family members, certain communities than others. And while this may be affecting certain women folk, best to believe it's affecting the other women folk, right? So again, I don't want to dive into much of that, I want to just kind of shift gears in more of the relationship about it. What are some of the solutions? Again, there's no one fits all. There's no cookie cutter to it. We all are a work in progress. No one person is perfect. And where I have a fault, somebody might be able to help uplift. And that's really what I want to get to. All right. So I took some notes. And it's key essential to understand where certain words come from, such as etiquette, such as chivalry, and know that those are not our words. That's not what we came up with. But if we have an understanding of what these words mean, we can see how it applies to us as people. Okay, so the first word is chivalry. It's a noun. Okay, the system, spirit, ways, or customs of knighthood, right? So if you think Robin Hood or King Arthur, that's what, the I'm lying, 1600s. All right, so these are very old words that may not, we use them in today's time, but it didn't apply to that. Like it's talking about spirit. And that's what I have wanted to bring up more on the spiritual aspect of relationships, the soulmate, the twin flame, or the twin soul, karmic relationships, that kind of more. Does that all play into how we're losing an etiquette of courting each other? All right. So that was coming from Webster. Oxford says the medieval knightly system, which its religious, moral, and social code comes from, right? So again, the word chivalry in the Oxford Dictionary says it's medieval knightly system with its religious, moral, and social code. Again, they're using religion, spirit, and moral. So chivalry is more of a moral kind of thing. When I say, when I had mentioned, I think it was on a Mindful Monday, is chivalry dead? Morally, right? They're talking about that. They're talking morally and they're talking spiritually, even just to hold the door open for a woman, or you know what I mean? Like that's what we deem as chivalry. All right. So the combination of qualities expected of an ideal knight, especially courage, honor, and courtesy, which is opening the door for a woman, right? Justice and readiness to help the weak. So they feel the women are weak. But we know. And then that's the other thing. Like we need to talk about this whole, girl power. And listen, the feminist movement did a disservice, just like the civil rights movement did a disservice, because it's got us to where that 60s, 70s, and then 80s, we have these kids who are latchkey kids fending for themselves. Why? Because the mothers, we saw, what was that? One of those 80s movies where the woman was she got pregnant, but she couldn't, she was working like Wall Street or something like that. I forgot what, not Pretty Woman, but there's another movie that's like that, where this woman, she was a single parent, but she was a single woman, but like she went on a date or slept around, some nonsense, and got pregnant. But she was like, corporate, working mom. That's what it's called, working mom, right? So that set a precedence for what we have now, where I could do bad by myself. Well, yeah, sure we can. But do we want to is the question. We have to talk about these kind of things, because we have this, listen, yeah, while Big Mama's coming back, we cannot forget our menfolk. We cannot leave them in the dust, because moms, you also have a responsibility to your sons, right? And showing them what a morally respectable woman looks like. And he may not see that in what's coming out now, because we've got these granddaughters who are coming out here with the, half, whatever now. Like, to be half dressed is a norm. I mean, for my generation, it wasn't really like, it was like, okay, we saw the dancers kind of like with tube tops and bicycle shorts and stuff, but they wasn't really revealing too much, right? We saw Josephine Baker, and that was like the 20s. It's come back now. The great grandmothers are reincarnated. So we gotta figure some things out. Okay, so etiquette is also a noun, the customary code of polite behavior in a society or among members of a particular profession or group. That was coming from Oxford. Now, in Webster's dictionary, the word etiquette is the conduct or procedure required by good breeding or prescribed by authority to be observed in a social or official life. All right. And then I just wrote some notes here in regards to the dating, proper dating, if there's such a thing as a proper dating etiquette, talking about boundaries, online dating, text messaging. Text messaging would kind of fall under the proper dating etiquette in a way, if you will. Unicorns. What? Voodoo? Like hate each other and worship them. Right. Oh, generosity can be a bad virtue. Learn that the hard. Right. So yeah, so that's so we need to get into that. We need to have that dialogue about what does boundaries look like. What is I'm not feeling this connection, and how do you let it go? Because we also have problems with rejection. Some people don't understand that it's just not working out and it needs to end. Right? We got some people just holding on, for whatever. So we're going to mishmash it up, in regards to relationship. If you're in one or if you're not in one, this is the platform to just do that today, where we can talk about it. Doesn't matter if you're in a relationship or not. Doesn't matter if you're single. You were in a relationship once upon a time, so you can speak about that. So I'm going to open the floor in just maybe about a minute or two. I'm just going to go over what some of these what some of these etiquettes are. Don't be late. So we're talking about if you go on a date, don't be late, especially on the first date, right? Because first impressions are everything. So if you're like half an hour late, you might want to call them and let them know. Or if you know you're running late, like give them the heads up, right? Let them know you're a person. Like things happen, right? Stuck in traffic, could be on the train. Your train's delayed. All right. Don't be rude. Regardless of the day you've had, be polite. And this doesn't matter if it's the first date or the 81st date, right? So, sometimes we wake up on the wrong side of the bed. I did this morning. I'm trying not to be too rude, okay? Don't get grabby. Don't get handsies and touching, especially on the first date. Use your discernment since, you're an adult, right? You don't need to be told, but if you do feel a connection, maybe, yeah, but using your discernment. Obviously, if you're not into this person, it's going to be like, how do I cut this date short? Right? Ask questions about, ask questions, but along the, don't be monologue, right? And talk about you all the time, because people don't want to hear that as well. It wants to be this the etiquette is to be back and forth with conversation, right? So you hear a little bit about what's going on with them. I say do a lot more listening than talking, because then you can get to understand somebody. That's the key there. Ask questions, right? So and don't act like it's all about you. All right. So the next number 5, it says, this is a big one. Who pays for the date? This is a touchy one, because I just said we're coming into this working woman and, girl power, hear me roar and stuff like that. Some of these women are making a lot more money than the men. Does she pay for we're going to talk about that. Does she pay for the dinner date or lunch date or the cup of coffee, right? Or are we going Dutch? Because traditionally, it was the men folk that were paying for everything, Listen, if you're ordering some lobster and stuff, that those kind of dates can be a little pricey. And then somebody might want you to put out. And if you're not ready for that, don't go there. I say get coffee first and have no more date night. Let's do the daytime, because nighttime alludes to something else, right? All right. So, Lotus, where were you? You dropped the bomb on me last week. I'm like, what? Lotus must have went to sleep. I'm like, where's Lotus at? Didn't hear anything. I gotta be. I hear you, Voodoo. right? So we're going to talk about that, because that is listen, I had an issue with that, because I was like, listen, since I'm the one drinking, I'll pay for the drinks. I'll pay for my drinks. But the meal, I was like, that didn't happen. I ended up paying for the meals and the drinks. And I was a little tight. Even if a woman persists and says, oh, I'll do it. Where does the men, like traditionally, the man was supposed to be the one to take care of the bills. But we want to be mindful. Like I just said, if you're talking about let's go to get some seafood, somebody better have some seafood money. All right. So the last one. Okay. So part 2 of that, who pays for the bill? If you're going on a date or somebody makes a suggestion, it says, if you do not want to pay for everything, make it clear when you first suggest the date. Never assume that the other person is going to pick up the check. And number 6, now I got this off of dating.lovetoknow.com. Dating.lovetoknow.com. Okay. So number 6 is don't be misled. Basically, keep the representative at bay, right? So keep your representative to a minimum. And what I mean by representative is, we all put on a mask when we're meeting somebody new, right? But you don't want to mislead somebody, because, people are going to be looking at you like, oh, this person's a baller. And then when you start peeling back the layers, like, this person ain't shit. Got too much baggage, too much issues. I don't want to be bothered with that, right? So use your discernment, because people will put on the definite false person or the representative, and you're thinking one thing, and then when you see them or you start seeing things for what it is, you're like, it's not what I bargained for, right? You want to be as honest as possible with your date, and if you're not interested in continuing the relationship, you should let them know. But some people have a hard time with rejection. So, this is a weird place. Telling the person up front what you're looking for, right? So there's no expectation, or they already. Oh my goodness. Jeez, Lotus. Wow. Oh, it's okay. It's all right. It's fine. I was just like, well, where is she? Because I needed some scripture names and stuff. And I was like, where is Lotus? Okay, so anyway, number 7. So telling this person up front, right, just what the expectation is of what you're looking for. If you're not looking for a relationship and you're just going on a date, let them know, like, listen, I enjoy your company. I like talking to you, but I'm not ready for this, right? And leave it like that. Yeah, let the person marinate on it and do what they need to do, whatever. But at least you're letting them know from Jump Street, I'm not about that. Or yes, I am looking for, a person, a partner, or letting them know, like, no, I'm just doing me right now. However you need to term it, so that you let them know that you really is just kind of like sex. Whatever, it is what it is. All right. So, and number 7, always let a friend know your location when you're going on a date for the first time. Trust your gut about the person and situation. If you're feeling uncomfortable, meet in public, especially for women, right? Because you don't know, like, listen, we've seen all too well of social media, somebody going to meet somebody, they met them online, and, then they want to meet up or whatever, and then the person's never to be found again, right? So, definitely, or men too. I mean, I haven't heard any situations where men, that's happened to them, but it's more so, happens to women. And therefore, she should let her friends and family know, hey, listen, I'm going to be at this location with this person. If you meet them and you're in your car and they have their car, take their license plate number down. Like, this is not the time, like, to, so while we want to have this etiquette and we want to have chivalry here, it's also being smart, because you don't know who you're meeting. Again, there's this representative. Yeah, they do that catfish and stuff. There's this representative that's out here perpetrating as somebody that they're not, and you don't know what you're meeting. You don't know who you're meeting. All right, because talking online and you know, the phone and back and forth correspondence, hey, that's one thing. But to get to meet this person face to face, you don't know what you're getting, right? Because this person could have put up a persona, you know, all this time, and you got hoodwinked and trapped into something, right? We've just heard that 2 years ago, a young lady up in Connecticut met somebody online and happened to be a white man. And she was found dead the next day after her date. So listen, and she was like 23, 24. Another story just came out not too long ago about something similar, where another young lady from Brooklyn went to DC because she was corresponding with some woman online in regards to a business that she was doing, like doing posters or something. The young lady's missing. She's 23. So yeah, right. Voodoo, they try to let him go. So I dropped the link there, guys. I'm gonna shut myself down. And anybody's interested to come up, and again, you don't have to cam up. You could just be behind the scenes speaking. You know, what is etiquette there? Is chivalry there? Is it dead? Let's talk about some stuff. And let's also like try to find other solutions. Again, there's no cookie cut, one size fits all solution. It's basically, we just want to get ideas thrown out there. Ooh, Dirty Kenzo's in the building. Salute, salute. And again, it doesn't matter if you're in a relationship, if you are just playing the fields, or if you are in a or not a monogamous, but if you're in a committed relationship or married, it doesn't matter. You guys can come up here and we can talk about it, because that's what we need to do. We need to, but again, I want to have it more, you know, because there are these things where people, you know, are out here trying to find their soulmate or their twin flame, you know, and so how does that look, right? We need to have that discussion, because as a reader, I do relationship readings as well. I've done relationship readings here. And, you know, for the most part, it's usually, you know, a soulmate type of connection that comes through. So people could be, you know, wanting that. They want to be fulfilled. And maybe this is why dating is kind of like, you know, like, I'm not doing that because I want my spiritual mate, right? Or do you? Do you want just one night stands? Then we need to make this clear. We got to find out what it is. We need to be upfront. And then we see how, you know, what's playing out in real time in regards to the, you know, stopping the family and procreating and, you know, yeah, you know, I don't want to talk too much about it because it's all over the place, right? But it's a dialogue that needs to be had. I just say, speaking from a woman's perspective and a mother of two girls, get them protected. Simple as that, right? That's on them. And for the men, for the boys, get them their stuff. Get them the rubber band man. This way there's less room for an oops, and they're not ready for it, than me fighting or you fighting back and forth. I'm not taking care of this. This is not mine. All this petty BS, right? Or the child support. Now you're doing, you know what I mean? Like, we can really kind of nip stuff in the bud beforehand, right? Be smarter than the average bear, as they say. So I dropped the link, guys, if anybody's interested. Let me go through your comments, because I forgot my StreamYards and I can post that up. So Voodoo has said that he learned the hard way, being generous. That's that what we want to call etiquette, the proper etiquette, right? We're over generous or we're too generous. Somebody's taking advantage of us. Like, where do we draw the line? Like, we need to have these conversations. Like, where do we draw the line? Like, I think the problem is, and especially now during this day and era, people are very sensitive. Sorry. They're very sensitive. So it's almost like it's hard to kind of tell somebody. You got to really read them. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying like with cards, but you got to like really kind of pick up the vibe. So you'll know, like, is this person like, can you say certain things to them without them getting offended? Right. Does that, like, that's part of the etiquette, like letting them know, hey, listen, I really would like to get to know you, but I'm not, looking to get into a relationship right now. That leaves the other person room for the other person to say, okay, I know where this stands, and you may not want to continue because like, we gotta be for real and not set ourselves up. The person's like, listen, I'm not ready for all that right now, but we could still, chop it up. That leaves room for the other person to say, nah, then, because I'm looking for something else. You're not settling, right? You're moving forward. Like, we have to be for real. So we don't have issues where we're going down the drain here. Like, now somebody's pregnant, and then what do you do? Because you weren't upfront about telling them. So it's just that. It's just being mindful about the situation. Okay. So let me put the link again. Again, nobody has to show their face. They can just come up and, speak their mind, and you can hop back off, jump right off, and get back into the chat. What else did I have here? Right, the boundaries and then online dating is what I had mentioned. The text messaging is kind of like, I would put that in the category of the etiquette, because it says, when I wrote the article, when I read from the article, it was saying like, not responding, does this mean not interested? Sometimes it does. Sometimes it's just like, listen, you could be busy and not be able to respond, or boundaries, because this is where that whole boundaries plays effect. So if you cannot speak at the moment, you just let them know, like, can't, and if they haven't heard from you all day, like, because again, there's some people that just really clingy and needy, right? So they'll take it as, oh, you haven't called me back. What happened? Da, da, da. Listen, if you're a person who's working a full hour, not full hour, but a full day shift, you might not be able to talk. Your window might be just in the morning or at lunch break, or, if you're getting off from work, or, or just, I don't really want to talk right now because I need time for myself. Like, so again, being for real with yourself and being for real with the person, so that they understand or understand that, listen, it's not you, it's me. We'll always say, or some people say it's you, right? But take accountability. Hey, listen, it's me right now. I'm not in the right headspace. I'm not in the right, mind frame to, entertain. Some people just want to be casual, and they call it casual dating. Voodoo says he's allergic. I hear you. Stress and stupidity. I'm allergic to those two. I start breaking out in hives with stress. Like, boundaries, how to set them from the beginning, and we should respect them, right? So if you're setting a boundary and you're not honoring your boundary, That's leaving the floor open for the person to say, they're not doing it, then I don't need to do it. Right? Sometimes we have to stand firm with certain people because some people don't know how to take no as an answer. Sometimes that's just the nature of the beast. But like I said, I'm kind of old school, and oh shoot, and the dating scene was different. Not that much. Like I'm not. It was the 1950s, but it wasn't. We didn't have, the only technology that we had was a beeper. You know what I'm saying? Like we would still have to call somebody from a cell phone. I mean, from a pay phone, or use our mama's phone, right? But we didn't have too much other distractions, is what I'm saying. So this day and age, there's more fluffers, if you will. There's more stuff to fill in between the lines than really getting to know somebody. So, like courtship, is that dead? Does that even exist now? How does that look? How do we want it to look? Right. So I think if we go back to some of the basics, there's nothing wrong with taking your time to get to know each other. But if it is just a kind of a one night deal, then know your expectation, know your limitation, know your boundaries. This is what I want to do. Right. Lotus. Mm-hmm. So boundaries are important in adulthood. That's why we teach our children early during childhood. Exactly. But it's also honoring that boundary, right? Because an example probably would be you couldn't respond right away to somebody's call or text message, right? But nowadays it's like, well, everybody's on their phone, so it's like there should be no excuse. But you don't know what's around me or what's going on that I couldn't answer my phone. So people start to get to assuming, and it's like, please get out of it. Like, people are so wrapped up in their head, they don't realize, especially if you're a parent, we're not going to be talking all the time, right? So if you set that boundary, now if you start breaking some of your own boundaries, then the person's going to take heed to that. All right. They're going to get hit to the game, and they'll be like, you know what? So I can do whatever I want to do. I can keep, whatever form of communication. And then the boundaries are now broken. I'm guilty of that, and then just after a while, it's like, no, this no is no, and that's it. Like I said, some people do not understand the word no. And if a woman says no, then men should honor that, because women can't really do a date assault to a man. They probably could, but those percentages are far and few than we hear a young lady having a date assault on her, or even married women having being assaulted by their husband because she says no, and he's like, you know what, you're mine, and I can do whatever, right? Still a person, and we still need to honor that. We still need to honor those boundaries, respect if she says no, and move on. This thing of keep bugging somebody and keep, that's harassment now. It becomes harassment. If I set a boundary and I said no, or I told you, look, between such and such of time frame, I can speak with you or call me, I'm busy at work, or I have my children, or I'm with my family, whatever the case may be, that person doesn't honor those boundaries. It's almost like, listen, then I don't really want to be bothered with you, because then you're not respecting me as a human being. If I'm telling you and I'm being polite, I'm giving you proper etiquette, right? Being polite. and you're not honoring that, then I don't think I want to really keep talking to you, male or female. This can go for females as well, because I know some females who do have crossed the line. And still the rejection, they couldn't take the rejection. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to be friends no more. People don't understand this. Lotus says, yeah. Well, Maybach, get your behind up here, Maybach, if you can. Wait, Lotus just made an interesting point. A lot of guys don't know how to court anymore, and a lot of women don't allow them. Right. This is really why I made this the title today, because that's really just what it is. I think the art form of it has been lost. We see this in our music now. We're not hearing, a Gerald Levert. We're not hearing an Anita Baker. The music also is setting this, because we like to listen to music when we're intimate with our partner, right? I remember I used to make, I still do, playlists of songs that I want to hear when we about to get it on. Listen to the Jodeci. Come on. That the last one that they had, the hotel, the after party, the hotel, the show, the hotel, and the after party. That Jodeci album was sick. Voodoo says it's worse. Okay, so Maybach says too many women in the world to focus or want a woman who don't want you. Yeah, and then that's because we have this disservice of, I could do bad by myself, and I can do me, and it's girl power. It's all these little hashtag words that at the end of the day, although you may think you're happy and you may appear to look like you're happy, you're really lonely. And humans do not like to be lonely. They like to be alone, right? There's a difference between being alone and being lonely. And lonely is sad. Alone is, I'm chilling. I need some time for myself. I need to regroup, recollect. Right? Got you, Maybach. I need some time for myself, right? But lonely is you don't have nobody. So you want to ice yourself up in that. Voodoo says, I had to learn that about family and friends. I'm gonna get it. Yeah. That's all right. So let's get Maybach in here. Woohoo! The male perspective.
Grand Rising.
Yeah, Grand Rising, my brother. Good.
Listen, the teacher says, come to the front of the class. You got to come to the front of the class.
Right, because if you keep waving your hand, I'm going to call you. That's it.
No, actually, I wasn't raising my hand. You probably looked at me and said, oh, Maybach is disturbing the class again. I'm like,
Maybach is the person I need to talk to. And I was hoping that you would show up, because I need the male perspective in here.
How was your weekend?
Weird, but quiet and good.
You're not near that shooting that happened last night, correct? I heard about, my peoples told me there was a shooting in some festival last night. You didn't know about it?
Was it in Brooklyn or Bronx?
I don't even recall. I think it was the Rainbow type of festival.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then I definitely was home in bed.
Yeah. No, they didn't attend, but they was just telling me that their peoples was telling them somebody was letting some things go in the festival. So I don't know. Yeah, that's why I asked you, because I know you're out there. That's why I don't know. Yeah. I didn't get in detail, but so what you want to know?
I said Cosmology Bay was coming up too, and he's another one that he's out. He sees he's out there. He also is a father as well. So, but he had like hopped off the link. All right. So no, please enlighten us. etiquette? Is this such a thing? Are we losing it? Are we losing chivalry? Does it even matter anymore? Like
We're
what's
losing a lot. We're losing a lot of stuff. We're losing our rights. I think you kind of touched up on it earlier as far as the decision that the Supreme Court made.
right?
And people don't understand, like, you know, um, everybody got their own opinion. I don't knock no one for their opinion. It could be the most craziest thing that I ever heard. That's that person's opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That Roe and Wade thing is deeper than what people think it is. Like last night, I heard Taraji mention, like, oh, you know, they given that's given more life than the guns and stuff like that. This is what, like, I'm gonna get to the gun part.
I'm not
But
listening to any celebrities. They do not
correct,
sway
correct,
me one way or another.
correct. Because there was a big puppet when the show started. She's the big thick woman that shows off all her body parts, but yet when people body shame her or tell her she needs to cover up, what's her name? Lizzo, whatever, Lizzie, yeah, whatever. She's a clown because she actually said she donated I forgot what was the amount that she donated to Planned Parenthood. And this is what I'm saying, where we're in a time where information is accessible to everybody's fingers. Like, you know, like we talked about on your platform before, you know, we're around the same age. We had to go to the library to get information, and half of the time the books was already out and we had to wait to, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. So this lady actually, if she goes and read about the founder of Planned Parenthood, then I don't think she would be donating any type of money. Second of all, these people has been caught on spy cam selling fetuses. Okay, baby fetuses, you know, all this other stuff. Like, I don't want to keep going on a rant because this is a whole different show. But it's just like how people are like, don't want to gain any type of information or really know what's going on. People just read the title and they go off of the title and make their opinions instead of like reading the whole paragraph, maybe reading the whole article and stuff like that, front and back. You know, maybe reading it, like you said, the word understand, maybe reading it 3 to 4 times to understand and overstand.
Yep.
Exactly. You know, but this thing is about, it's more about melanated people. They don't want us to reproduce. Okay. I know in the Bible, you know, whether it's God who said it or whoever wrote the Bible is saying, man said to be fruitful.
Man wrote the Bible.
Correct. Well, yeah. So we're supposed to be fruitful, but like you said, be mindful, be cautious, not to just be sitting here, especially as men or women, just having babies just to have babies, and you already struggling with what you already have, or you're not taking care of your responsibility. But you got to be fruitful. We should be fruitful and take care of our responsibility. No, like I've stated plenty of times on different platforms, I'm a single father in my mid 40s of 2 kids that actually stay with me. No, the mother of my kids is not a bad woman. I just want to raise my kids a certain way. I want them to be cultured. We had this discussion where women are not cultured and a lot of men ain't cultured. You don't have to be from the Caribbeans. You don't have to have parents that is from the Caribbeans, but that's a lost, how can I say it? What's the word I'm looking for? That's a lost thing in our community, is, you know, young women being cultured to, hey, you know, when you get a good man, you better keep the man. Just like, you know, men is told, when you got a good one, you better treat her right, because the minute that you're not treating her right, the next guy will slide into your spot and do the things that you don't want to do, or that you're not doing. You understand? So I say that to say all of that. There's a lot of things, like we always talk about as well. Society's programming people to be a certain way. And, you know, people are being brainwashed and programmed by these puppets that put out these certain songs to be independent. And then now when the woman's like 40, now when she's 40, she's alone. She's lonely. Now she's like, wow, I was listening to this singer talking about, you know, to be independent, you know, not to look for a man and, you know, do things on your own. And it's just like, okay, now, you know, now Kevin said, exactly, correct. But
well, I want to salute to you first and foremost, because you are what I would look at to be the epitome of what a father figure is supposed to be. And happy belated Father's Day, because
I
you
appreciate
are the
that.
example. And I've seen you've camped up a couple of times with your children in the background.
Correct.
And every time that you have been, in on the panel, you're doing something with your children, cooking or doing homework.
Correct.
And so those type of people, the one who created the RV, what is it, Roe and V Wade, and that woman, they're not looking at men like you.
Correct.
They don't that's the problem. They don't see that there are men that take care of their family, take care of their children.
Correct.
They're not slobs. They don't stay at home.
Correct.
And even if they're doing something, what we want to quote as illegal, and they still take care of their children.
Correct.
We don't frown upon that.
Correct.
So I give my hats off to you.
Correct. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I always say I don't want to be praised, because like I like always saying, it's just like it's like brushing our teeth. That's something that we're supposed to do. Brush our teeth, bathe, shower, whatever. So me having these two kids, okay, yeah, me and the moms, it didn't work out, but I don't hate her. She doesn't hate us, hate me. And, we made the decision to co-parent without going to the courts, without doing everything, because from the time that she told me that she had something in the oven cooking, I was always present. I didn't miss an appointment. That's because that's something that I was fiending to be a father since I was 16. I've said that multiple times. If I was to have my kids in the 90s, I probably wouldn't have been the good father that I am today, because of the fact that I was in the streets. I was running around. I was in and out of prison from 93 to like the end of 98. You understand what I'm saying? Like, or some people said it probably would have changed me. It would have slowed me down. You never know. But I just look at everything always happens for a reason. I'm glad that, and thankful and grateful that God blessed me, in my, I had my son at 40, you know what I'm saying? And I had my daughter 2 years later at 42. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thankful that it happened at that time. And I always look at things don't happen, as far as coincidence. I used to believe in that, but there's no such thing. Everything happens for a reason. Even if it's a negative, there's a positive in that negativity. There's a message for you.
It's the grand design.
Correct. And we said this on your platform too. J. Edgar Hoover wrote the playbook on, dismantling our community. Start from the home. Let's remove the man, because the man is the security. He's the, he's the solid part. He's this and that. Once we remove the man, now we can infiltrate that home, because that man is not there to protect this and that and that and this. So they already, it's been a rollout. It's been a plan.
That's why this thing is such a big to do, because it's to save or preserve them.
Correct.
But it's to exterminate others.
Correct. And we see, and that's another thing too. I've been on other platforms where people have acknowledged and said that we can only point the finger and blame for so long, which is true. You know what I'm saying? Oh, the clear people. Yeah, we understand it's a systematic system. We understand the odds are stacked against us. Joel Santana said it best, and I've always used that line when he said, "Well,
that's what you look like."
We're born to lose, but built to win. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of success stories of people, coming out of poverty and this and that and all that. I get it when you in a better environment, and that's what I always stress. Like I wanted to say earlier, and I've elaborated on that before, is that my kid's mother lived in a project. No disrespect to people that grew up in a project, but you 9 out of 10 times you become a product of your environment. I live 20 minutes, 15 minutes top away from the hood, so like this town that I live in, used to be predominantly Jewish, or since the beginning of the 90s when we moved out here, it's been Haitian. I don't know if you ever heard of Cape Verdeans. They from the west coast of Africa. So it's predominantly West Indian, Cape Verdean, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. So the Jewish, they had been moved out since probably the late 90s, early 2000s. They moved out. A lot of crime started happening. More crime started happening. You know, there was only like one shooting when I first moved out here, and it was a cop who shot, he shot somebody. Since then, there's been multiple shootings and stuff, but it's still a good area to raise, you know, it's still a good community to raise your kids and stuff like that.
Compared to the projects, yeah, for sure.
Exactly. So, like I said, it's not that like, you know, the mother of my kids is trash and all that other stuff, you know, whatever. It's just that I want my kids to be, and we just, like I said, we came to an agreement. Okay, you know, hey, I'll have them 5 days a week and you get them for the weekend. Wow. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. So yeah, and like I said, we did everything as grown adults without going to the courts or her forcing me or her being on some spiteful stuff. Oh, you want to deal with another, you know what I mean? You know, a lot of men get put on, you know, what you call it, child support, because they cheated or they left the female, you know, the female becomes correct. Oh, you want to build with somebody else instead of me, you know, whatever, you know, it's different circumstances, you know.
That's what I was talking about a little while ago in regards to rejection. Some people cannot conceive that. It's the no word and just moving on. It grinds them.
Correct.
And it's like, listen, at the end of the day, yo, like, give it a rest. If this person doesn't want to be with you anymore, suck it up and keep it moving.
I had problems with that though when I was much younger, because of the fact that well, I don't know about any other men's life, but
I've lived with them. I know
I'm the fourth out of five. So before my little sister came about, I was, you know, the baby. I was spoiled and enabled by my father. You get what I'm saying? But when it, like you said, but when it came to women, if I was told no, it was like, why am I going to be stuck on her when there's plenty of options out there? My father had a saying, you miss one bus, there's another bus coming. You miss the second one, there's a third. So you know, I have no lie. This is a true story. Thank goodness my cousin did it under the old law in Massachusetts. He accidentally shot his girlfriend. Before she passed away, she actually stated that it was an accident and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? To make a long story short, he was playing on, well, I don't know if it was, you know, he was being too serious or whatever, but he went and pulled out a gun because, you know, he saw her talking to another man and, you know, got a little insecure, pulled it out. You know, he thought there was nothing in there and actually was one in the thing. And, you know, he was supposed to scare her, but it ended up going off and hitting her. But I got two other old school homies that are doing life now, because they got insecure, you know, because the woman, you know, cheated for, you know, whatever reason. And they went and, oh, I can't be with you. Then nobody's going to be with you. Yeah. And that's crazy to me. Yeah. That like I said, I used to be.
We're not property.
Correct.
And, you know, as I had mentioned, well, a little bit before you came on, that even when you're married, there can be, and I don't want to say the hard R word, but there's assault on the wife. If she's like, no, I don't want to, and you know, he's like, oh, well, you're my wife, you're gonna do it, you're gonna give me this anyway, and then he goes an advantage of her, you know. So then then people will look like, well, that's the wife, that's the husband. No, that shouldn't happen, regardless if it's a husband, a wife, boyfriend. You don't assault a woman that way.
Correct.
At all.
Correct.
Especially with the hard R. We don't do that.
Yeah, and I never understood that anyways. Why would I want to take something forcefully? When I feel like, you know, if she's into me, of course, and we both into each other, we're gonna throw it at each other. Here, take this, take that. You know what I mean? That's I want that. I don't want to have to force somebody, or come on, try to bribe you, or hey, sip on this, and then now I'm sliding something in your drink to get you all discombobulated. Like, that's just too much. Like I said, you know, my father, like I said, he always stated that to me and my brother. I only have one brother. I got 3 sisters. He always said, listen, don't take no women forcefully. Listen, if the woman don't want you, let her go, let her be. Find the one that actually wants you. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, you don't have to do all of that. Like, you know, but some men are just possessive. They like you said, they think it's their property, or I see that, I want that, or I want that Foxy Moon right there. I have to have her. And it's just like, but she doesn't want you, homie. Like, move on, you know. But
let's see. Okay, so that goes back. So salute to Chris came through to the building. It's still spousal. Yeah, exactly, Lotus. Exactly. It's still that R thing. What you just mentioned in regards to what you just said right now, Maybach, with this etiquette these rules, or if you will, of etiquette. One was mentioning that women, or not women, if you're going on a date, you should let your kinfolk know, or somebody that you're close with, to let them know, hey, listen, I'm going on this date. I'll be in this location, because you don't know who you're going to meet, and you don't know the intentions. Like you said, somebody could be slipping something in their drink just to, get their rocks off, and it's a one-night stand, and then boom, what happens if she becomes pregnant now? See that, and that's where that other thing takes place. That's where that should come into form, because she doesn't know this person. She's been assaulted, and then being taken advantage of, and probably roofied, and then she comes out, pregnant. Yes, she should have the choice of what to do at that point.
But see, this is why I say though, I've started to do this like as I got old as an adult. When you're young, you dumb, you full of whatever, you tend to follow trends.
My dad always says that to me too.
My first date with a woman, to make you even feel more comfortable, I'm gonna bring you to a public area.
Right.
Second of all, I feel like even if the brokest broke person can take somebody to a restaurant, I'm going to I took a woman downtown Boston, and we walked around. We got
that's what we do here in the city. That's what we do.
It's like taking you on a date to Central Park, and we walk around Central Park. That's how you really get to know someone. I can't take you to the movie for a first date. How am I going to get to know you when we can't talk during the movie theater? You understand what I'm saying? Now, even if we did go to a restaurant and we had conversation, and then we go to the movie after, I feel like movies, or me inviting you to my house to have dinner, those are later, when you feel comfortable with me, when you at least know, like you said, you kind of know me. Exactly. But public areas like, coffee shop, a juice bar, places like that, it should be great for a first date. That's what women should do as well.
Like that. I like that. Listen, Maybach, that's why I say you're my brother from another mother, because and especially I think more like city folk are kind of like that. We have to use our imagination. We're the same age, right?
I'm mid-40s.
I'll be 46 in 3 weeks.
Oh wow, yeah. So you older than me. I'll be 46 this October. Normally.
Okay, so by a couple of months. 76. So we're in the same year.
Yep, correct.
So what I'm driving the point is that generation had to use their imagination. We had to be creative. We were always outside. We always saw things in its simplest form. Riding a bike and go hanging out and chilling at the park was like the greatest thing for us.
Facts. And
so dating was kind of those similar along those ways. Like we didn't have a lot of money, but we would go to the, like you said, a Central Park or downtown Boston, where you're kind of like being a tourist in your own city and just having fun. And listen, my husband and I, when we started dating, one of our dates was downtown, and we ate from a halal, one of the halal, no, it wasn't a store. It was like one of those carts outside.
Yeah.
In front of a corporate building on the steps.
Yep.
Shared our halal meal and just talked to each other. That was a date. I wasn't looking for anything in return. That was more intimate because we got to talk to each other. I wasn't looking for him to be having a car. We rode the trains. Most city people don't have a car.
Correct.
So we
especially your city, your state. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Especially
y'all have a lot of things that you could do, walking distance or ride the train. Even if you ride the train to transit with somebody, it's a first date. Right. That's perfect.
Getting to your destination, you're talking and stuff.
Exactly. But like you said, we grew up in that era where socializing, we didn't have all these electronics. Right. So we had to socialize. Even if you wasn't great with socializing, we was writing letters. Yeah, let me write. Remember, if you like me, check yes. You know what I'm saying? Check yes. You know what I mean? So, we had to do that. Like you said, we had to be outside. You know what I'm saying? Oh, she rides a bike. So let me show her maybe I like her by telling her this weekend, let's go bike riding. but really it was really for me to get to know you and even tell you that I liked you, you know, whatever. I like you, you know, I want to see where can this go, if we could take it somewhere, you know, and stuff like that. But now it's not really like that. That's why I said a lot of, you know, men ain't really getting to know the woman, and the women really ain't getting to know the men. We just see the outside and just get like lust over the person.
Yeah.
Oh my God, look at her body parts.
Well, this is
oh,
what Voodoo just put up on. He said, I ain't been thirsty since I saw the Cardi B movie.
You know?
But that's what you're saying. Like the thirstiness, the lusting, like it's
correct.
Like we need to be upfront. So let me ask you a question. It doesn't matter, you know, whether you're in a relationship or not. You've been in a relationship, so you understand how the flow goes. Now, do you feel that if you're not really feeling the person, like how does that look? Can you tell them? Do you like?
I'm very transparent. I'm black and white. I don't do no grays, no middle, you know, no shade, no nothing. I'm straightforward and blunt. I did learn. Well, I'm still learning as well. It's not what you say, it's how you say it in tone. I was very bad when I was younger with tone. I thought, you know, being blunt and being honest was just it. But, you know, the way I may be able to deliver a message to you, I may not be able to give it to Lotus the same way. You understand what I'm saying? So communication is key, regardless.
Yeah. I think Cosmology Base said that. Yep. Open communication.
Yeah, correct. Communication is key. You know, just because I you know, and I say that I'm blunt and I'm honest doesn't mean that everything that's in my head needs to be put out there. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. But yeah, if I'm not feeling somebody, because I'm, you know, me being a Libra, I get bored easily. And I've always stressed this, even when I was a teenager, physicalness is not everything to me. It is something, but it's not everything. I've always needed, and I have to stress the needed, mental stimulation. Because that's what keeps me on my toes. You know what I'm saying? You see the stuff that I send you on IG. So that tells you, remember I told you, my brain is like a hamster on that wheel.
Yeah,
it's always needing.
You got me right there.
Yeah, so always needing for information. So that's always been more of a turn on that. Okay, let me just say this. Last year, me and the woman, me and this female, like we still talk to this day. We can get on the phone and be on the phone for 2 hours straight. And it's like a tennis match. The ball's going back and forth. It's never a dull moment. We're not pulling each other's teeth like, so Foxy Moon, how was your day? Like it's never silent. And that's when you know you got a connection with somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like a connection. Even if we don't get physical with each other, but we know, we could be great friends because there's that connection right there. That we on the same vibration, same frequency. You know, and to me, like I said, that's a turn on. I done dated the most prettiest female, and it was like I said, had no conversation. I brought her to a formal event. She's all, oh my God, they got lobster and shrimp here. And it's just like, oh my God. Yeah.
All right, wait. Put a pin in it. Hold on, put a pin. Because you are harping on some key points that I had mentioned, you know, in the very beginning of the broadcast is men like to have that kind of connection. They if you got the right one, it's always the mind, right? It's not just, and men don't, it's not just beauty for them as well. Like they want to know a woman, and especially, so if she is beautiful in their eyes, they would want to know intellectually, where does she stand? What are her views? What are her dislikes? What are her likes? Having this kind of intellectual conversations. And you guys, from what I'm hearing is that that's what it is. It's not so much going to get these Brazilians and looking like the stallion.
You know how many women look so pretty, but when they open their mouth, you're like, sweetheart, just stay on mute. Okay. Act like, just stay on mute. Act like you don't know how to talk. You know what I'm saying? Just look pretty. I don't want that. I'll take a 7.5, even a 5. But because I get that mental stimulation, because to me, that spiritual and emotional and of course the physicalness, you have to have all three. Because now you know, okay, this is somebody that looks good, but guess what? We have that connection. This is my best friend. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not hanging with the fellas like I used to hang with the fellas. We all grown. Some of us are married. Some of us got bigger families and stuff. We can't do what we used to do. We always pick like once a month we hang out to keep our sanity. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Right.
football, basketball seasons in, you know, every other weekend we at each other's houses switching up just to keep our sanity, because, you know, we always need that space. Just like the woman needs her space, she has to have her friends, because
Boundaries.
exactly, because it creates a perfect balance. You know, me, I'm a Libra, I'm a scale. I need to have that perfect balance. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I like the physicalness, but it's not a must for me. But the must is the definitely this, you know, the mental stimulation. And like I said, that adds more value to the woman to me. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like I
Yeah.
said, I can't speak for every man. Some men don't really care about, you know, they like bird brains, but they love the
Yeah.
woman to be a model. That's, to me, I'll take the opposite. You know, because to me, the mental stimulation will last longer than the physicalness, because she's gonna get older. If she's dropping babies, things is gonna start sagging and not being tight though and nice and firm like it used to be. You know, so.
So I want to just reach rather talk about so Chris says, the first post that I saw, he says, respectfully, that sounds good to you and most people, but there are people in this world that think differently than that. I guess he was talking about what you were saying, Maybach. Yeah, I mean, for real, like there are people who, like I just said, some people cannot handle rejection. They don't get what no is. And this is where assaults can start taking place on a woman, because if you're like, listen, you know, I had a good time with you, but honestly, I don't think this is going to really be working out so well. It's not you, it's me. I'm in a different space. Now he's like calling and stalking and texting and this, that, and the fourth. It's like, bro, slow down the boundaries. And then he also had said, let me just reach his. So cosmology says the best way to act in a relationship is to respect your partner, which you can do by listening to their opinions and feelings. Yeah, that's part of this etiquette I wrote down, the dating etiquette. It is listening. So one of the etiquettes, I'm just going to go over it really quickly. Back to everybody. So salute to everybody that's coming through. I'm resetting the room. But this is just, etiquette. Happy lost it. Is chivalry dead? I read the definitions of what chivalry means, what etiquette means. I'm not going to really go over that again. You guys could look it up. But just know that chivalry, it's not our word. It's their word that they wrote back in medieval time. But it had to do with spirit and religion. So you were right. You harped on Maybach some of the things that I had talked about earlier. I don't really want to say touch, because that word is so like weird nowadays. Like I don't. That's how we talk. Like I touched on, it's like, ooh, you touched. So I got to use my Webster dictionary language and use other words. But cosmology said something there in regards to listening, right? And so in that dating realm, and even not so much dating, it could be, if you're with somebody, but it's not being rude. It's listening to them, being polite, not over talking the other person. Sometimes you need to be more of the listener than the speaker, because that's how you're going to learn who you're dealing with. I, sit back and listen a little bit more than I speak. And then they think that I'm boring because I don't talk that much, but all the while I'm paying attention to you. I'm paying to everything that you're saying, good and bad.
You're observing, correct.
Observing, right. So what else do we have here? Cosmology says, don't make your partner your only priority, right? Because you'll get lost in the sauce.
Correct. That's a fact. That's definitely a fact.
And then Chris says, his mother told him, if a woman doesn't see your plan, she is not for you. And Pops told me women have no patience and they can't see beyond. Yeah, some women are just the ride or die. They'll be like, all right, this didn't work out. We're still here. We're still doing it.
Correct.
Voodoo says touch. Oh man, that song was dope.
But see, that's the thing though, too. If you're really into somebody, you will actually try to make it work instead of just, you know what I'm saying? At least if you try, there's a lot of people that break up and they don't, try to make it work. It was just like, for whatever reason, I'm done. It's over. I'm moving on.
There is a level of patience, I would have to say your dad has some wisdom there, Chris. I don't want to take away from Pops. because that's with anybody though. Like some people just have a low threshold for the tolerance, the amount of BS that they're going to put up with. And it may not be BS, but there's some BS to it. And then there's some people who just, it takes them a while to get their life in order. You know, with any relationship, especially if somebody is the most the dominant force in the relationship, you know, you're not going to meet somebody that, if you are, okay, that's a blessing. That's kind of like the same mind frame, the same goals, you know, go-getter as you. Excuse me. I don't know what the hell's going on over here with me. But anyway, don't shock.
Meaning somebody who shares similar interests. Correct.
Right. But
same goals, ambitions, stuff like that.
So, okay, good. I like what Chris said here. Chivalry is dead. A man can be a gentleman and still get yelled at. So that's what I'm asking. Like, is chivalry really dead?
Well, it depends on the person. It's just, it's like I watched this show where this female gets she gets women from IG to come on her live show. She does it Mondays and Wednesdays, and it was a physicist or some kid who was going to school to be some top-notch engineer, and automatically the chick just like, he didn't even say a lot of words. He probably got like 5 words in, and she was like, "No, I'm all set." And then she was like, "No, you didn't like him?" She's like, "No, I know what I want," and stuff like that. And I'd be watching this show and I'm like, wow, so this dude's actually doing something with himself. He's about something, but yet you're looking for that specific. Some people are just, like I said, some women, they might be corporate. They want that street guy. You know what I'm saying? They don't want somebody in the same field as them. Or, you know, they looking for, so I just don't know. Like me, if I was on a dating show, and I'm giving everybody the equal opportunity, I got to see where we line up at. But that's just me. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, she didn't even give the dude a chance. Like, she just went off of his appearance and was like, "No, thank you." I'm not saying appearance doesn't mean anything, but it shouldn't be the end all be all. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. That's why I said I lived in Miami, Florida. They got beautiful women all over there. I dated 2 chicks who were models. They could have been on any magazine cover, but like I said, they had no mental capacity. It was like, couldn't hold a conversation. It was all ratchetness. I don't want somebody talking like I talk when I'm with the fellas. I want a woman to be feminine. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't want my, like, if that's the case, come on. Like, what are we doing here? Like, well, I'm hearing some.
There's a time and a place for that, is what I would say.
Yeah. I mean, I was on the train coming from work the other day, and I heard this female talking. I thought it was 2 dudes until I turned around. It was 2 girls calling each other bros. 2 young girls calling each other bros. I don't care what people say. Oh, this is the time. Yeah, I get it. But there's a lot of things we don't have to accept. Right. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to accept it. I mean, it is what it is. But I got a daughter. I'm not going to tell my daughter to talk to another female like her, calling her bro. Like, no. You know, it is what it is. You know? We all different. Correct. Based on life experiences. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good.
Has it up here. Chris is getting spicy out in YouTube streets. He says, "I like how we can talk about men's downfalls, and when it comes to the woman's downfalls, we somehow make it liberating. My son is in trouble." No, that's why I said also in the beginning, Chris, is that we're all accountable for all of this, women and men. I have an issue, as I broke it down earlier. I think Chris is coming in maybe about half an hour after I spoke about, you know, that whole the 60s and the civil rights and the liberating the women, and it's the feminists, and it did a disservice for the grandchildren, which is my age group and younger, where it's this, you know, girl power. Oh, I could do bad by myself. Yeah, I know I could do bad by myself, and I have, but I don't like it there. I need a partner. I don't want, I need. Because it shifts the responsibilities off of one person, and we can work together. Right? But yes, you're right. And it has made these women out here really, you know, thinking they some bad bees, right? Because that's all they're talking about in the videos. I'm a bad bee. I'm a bad bee. And I'm doing this, and I'm by myself, and I'm good. Yeah, okay, sure. But you're going to be lonely.
Correct.
Us humans, we don't like to be lonely. Alone, yes, because that gives us a time to reflect, regenerate.
Correct.
But lonely, you don't want to be lonely.
That's a
So,
fact.
some women who losing Isaiah's in the building. Salute. There's a problem. There's a problem, and we have to train up this generation. I said I have two daughters. In regards to the situation that happened on Friday, it's the mother and the father's responsibility to teach your children, because they're going to learn on the outside. If you're not ready for those discussions, they're going to learn it regardless, and they're going to want to experiment.
Correct.
If you sit down and you speak with them and you let them know the ins and the outs of things, it gives them a different perspective. They might know how to handle themselves when they go out into the world.
Correct.
When your child is old enough, listen, here's the rubber coats. Put it on. For the girls, I might have to get you some, birth control pills. It's a chemical, but you know what? We're all not ready to be having no children. So let's get them prepared that they don't have to then come up with having a situation where they're not ready for them.
Both genders, at the end of the day, to me, I feel like, my opinion, both genders, the female gender and the male gender, we need each other. We need that balance, that perfect balance, whatever you want to call it. Just balance, perfect balance. We need each other. I'm for all empowering women and all that other stuff. But like we already talked about this on your platform. Some of these singers, rappers, whatever, that push that agenda or push that information, that programming. When you look at you're like, oh, she's talking about independent this and independent that, but yet she's married. I didn't even know she was married. Yeah, of course. Remember, we talked about that. All my single ladies, that singer. And she was already in a relationship 5-10 years in already. Right. But acting like she was, by herself. Like, come on, that's what I'm saying. Like,
So losing Isaiah says, what if he has a little carrot? Well, we talked about that just a little while ago too.
I had asked y'all that question. I had asked you and Lotus that question, remember? When we was all on the panel, I said, what if you have a man? Because I took that question from another panel. It was, if you have a man who checks off every check on your list, but yet, like he said, he has his eggplant is small, or he's not doing it. He's not putting the motion in your ocean. What do you do? Do you stay in that and help him? Do you, and I told you, some women that was on that panel said, I shouldn't have to try to teach a man, a grown ass man, what to do, and they're like, I'm going to leave. But we're like, hold on. But he checks off everything on that box for you as a man that you want. So because of that one little X, you're just going to leave. A lot of them said they're going to leave. And some of them was like, no, I'm not going to leave. I'm going to show them. I'm going to tell them. I'm going to have the conversation the best way I can to not, bruise his ego or hurt his ego and stuff like that. It's just like, I've been with some women and that didn't do it for me there. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And if I really wanted to be with the person and I really care about the person, I got to let them know, like, hey, you're really not pleasing me the way I want to. Right. Maybe I'm going to help you next time to do this. Train the person,
Exactly. No, that's definitely what we should be looking at. But some of us are so surface, we're surface visual people that's also that instant gratification. We have to take it back. I also said I wanted to talk on a spiritual level, right? Because some people are out here looking for soulmates and the twin soul and the twin flames and all that stuff. But how do you get right with yourself so that you can receive that person?
Correct. You just said it. The most important thing, you have to be right with yourself.
Right.
And Cosmo is saying the same thing too. Like, even though you're in a relationship, you can't lose yourself as well. You can't lose yourself. You know what I'm saying? You can't make it all about your partner and forget about your needs. That's why I said you have to have your friends, and she has to have her friends. There's days where y'all should be taken apart from each other to get that perfect balance. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. Because at one point it was like that with me and my kids, the mother of my kids. We was together for 13 years, and there was times where we didn't go nowhere. We stuck in the house and this and that. And I had to be like, no, listen, go out with your homegirls. I'm going out with the fellas, and then, you know, we'll come back and,
Yeah.
you know, have a conversation. How was the night with your girls, and this and that and that and this.
Right.
You have to have that sanity. You have to keep that.
Yeah, and not let it consume you. Like some people just want to eat, sleep, breathe that person. It's like, oh, that's obsessive. Chill, relax.
Yeah. See, to me, that's going to cause problems.
Yeah, well, then and those are those telltale signs. I just said, you know, with the representative, like when we go out on these dates, you know, if you're peeping some red flags, you know, sometimes like I'm kind of, again, my own worst enemy, because I always like to try to give the person the benefit of the doubt. And so while I may see some red flags, I'm like, well, maybe, you know, that's the problem, because we start maybing and showing us. DMX said, trust a thief. Trust
to be a thief.
Right.
Yeah, he was on Drink Champ. Listen, I love the way he broke that down.
If
you know Tracy is a scammer,
right,
but yet you got your purse all out in it's your house. You should be able to put your belongings wherever you want. But yet, you know, Tracy be scamming credit cards and stuff like that. Come on. You got to expect her to be herself. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So if you're dealing with a female who has to have multiple, you know, men, you can't think that she's going to only seclude herself to you and you only.
Right.
But like how you said, that was my problem. Wasn't like that. My problem was more, I would put too much of expectations on a human being. And then when I get disappointed, it crushed me. Instead of just going in, I was always told, go in with no expectations. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that.
And that's how I teach my youngest one now, because she's a teenager. So she's coming of that age where the dating thing might, you know, I keep telling her, we have an age time frame of when she could start dating. I was her age when I had her sister. So, you know, I'm like Voodoo said, I'm PTSD when it comes to my childhood and being a teenage mom. It definitely shifted my perspective, where I was so frightened. I was so afraid that if now I have this girl, she's going to, it might happen with her. So I've always been like this drill sergeant to my kids, and kind of just being more, you know, not a helicopter mom, but just being more so like, you know, like, don't do that. Make sure you protect yourself. And when my oldest was of age, we went to the doctor and we got the birth control. Like, I'm trying to prevent them from being what I was. And not that was a bad thing, but damn it, you know, you're 15. You still should be having fun. You're a kid. You're a freshman in high school. What are you doing? So, you know, I was very afraid with them. So, you know, we have these conversations now, and we have preventative solutions, so that, you know, no one's going to come out getting, you know, being a parent just yet. So a cosmology says, don't confuse sex with love. Some people, you know, if somebody puts it on you, you might be, might happen. Okay. Let's see. Lotus says, you have to pick a partner wisely who is on the same vibration. Yeah. So we don't draw toxic relationships we don't want. Yeah. That is true. The thing is, though, people, like, you got some real good people out here who put their representative up, the false person. It's almost hard to weed them out, because they might talk like, you know, they might say certain key words that are like, ooh, how do you know about that? You know what I mean? Like, they'll be on that same mind frame. And then lo and behold, they just, you know, they just hoodwinked you, because that's not what they're about. Know your needs and speak. A relationship is not a guessing game. Happiness is a choice with or without a partner. Absolutely. Yeah. And at the end of the day, that's what it boils down to. But while you're, you know, if you are in a relationship or you are back in the dating scene or whatever, it's these little nuances. It's the etiquette. It's the chivalry, right? We just found out what the word chivalry is, or maybe you knew about it, but its root is coming from this medieval time, and they were talking about knights. So this is where that we get this whole notion of knights in shining armor. Oh, this knight is going to save you. No, you got to save yourself. The chivalry is, or the etiquette would be, if a man is opening the door for a woman, it's not necessarily that he's trying to pick her up, get a date going. He's just being respectful. And women, we should receive some of these gestures that the men do without. I mean, yes, you have to keep your guard up, because there are some thirsty men out here that are like, oh, she's gorgeous. Let me, help her this, or let me do that. And, they're trying to whatever. And that's what makes some women shut down from the menfolk, because you got a lot of guys out here that are just like wolves. The drool is coming down. They see a beautiful woman, or they just see any woman. She may not be visibly beautiful, but she could be, body wise, and they're like, ooh, I need to talk to her. Let me go help her carry these packages, or let me go open that door for her. And then it's like this thirstiness coming through, and it's like, no, you know what? I can open the door myself. So there's this thin line between our etiquette between each other, that it's like we shouldn't be, we shouldn't have to think, oh, this guy is, just doing this because he wants to talk to me. It should be that he's doing it to be a gentleman, and that's that.
Yeah, and generally, it's so funny. I'm glad that you brought that up. I did that last week. I was feeling myself. I woke up having a great day. I was feeling good. I was on a high vibration, frequency,
you were
everything.
In the reading then.
I go to Dunkin' D's, and I see, I turned around. I happened to see two beautiful women. Like I said, I had the money, so I made a nice gesture, and they thought there was a catch behind it. I was like, yeah, the guy was like, yeah, you gave me too much money for your coffee. I was like, no, whatever they ordering, I'm giving you the money for them. And the woman was like, oh no, we all set this and that. I said, no, I'm gonna pay for y'all. They thought there was a catch behind it. Yeah. Or I was trying, like you just said, trying to holler at them. And I was just, like I said, I was in a good mood, just trying to do a genuine
forward, really.
Exactly. I was just trying to do a good deed and be, genuine. I wasn't doing it for, oh, let me do this and see if I could get one of their numbers. No, I wasn't even on that. Like I said, I was just feeling good. My son was graduating, so it was before I went down to his school. Like I said, let me stop and get a cup of coffee. You know what I'm saying? To calm myself down, whatever. Because like I said, I couldn't even sleep. I was happy. I'm like, yeah, my son's graduating from K2. He's going into first grade. I couldn't even sleep. So like I said, I was just on a high frequency, just trying to do some good deed. So they took it. They took the coffee, and they took donut or bake or whatever they got. And they was like, oh, we was skeptical because, a lot of men, when, if they do something like that, it's something behind it. I said, well, I don't know about other men. I could just tell you, sweetheart, I'm feeling good. I have the money. I'm just trying to do a good deed. And this is genuine. It's from my heart. And they hugged me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm pretty sure, like, when they got in the car, they was like, yeah, maybe if we didn't say nothing, he probably would have asked us for our phone number. I don't know what their conversation was, but I had to let them know, like, no, I'm not doing this for anything in return. I'm just doing this because I want to do it, but it's funny.
So you just gave a solution, because I'm like, all right, well, so yeah, we're talking about the issues, but what is a solution moving forward? And it's hard. And I just said, there's no one right answer. There's no one size fits all. There's no cookie cutter answers or solutions. It's just, it's hard to break what, especially for girls. Men don't really, very rarely will a woman go up to a man and start, talking to him and, ooh, I like you, right? It's usually the men folk that will see a woman or a young lady's body and their face, and they're like, that, because men are visual, right? Instinctively.
Yep. That's a fact.
So we're talking biology now. I'm not trying to be bashing men, women, nothing. We're talking.
No, that's a fact. Men fall in love with what they see.
No, as well. Like, it's not. I'm not talking. Blasting the man. I'm just saying that is the fact that they see visually, and that makes them want to approach a woman and talk to a woman.
Correct.
But a woman's not ready to receive that. That can come off a certain kind of creepy, you know,
What does he
vibe.
want? Yeah, what does he want?
Yeah,
Is he,
you
yeah,
don't know if
exactly.
you're being a predator to you, and so
Correct.
women
Correct.
naturally have to have this guard up. And you just gave us an example, Maybach, that yeah, that's what happens. We're kind of like, well, what's the deal? What's the, you know, what's the
What's the
end goal?
catch?
What's the
Yeah,
catch?
what's the catch?
And you just like you say, you're on some high frequency, high vibration. Like, yo, if I could do the whole damn store, I'd give it to them. You know,
Exactly.
and
Facts.
so that's what we have to. It's hard because again, how do you know that this person? It's a weird dynamic, but we have to kind of shift our love language around. And when I say love language, it's not just a sexual, but it really is, you know, like you just said, you were loving your moment, you were
Correct.
feeling good, and
Correct.
you wanted to share a little bit that with somebody else.
Correct.
So we have to like change up certain our frequency. You
Correct.
know, you know, our diet plays an important part of that. You know, because your mind is not so corrupted, and what you eat plays an effect and role on you. Also what you're watching, you know, because we're watching these I don't watch them, but most people are watching these type of you know, dating you know, Lifetime and all that kind of garbage, and you know,
Hmm.
Atlanta Housewives and all this stuff that's not the right, you know,
Correct.
vibe of what a relationship looks like. You
Correct.
know, a healthy relationship partnership.
Correct.
And so we have to shift that.
Correct.
How does that start? Well, it also starts with changing our diet. Stop,
Correct.
you know, not only just with the food, but with our eyes. If we're not watching certain things and we're like listening to some meditative music,
Hmm.
you know, just taking a little time out for ourselves to you know, reflect, right? It
Hmm.
shifts, and then you're not going to have this predatorial you know, vibe. But you know, you don't know, there could be people in disguise. Like I said, somebody could be saying the right keywords to you, and you might be,
Right.
it might sound good, and they're vibing with you, and then you start peeling back some layers and like, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. I thought you
Hmm.
were going on some love and light. You really a
Yeah.
sadist, a masochist, some kind of devil worshiper, some shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, for real. No, I read off of what you said earlier. I read a book that was it's a relationship book, and it was saying that women fall in love with what they hear, and men fall in love with what they see.
Mm-hmm.
Off of what you was talking about when you said you're not bashing
Yeah.
men, it's like scientific. It was
Right.
kind of like off of that. It was saying we tend to fall in love, like you said. It's more like, you know, basically
Mm-hmm.
saying, yeah, whether we fall in love or lust over what we see. Not to say the women don't fall in love with what they see either,
Yeah.
but it's
Right.
more
Right.
like
Right.
you said, oh, I never
Scientifically.
heard this before. He's
Mm-hmm.
serenading me with his words right now. You know what I'm saying? It's
I
kind of
love
like,
serenading.
huh? You know what I'm
I said
saying? It's kind of
I
like
love
being Keith
serenading.
Sweat. Yeah, I
Love it.
just like saying that word. You know, it's like singing
I
to
love
a woman and
serenading. Right.
you know you get her in a trance, like you possess her mind. Yeah, come home with me, and next thing you know, she's following you because you're
Mm-hmm.
saying all the right things that maybe.
Right.
And that's another thing too. I wanted to say that earlier because when you were saying something, it was making me think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I'm not loving myself, there is no possible way that I can think that I'm gonna get into a relationship and love someone else. If I'm still suffering from trauma and I'm not healed over that trauma, insecurities, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
I still have some selfishness and all of this other stuff. There is no possible way that I think I can get into a relationship and
Right.
give this woman all the things that she needs from
Right.
me. So that's another thing. People need to
Mm-hmm.
heal themselves. You know what I'm saying? Get right, like you said, line yourself up. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Accordingly,
Tupac
however.
said it and keep your head up. He said it's time to be real with ourselves.
Correct.
You know, when he's talking about they'll have a race of babies that hate the ladies that make the babies. It's time to be.
Correct. Correct. Yes.
He said this.
Yes.
And it's still like on deaf ears because now it's even worse because we have the boys doing, you know, all this drill songs, and then the
Mhm.
girls talking WAP.
Correct.
There is no Keith Sweat, make it last forever. You know,
Correct.
nobody's really making mixtapes or remember back in the days I used to make
Hmm.
the my little mixtape or something with like the romantic songs and give it to the
Yeah,
guy.
fact.
You know what I'm saying?
Or
Like,
you got your fast, you got your hip hop on side A, and then side B
yeah,
was, you know, the slow jams and all of that.
right,
Like you said, there is no balance anymore. There's no songs or singers telling you to love your woman, you know,
right.
treat her like a queen or empress.
You don't like
You know,
me,
it's more like, oh,
dream.
take his money. You know, the females, it's more like, yeah,
Right,
get ours. It's our turn now to just, you know, F them and leave them, you know,
right.
hit and run and all. And it's like, what? And this is what
Yeah.
you're promoting. Like I said, I swear to God, a friend of mine, a female friend of mine, sent me the video and was like, "You always talk about this." So she sent me the link. I look at it. It was Cardi B playing WAP, and her
Mm-hmm.
daughter walks in and she
Oh,
shut the song off. She was on IG, and people were like, "Oh, why you shut it off?"
saw
She's
that.
like, "I don't let my daughter listen to my song." Like, that's
I
not telling
saw
you
that.
something. So hold on. So the music is good for my daughter and your
Right.
daughter, but it's not good for your own daughter. And this is what I'm saying. That's why my kids do not know what rap is. My son will be 6 in August. My daughter's 4. They do not know what rap is. They damn sure know who Sam Cooke is. They know Michael Jackson
Right.
is the greatest of all time. They know
Mhm.
Prince. They know these songs that I'm playing, soulful music, the feel good music. That's a
Right.
whole different frequency than the
Mm.
frequency of the music now. You
Come
understand what
on.
I'm saying? Now, of course, when they get older and they want to listen to rap, that's on
Right.
them. But as far as right now, I'm giving, like they said, you are what you eat.
Yes.
You become whatever you consume. Whether that's like you just said
Right.
earlier, if you're
Right.
watching something on TV, think about it. It's like a woman who is in a relationship, but yet she's asking her homegirl who can't keep a man for advice. Oh, what should I do with Tyrone? I don't know, girl. Why are you asking that, girl? Who can't even keep a man? You're asking her for advice? Or you're married and you're asking a single woman for advice? That makes no sense. We're like in a time where things is asinine. Like the truth is
Right.
lies now. The lies become the truth. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? We're just in those type of times. We're in these gloomy, dark days or whatever. The revelation time, the end of
Right.
time. We're in these times. That's why I said you still can maneuver yourself through
Yeah.
these avenues. It's all about you and the vibration and frequency that you on. You know what I'm saying? I'm far from perfect, but I damn sure want my kids to be perfect.
Yeah. But what you're doing again is a solution, right? Because that's the parents are the first teachers. We can't really go
Correct.
the school and da, 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 and they teaching my kids this, that, and the third. I posted on somebody's platform, not on IG, on their IG page. You know, we going to their school's person. You know, like so. Say you go to Washington, George Washington School, right? The name of the school, and I'm like, well, my
Mm-hmm.
daughter went to an activist named Fannie Lou.
Mm-hmm.
So there, and so this guy's like, oh well, you shouldn't be proud of that because the education system is still theirs. And I'm like, listen, I know, but it's the parents' responsibility too if you want to take it there.
Correct.
So while I'm saying it's the lady who posted it was you talking about putting our children in these colonizers' school names of the schools.
Mm-hmm.
You should be teaching your children from Jump Street anyway.
Correct.
Doesn't matter if they go to a colonizer name school or if they go to an activist name school. It doesn't matter. Yes, the system period is the same academia
Correct.
that they're giving us. They're giving our children. But if we're teaching them at home, like you censor what your children are watching, and they're young enough that you can mold and shape their mind. So when they do get a certain age, their thought process is different.
Exactly. Because the kids spend the most time with their parents and the teachers. Right. Those are the two people that they spend the most time with. And like you said, it always starts at home. Yes. It always starts at home. Now if you send your daughter to school and she's acting a fool, that's not to say you're not involved in her life. She chooses to be a fool at school, but that's not what you're telling her at home. Right. You don't tell her to go to school and be the class clown. You get what I'm saying? But society will always say, oh, where's the mother? Where's the dad? They always want to, but it's like, I didn't raise my daughter to be rude. I taught her from day one to be respectful. She chose to do that. You get what I'm saying? And that's the point that I wanted to make. It's like people are talking about this gun stuff. They can pass all the laws in the world. Is that going to stop crime? You get what I'm saying? It's like people that get behind the wheel and crash, right? And kill somebody. Do anybody rant and say, well, we need to stop making Fords. We need to stop mass producing vehicles because somebody got drunk behind the wheel. You get what I'm saying? So people, this is what I'm saying. People got to start thinking logically. stop going with the crowd. Stop following what sounds good to you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's like RIPs now. RIP means nothing now. People are just, it's a fad to people. Yeah, it's just like you said, thank you. It's a hashtag now. People are not really saying my condolences to you. Anybody can say RIP. Do you really mean it? Just like I can say to you, I love you. Yo, I love you. And then I turn around and I'm telling Lotus that I love her.
Right.
Because I obviously I don't mean it's just words. That's why I said I never paid attention to people's words. I pay attention to the action. The action to me holds more weight than what the person is saying. Because if it doesn't match up, it just doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh, you love me, but yet I'm hurting you.
Right.
I just cheated for the sixth time.
Or somebody says that they're sorry and they keep saying that they're sorry or they apologize, but they haven't changed their behavior so that they don't do the same thing all over again.
I'm glad you brought that up. My father had to teach me that. Well, both of my parents had to teach me that. An apology and I'm sorry is two different things. An apology means I apologize, but that means that I might do it again. But now when you say I'm sorry, you're supposed to be very sincere and you really mean it. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's too sorry and it's two different things.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like you tell, it's just like it's just like me telling you I love you or yo, Foxy, I'm in love with you. It's two different things.
Right.
It's two different things. You can have love for somebody, and how many people say they love somebody and they cheat? Oh, I've been married with her for 20 years, but yet you're cheating on her.
Right.
But baby, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, baby. I love you.
Yes.
I love you. Come on.
Right.
So, yeah.
So I'm just going to read a few comments. Voodoo says the curriculum breeds toxicity. Yeah. Correct. So you have to match that with what you're teaching your children. It's almost like it's a disservice because you send them out there for 8 hours, or those who are homeschooled, that's better. Yep. But those who can't, or for whatever reason they can't, you know, so now you have to unlearn them from what they learn and teach them when they come back home. And then it's a vicious cycle.
Yep, facts.
Lotus says more times than often, we teachers and social media are to the responsibility of taking care of home. Yeah. Especially when they're young.
She had a good one too earlier. She had a good one too when you were speaking earlier too, about, I think, when she's in a relationship. I forgot what it was about, but it was a good one as well too.
Voodoo says when they tell me I'm sorry, I'd be like, I know. Voodoo's being spicy today. What is going on? Oh, we got the new moon. We got a new moon in Cancer, and we're in Cancer season. So shout out to the Cancers.
Oh, quick question. This is off topic. Yeah. How is Cancers and Libras?
So Cancers can get along with pretty much everybody in relationship wise because that's that maternal, but it can be a hit or miss with the Cancer and the Libra because Cancers are more like introverts while Libras are like extroverts and they like to shake and move and do things, and Cancers are kind of like the homebody. Not that they don't make moves and stuff, but you know, sexually, yeah, because the Cancers can be on the low, you know, they're on the low, but Libras are very extrovert when it comes to that sexual stuff. So it can work in that respect as well. But I had an experience. Listen, the Libras, get off my line, get off my feet now. Talking about Libras, I have my issues with Libras.
We know you. Make sure you say it on every live.
A Libra hurt my heart. A Libra was a bully to me. And I'm talking about men. The women folk, I have one. She's my best friend since 6th grade. We still talk. We're not as close because you know life happens and stuff like that. But and she moved out of the yes, Cancer season. My Yaya's here. This is my other Cancer. But they have a good communication. Like Cancers, that's why I said Cancers can pretty much like adapt with anybody. But you know, that's a kind of a 50-50 deal, Maybach, I would say. Hit or miss. And it depends on, you know, the upbringing, depends on the type of person. It's not just the sign. But yeah. Cancers are having fun this month. Yes, we are. And being moody. I told you I woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. Please don't talk to me. Please don't ask about anything right now. I'm not ready to get up. We have a new moon in Cancer. We're in Cancer season. Facts on Libras. Voodoo's a Libra.
Hold on. Voodoo's a Libra?
I think Voodoo, are you a Libra? Right? Is Voodoo a Libra?
Well, you already know I'm Libra gang, October 15, baby.
Libra and Haitian. I'm like, oh, that's a double whammy. And
hold on, don't be talking about Haiti now. Don't be talking about Haitians.
Listen, I love me some Haitians. I told you this. I love me some Haitians.
Mm-hmm.
Me and a Haitian, we thought we were Romeo and Juliet. We were gonna run away together. I love me some Haitians.
Yeah,
and he was like the dark, like he looked like a little tribe man from Virginia. The first Libra that I fell in love with, or that I thought I was in love with, I was a kid though. They're Caribbean. He's Caribbean. So yeah, I got my Caribbean and Libra folk. The other one that was a bully, he's Puerto Rican. Yeah,
that's a bully.
I keep messing with these. Scorpio. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I didn't think you were a Libra. Mm-hmm.
Oh, my brother's November 5th. He's a Scorpio.
That's a Scorpio. Yeah.
Those are the serenaders right there. From all the mother of his kids, my brother, he got 4. They all was serenaded by him.
Here goes another Scorpio. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Here goes another Scorpio. I don't know. Yeah, well, they're water signs. So yeah, me and my husband were definitely big on sending music to each other. He sent me a mix DVD, not a DVD. Yeah, no, not DVD, CD. That he put together, and it was like Faith Evans on there, like all these love songs and stuff. So yeah, I think it's water signs because we're emotional. We are in tune with that's why I said like the water signs and Cancers especially, where we can be adaptable to any other of the signs. But the key ones that we are supposed to be ideal with are Pisces. Who is it? I think it's Gemini. Libra, I believe this, like Libra and Gemini might be Capricorn and Taurus. So we do well with those signs specifically. But we can, make it work with others as well. But yeah, I kind of believe, and I got this from my master teacher, which is my mother, in regards to dating. But that's how I kind of got into learning about astrology and stuff, because she had this book of the signs, the sun signs being matched up together. That's how I was reading about me and this Libra. And I'm like, ooh, it's like hit or miss. It could happen and it didn't happen. And then I was like, why don't you love me the way I love you? I'm outside the window with the radio, like, no, I'm just playing. But I'm not gonna lie.
When I was younger, I didn't really know what I want. I thought I did. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I do see this is the difference too. You kind of touched up on it, and you had a show about it where we talked about it. We can be flirtatious, but sometimes we're just giving general conversation, and that person might take it as, oh yeah, girl, he was holding me up. He was trying to holler. And the conversation could have just been like about different colors. And you know what I'm saying? You know how somebody takes the information the wrong way because they want to seem bigger. I don't know. Men have done it. Yo, I seen you talking to Foxy, man. What was she saying? Oh, she was saying she wants to holler at me. And the conversation could have been about Back to the Future. You know what I'm saying? Like men, we do that. We over exaggerate, and females do that. It could have been general conversation, but we want to hype it up and make it seem like it's much more. That was the little issue that I know when I was a teenager, that some, female that I dated, they said I was too flirtatious. And it was just like, no, I was only flirting for us to get a discount on our sneakers, sweetheart. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get a discount on this TV. I feel like she can knock off 150 or use her store credit. That's why I wasn't trying to really get at her. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm like that. I'm like that sometimes. It's not really, you're just being nice, but it could look flirtatious.
Like, why would I? Let's be honest. We're there with our partners. We're holding hands, whatever the case may be, being affectionate. And you think I'm gonna disrespect you to your face? Come on now. Right. Like, you know what I'm saying? For real.
Right. So Voodoo says he's not compatible.
Compatible. I was told with me, I would, and I've got like this from different tarot readers, at least 5 of them that said, and you touched up on it, and I'm gonna highlight what you said. In order for the signs to work, the signs that we're compatible with, it has to both of them have to be sun, or both of them have to be moon. They cannot be opposites. That's one I've been told. Second, I've been told Libra's compatibility is Gemini, and that's always funny. I always laugh because my kid's mother's a Gemini. We've been together for 13 years. Wow. Gemini, Aquarius, and Sagittarius, I was told. Those are my 3 compatibility signs. But I've dated a lot of Virgos, though, in my lifetime. More Virgos than any sign. And Virgos are similar to Libras. With strong personality, no one wants to back down. If I'm right, I have to let her know that, no, you're wrong and I'm right. I don't like to say the word humble, but we don't like to compromise. Yeah, I'll use the word compromise.
I know. Oh, you don't have to tell me about Libra. Compromise is like, what?
It's either our way or the highway.
Libras are very much so the me type of person. And that doesn't fly well too much with me because I'm a Cancer and I am a me, my way or the highway type of person.
Yeah, I'm like that too. I'll say to a certain extent, I'm like that. You know what I'm saying?
So salute to all the Cancers. Cosmology Bay's birthday's coming up too.
He's Cancer, right? July 8th. That's Cancer?
Yeah, that's Cancer.
Okay.
Yeah. Cosmology Bay, it would make sense because he's another one that's like father, so Cancers, men and women, I can say are pretty much the same. That's the mother of the zodiac. So they're the nurturers. Even if it's a father, he's nurturing. Because I always, he has pictures with him and his daughter. Another father figure that I see out there that's doing it. So salute to those fathers, Maybach, Cosmology Bay, that are very involved and active in their children's lives. Regardless of the situation, you still show that for the most part, the melanated fathers are very so much involved with, and I grew up that way. So I'm like, I don't know what these people are talking about, but I understand that there are, there's a stigma that, there's deadbeat dads and stuff. And I'm like, there are.
And we're not celebrated enough because look at our day. My father did
right now. I'm digging. That's why I'm doing this because
I'm not talking. You always saluted me. I can't say you never did. I appreciate you and will always love you for that. And that's another thing too. When you was commenting on Chris's comment, I meant to say that too on your platform. As far as from day one, you've always kept it straight down the middle. You've never been more to the women and belittling the men. I can never, ever say that about you. You always uplift both sides. And if you do have certain opinions, you always keep it reserved to yourself. You know what I'm saying? But as far as what you put out, I always can say you always called it straight down the middle. You know what I mean?
I try to, but I do appreciate and love my menfolk.
Yeah.
Because you just said that we're not celebrated enough. And that's why I sway towards the menfolk.
Yep.
Because they're not, especially the fathers. Like my dad was active and my dad's still active.
Facts. Mine was too. I grew up with both of my parents.
Yeah, I did. But they got a divorce. But like my dad was the one that showed me like how to properly wipe myself as a little girl.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Yeah, but my dad was big on cleanliness. He's like, if I came from upstairs outside, he's like, "Oh, you smell like the streets. Go take a shower."
Correct.
Talking about being. I was a little girl. I'm talking about I smell like outside. You smell like a farm animal. Go wash yourself up. Right. Yep. My mom's just did the homework and she cooked here and there. But my father, same thing with my grandfather. He was the one that cooked, cleaned, and I'm talking about get on his knees and scrub the floors type cleaning. He would sew my grandmother's clothes up. She said, all I had to do was wash the kids, do the homework, and put them to bed. Same thing with my great grandfather. He took care of his children. So I don't see I have too many men in my life, even my uncles that are there with their children, that they might be a little bit more of the parenting skills than the other parent. Doesn't take away from that parent.
Correct.
But
Correct.
the men folk in
Correct.
my life have
Correct.
always been, if not more than the mother, they've been like the dominant force in my life.
And plus we're both Caribbean.
Well, yeah, and
You know?
that's a different thing as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I'm American Haitian,
American boy. Yeah.
but
But
my upbringing, you would have thought I was living in Haiti the way my parents like raised me and my siblings. Yo, Chris is funny. He said Virgos are sneaky.
Yes.
Yo, listen, he's not. Well, I can't say he's not lying, but the one that I've dated, my second longest relationship was 6.5 years, and that was with a Virgo. Let me tell you, you know how they say the eyes is the window to our souls?
Yeah.
She would look past my soul and was telling me that she was not cheating when I knew and everybody else knew. You know what I'm saying? Like God knew her. You know what I mean? Yeah, and she was looking. Yeah, exactly. She was like, oh my God, I don't even want to be reminded by that woman. But
so Aquarius all day. Yeah, my rising is Aquarius, so I am first house.
What month is Aquarius again?
They're the end of January, beginning of February.
Okay, so January 16 is Aquarius?
No, that's Capricorn.
That's Capricorn? Okay, that's my youngest sister. She's a Capricorn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Capricorns are the father sign to the Cancer. So they're very nurturing and in tune with family. Like they're big with family.
Yes, my little sister, listen, she invited me over for Father's Day. She was like, come over, your brother-in-law's is gonna be here. And it was a great time. Like if she didn't do that, it would have been boring for me. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
you know?
That's a Capricorn. No.
What do you say? Virgos are hard workers.
And prone to cheating.
Yeah. Like I said, I could only really speak on that one, but we was teenagers. I'm not making an excuse for that for her. We was young and dumb and full of it. You know what I mean? So
Chris says, I said Cancers are very headstrong. Yes, they are. And they love to be. Cancers are not followers. Nope, we're sure not. So
you know what, too?
Cardinal sign. That's why.
The reason why I asked you this is because, not to put it out there too much, but I've been speaking to one. She lives in your state. Mm-hmm. We've been talking for, I want to say, close to a year.
Is she in the city or is she like upstate?
No, she's in the city. She's in the city.
You got a tough one there, boy.
Listen, yes. So she has one child. Her daughter is 6 years old. The father died. No, excuse me. She has two. She has this older son. He lives in Florida. He's in college, and her daughter is 6. And her daughter's father passed away last year.
Oh wow!
And that's how me and her started talking. We've known each other off of a YouTuber's platform. Yeah. So when that happened to her, I ended up emailing her, try to help her through that, whatever have you. And then we just got close and we've been kicking it ever since. We get along perfectly and everything. She's kind of like, we share a lot of things in common, and she's a bull. She's a bull. That's why I was asking about the Cancer, because she's very headstrong.
Yeah,
very headstrong.
That used to get me. It still kind of gets me in trouble because I've always been very headstrong. Cancers are the cardinal signs of the water. There's the cardinal mute. That's what I needed Lotus to help me out with. Lotus couldn't finish the live with me last week, but I forgot the name. It's not, how it's for Lotus. It's cardinal, mutable, and fixed. What is that called? It's not elements, but anyway, each of the signs, they're clumped together by 3. So you got 3 water signs. I'll use them as an example. And in the 3 water signs, Cancer is the cardinal. So they are the leaders. They are that head. They will plow down the road so that make room for the cars to come through.
Yeah.
Kind of like a bull, kind of like a Taurus.
Yeah.
And it can be their own downfall because they are so headstrong. It's like they don't really see, they kind of just keep going. And it becomes like my way or the highway kind of thing. And and I've always got in trouble in school. I always, was the hard-headed, my mom's getting in trouble, just getting beat spanked because I'm, like, why? I'm questioning her, like, what do you mean?
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
like, who are you talking to? So, yeah.
You was a rebel. You was a rebel.
Yeah, and then I have Aquarius to come to find out that I have Aquarius in my first house. So that's who I am on the outside. And it's like, Aquariuses are the rebels. They don't conform with rules. They, kind of move to their own beat. So I definitely, and then I have the Taurus as my moon sign. So I'm really like just kind of.
You're one of the ones that I've really heard break it down like that. And that's what's making me more understanding like who I am too, because the way the horoscope and all of that is basically given to us. It's like, oh, you're born on this month, this day, then you're just Libra. And we think that we're Libra, but like you said, it all it's deeper than that. Like, when the sun came out, what time you were born, maybe what was going on at that time. Like I said, we both was born in 76. You know what I'm saying? And I recently had to ask my mom's, and she said I was born at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. So that lets me know, okay, yeah, I'm a sun sign. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. But yet,
so you can go to like Astrology Cafe, and when you put in that time, it shows you what your moon is. It shows you what your rising is, where your Venus is. So it does. We're layered. And does this work in a relationship? Yeah, and some people. I had somebody ask me, well, if I give you my time, are you going to use what I told you against me? And I'm like, no, I just need to figure you out. And I think that we need to.
Why would you use it against them?
Because it's like, oh, you're this is.
Yeah, like you're just going to go on an attack. Like, I'm going to attack.
No, I'm using it so I can better understand who you are. Like, you're not just this sun sign. You are what your moon is, what your rising is, because your rising is what you show to the people outside. Your moon is your emotions. Your Venus, it is the 4 cardinals, right? Okay. Your Venus is your love sign, your love planet. Your Mercury is about communication. So wherever those signs are, lets you kind of know a little bit more, also what your life path number is. If I'm a life path 4. I'm the foundation, the builder, master 22. So, when we get to know each other and get a little more intimate, we can, ask these questions to the person that we're dealing with. Because trust me, astrology, astronomy, and numerology are the foundations and fundamentals that we need in relationship. Because, but besides whatever happened in the person's life as well, like I don't take away, if the person was traumatized or neglected as a child. I'm not going to be like, oh, that was your Cancer rising. Yeah. But I understand that astrology, astronomy, and numerology play an effect.
No, it does. But that's one thing I never seen you do is stomp your feet and said, you have to live your life off of what you know what I'm saying? The information. That's one thing I can say. I've never heard you promote that. Yeah, you like people just need to take everything like it's a grain of salt. Right. You know what I'm saying? Just do research at the end of the day.
Yeah. And that's why I put Lotus will put down sometimes. I'll put in the chat. You guys go to these websites, to get the better understanding about things and yourself. I'm always being a student and a student of myself. I went to Germinator, where you Gematria, where you type in your name, and you find out what number is associated with your name, and then it gives you a list of people and events that you're associated with, and then I come to find out my name is linked with Lassane Parish Crooks, which is AKA Tupac Shakur. I was like, oh my God, I was, so it's like, first of all, learn yourself, study yourself. Right. You can't go into a relationship, or you can. But see, this is the blessing that I have because of my master teacher, which is my mother, that she had astrology books in the house. And this is how I got to learn this stuff because my mom was big into that.
And every civilization used it because there was no clocks. So they had to use the sun and moon to determine what season and, all this other stuff. That's why the Mayans and all of them, they all use it. So that's why I be telling people, if every civilization has a story that is similar but just different names, obviously you have to take it like, okay, this has to, you know what I'm saying? It's like talking about every Native American tribe talks about some form of Bigfoot, whether it's, they call it Bigfoot, Yeti, whatever the name is. So how much of a myth can it be? If each of these I can't even say the word now. Exactly. Whether it's UFOs, all of that other stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. But people, listen, like my father always said, you can't try to convince people to believe stuff because people believe lies. You want to know. You want to know exactly what it is or not. It's just like you could tell me, well, Maybach, she, she's cheating on you. No, I want to know if she's really cheating. I don't want to believe that she's not cheating. I want to know. That's another thing. I'm learning that believe is a whole different thing. Believe and knowing is two different things. Because people believe in religion, people believe in cults, people believe in lies. You know what I'm saying? And all this other stuff. You want to know what it is and what it's not. That's a whole different thing.
Yeah, and that's the truth. So we have to unlearn, like Voodoo says, we unlearn to relearn, because that's what we've been conditioned with for so many centuries, called cheaters. That we gotta decalcify our pineal gland to learn different the way things were of the past, and incorporate that into this future. And so astrology, astronomy, and numerology will never fade away because it's been there for the dawn of time. It's going to be there till the dusk of time. Like, it's just going to be there.
Like math.
But we have to kind of, and then we have to debunk, because we'll hear, oh, that's devilment. They're doing astronomy, they're doing astrology. I'm like, no, our forefathers did this. Your forefathers did that. How is that devil worshiping if that's just science for us? It's navigating. It's learning the lay of the land by using the celestial system.
Correct.
We got Chris getting in here real spicy. He says, hold up now. Aquarius is what? He says, Aquarius are not stubborn. Some of us can be nonchalant. We don't like to pressure. Yeah. That's what it is. They don't like to be pressured. Aquarius in my life have been nonchalant. Yeah, they're because the Aquarius people are like, they like to be involved in things, but then they like to play the cut. It's like, all right, because they're the humanitarians of the zodiac. So they are about, for the people, by the people, with the people. But then it's like, all right, I did what I needed to do. Let me step back. Let me fall back. So they're I can definitely understand an Aquarius because they're weird that way. My Aquarius is in rising. So I'm like, I don't really like going to hang out all the time and being in family functions. Like, sometimes I want to be it and sometimes I don't. I'm like, I like to be by myself. I like to just chill. My home is, but that's a Cancer thing as well. Like, my home is my sanctity. So I love being at home.
Same here.
I can't wait to take off my clothes and chill and put on my PJs and just zone out in my house. Like, I'm happy. I'm my happiest when I'm home. Yeah. Some people can't. Some people get antsy. They get bored. They need to be outside.
Exactly. Yeah.
I like the alone time, not the loneliness. I like the alone time.
Yeah, like you said, there is a difference.
Yes.
Being alone and lonely is two different things. See, that's why I said we share a lot of similarities because when I was growing up, I was very stubborn. Like, out of all my siblings, like I said, I'm the black sheep. I'm the one, I was told, oh, yeah, you sneaking girls in the house. My brother never tried it. My sisters never tried to bring anybody, to the crib. I did a lot of stuff because, once again, my parents sheltered us. So it was a lot of stuff that I saw my sisters and my brother couldn't do. And I'm like, well, when I turned 16, when I turned 18, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. So I did a lot, like you said, oh, you told me go left, I went right. You told me to go right, I went left. So I was that. And my father, that he was the first person I heard say it in the French term, not the English term, but French Creole term. A hard head makes a soft ass. He's the first one.
They always said that to me.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And stuff. And then I was told, oh, you just have a problem with authority figures, or you just have a problem with people telling you what to do. That was part of it and stuff. You know what I'm saying? That, like you said, same mix. I could be in between a crowd within the same minute. my mood can shift, and now I'm going home, and they're like, yo, where you going, Maybach? Oh, I'm going to the crib. Yo, why not? We're chilling, we're having fun. I know, I just want to go home. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
you know, and that's another thing too. My doctor told me, he said, we're not supposed to, well, he said we shouldn't be using the word mood swing. We're just not feeling ourselves. Because he said mood swings is more for people with bipolar disorder. He said use the word more like I'm not feeling my. It's like say your homegirls call you and say, hey, Foxy, let's go out. The girls, and you're like, I'm not really feeling myself. Don't say I'm not in the mood. You know what I mean? He said, yeah, that's more for, you know, the patients on bipolar disorder.
Cancers are biologically moody because we're ruled by the moon.
Gotcha.
So we will take on all emotions. We're empathic. We are the psychics. So we take on a lot of other people's emotions. And sometimes you won't know if that's you or if that's somebody you're chilling with and you feel their vibe. So yeah, and cancer, that could be also look like bipolar, but it's really not. It's really because we take on the environment around us.
Gotcha.
So because we're the empaths, it's almost, it sucks if you're not a trained person to know to sift through and decipher if that's you really feeling this way or if this is your environment. It can make you have some type of depression.
Now, when you say environment, so are you talking about, because from the way I'm taking it is like, I'm like this, if we're real good close friends and you're going through something and you tell me and explain to me what you're going through, it brings me to that feeling and mood as well. Like, so if you're down and depressed or whatever and you explaining why, it's like I take that on as well too, and then that messes with me. Is that what you're talking about? Okay,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
All right. Yeah, hold on. He said Will Smith is Libra. I didn't know Will Smith was a Libra. The Libras that I know: T.I. is September 25th. Wyclef, Paul Pierce, Snoop, Lil Wayne. Those are the main Libras I know as far as celebrities. Lil Wayne's a Libra. Snoop's a Libra. Wyclef, you know, Paul Pierce that played for the Boston Celtics. He's a Libra. Yep. And T.I.'s September 25th. Like, that's why, like, his intellect, as far as intellect, I can relate to him on that because that's me. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. But some of his traits and characteristics, I'm like, yo, I don't know what I don't have that. I don't have that in me. Yeah. So hold on. Jada's Virgo? I didn't even know that.
I thought she was a Gemini.
I didn't even know that.
Well, it makes sense about her. But he says cheating is not entanglement. I'm confused.
I never even heard that word until she said that word. Yeah, and to me, what is that? A dress-up word? You're cheating. Cheating is cheating. I always like to use the reference a fat person saying they voluptuous. Sweetheart, you can come up with all the words in the world. You're fat. You're obese. You're overweight. No, sorry for the. I'm just trying to get my
the Lizzos of the world.
Correct. Oh, I'm just what like I have a homegirl who likes to say I'm just well proportioned or something like that. I was just blessed by God. I'd be looking at her like, listen, you can create. It's like somebody that's mean telling you, oh no, I'm not necessarily mean. I'm just, I'm just being real. And it's just like no.
Well, listen, I have no problems. I have a problem, but I have no problem saying that I'm a little skinny girl, skinny woman. I've always been skinny. It didn't matter how much it wasn't until I had my kids that I gained the weight, but then I drop it right away. And I'm just like,
it's just your metabolism. Because I get it all the time. Yo, you still the same size that you was in middle school. Well, sorry that you know what I'm saying? I've been athletic since I was 8 years old, been playing basketball and football. Like, sorry. You know what I'm saying? But then my brother's the opposite of me. He's big boned and this and that. And I'm like,
that's another word, big boned.
Yeah. Like,
you done struck a nerve with my Lotus.
Why? What happened? What I do, Lotus? Hold on, I'm offended. Maybe no, Lotus. I don't mean it. See, I knew that's why sometimes I said it earlier. What you think in your mind, sometimes you don't need to say it out because someone. No, Lotus. Listen, my second sister's on the big side. No disrespect. I'm not that's not what I was trying to say.
No,
I'm just
but
talking
it's
about
the way the word, it's the semantics of it. Like,
exactly like how people, like you just said, you accept you for who you are, how you are.
I
It's
have
like
a problem
Jay-Z.
sometimes. I ain't gonna front them. I have a little problem. Like, people don't think like skinny people have issues. Like, skinny people want to have a little more weight on us.
Yeah.
And that never is an issue because society sees, you know, bigger people, and they're like, you know, they're fat and this, that, and they're overweight and blah blah blah. But I'm like, you don't understand sometimes, like, you know, I
know exactly what you mean, because I've been, my family, we're very blunt, and they will see me and be like, boy, you need to be eating. And it's just like, I eat. What are you talking about? Exactly. It's my metabolism doesn't allow me to hold the weight on me. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes people don't think about what they're saying and how they can personally offend someone, not just offend somebody, but how can it affect somebody? And I had to learn that. My dad, like I said, may he rest in peace. I learned a lot of my game, not necessarily game, but knowledge from my dad and my mom's. Yeah. My dad be like, listen, if you in a relationship and your girlfriend says, babe, how do I look in this dress? And her gut is poking out, son, I tell you, listen to me. Do not tell her that her gut is poking out. Say she looks good in the dress and leave it at that. Because, you know, y'all women tend to hold on to what we say. You know what I'm saying? And like,
a bad thing, though.
Yeah, like Lotus, I know she put the laughing emoji. I'm not bashing big women. I'm just saying how people make these words up, or they take the words that's been created and they try to apply it. It's just like, no, if your gut is hanging over your stomach, I mean, like, come on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, am I gonna say, oh, you look skinny? No.
I think we need to see that, and that goes into this etiquette of how we should talk to each other, because like, be honest, you know what I mean? Like, it sometimes it hurts because we don't want to offend the other person, but it's like, nah, like, that's not looking right. This is not going together.
Let's tighten it up. Exactly.
Tighten it up.
Like, I'm about to go run a few laps around the track. You want to come with me? You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. Or, you know, maybe that dress not really doing it right now, you know.
Correct. Or maybe, or see, well, I'm blunt with my sisters. I'd be like, listen, sis, maybe you need to stop eating 8 pieces of fried chicken and downsize to 4, just, you know, maybe 3 pieces.
Yeah, but that's how we can talk with each other. So Voodoo says skinny girls get ID'd buying cigarettes and alcohol. Yes, we do. You know how many times I have to bring out my card just to show them that I'm buying?
Well, I get ID'd. I mean, if I show my face, bro, you ain't gonna think that
you look like you're 24. I'm like,
yeah, like I get carded. Yeah, I get carded. So that ain't just a woman thing.
Yeah, if you look young enough. But you know, so those are that's a perfect example of this kind of etiquette. Yeah, talking about, you know, how we look, being honest with each other.
No, but we should be. Listen. If, let's just say me and Lotus is in a relationship, she asked me for my opinion or my advice. I'm supposed to be able to give it to you either raw and uncut, blunt, honest, openly with you, and your feelings should not be hurt. Of course, I can't say it to you rude, like, baby, you're fat. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe not like that, but I should. It's just like how we talked about. If my private part is, you know, I'm not putting the ocean. Yeah, if I'm not putting the motion in your ocean, you should be able to, you know, because we got, you know, we men have feelings too. And we, you know, our egos can be hurt and bruised. That's not my intentions to, you know, hurt my friend or my siblings or my family member by saying, oh, cuz you're obese. You went from looking like this and now you're all overweight. And no, I mean, but I should be able to tell her or tell him, and there's no harsh feelings. You know what I mean? Like, I like having honest people around me.
He says, and this is a perfect example as well. Chris says, thank you. How many plus size men do you see in commercials with their boxers on with no t-shirt? Society makes you love something and society can make you hate something. Exactly.
Correct.
Very true. I've never seen a commercial with a Hanes, a guy who's kind of, you know, heavy set.
Correct.
With no t-shirt on. So that's society again as well. Same thing going back to with how women are viewed, even going back to, let's say, the 60s and the 70s, and seeing you know, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, or a brown hair, you know, she's a Caucasian, right? For the most part. And that's the standard of beauty.
Correct.
So we so this is why you see the melanated female wearing weaves and wigs, and not really accepting who they are, what their skin color is. You have some Africans bleaching out their skin, and Jamaicans bleaching out their skin because they want to look like what the
islands, not just Jamaica. Haitians is doing it. Trini is doing it. Yeah, all the islands. You already know that it's that colorism thing.
Right.
Just like my siblings used to say to me, they darker skin, and they would be like, oh, you're privileged because of your skin tone. Because you came out light skin. You know what I'm saying? And I would be like, wow. But when you're young and dumb, you didn't know what that really meant. You know what I'm saying? I just took it as, oh, my siblings is hating on me because I got McDonald's and they probably didn't get nothing, or I got this pair of sneakers and they didn't get anything. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't know until I got older and understood colorism, because I think I shared that on your platform. I'm not gonna lie. I used to be a colorist. I only dated at one point. I was only dating Spanish females, Spanish meaning Latin, wherever they from, could be Colombia, Brazil, whatever. It was only those type of women. I only liked the females with the long hair, and I was only into light-skinned women at one point. But I had to grow up mentally.
That was the preference.
Exactly. That was my preference. But then I had to grow up mentally and realize there is some beautiful dark chocolate, dark-skinned women out there, brown-skinned women out there. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of the light-skinned females I dated, they did have little attitudes. They were snotty because every other guy was telling them that they beautiful. No, it's the truth. I'm being blunt. I used to be like that. A dark-skinned chick would come to me when I was young and dumb and full of it, and I would look at her and be like, ew, get out of here. Yeah, because of her skin tone, not knowing chocolate, the darker the berry, the sweeter the juice.
Well, I'm going to interject right now, because talking about the darker the berry, the sweeter the juice is my beauty queen. Raz girl in the building.
Raz girl. Oh, that's my people's. Queen, what's up?
Beauty. Oof. Her beauty just like.
Listen, in my mind,
that's why I dubbed her beauty queen. In my
mind, I'm with all three of y'all. In my mind, I'm with all three of y'all. I'm with you. I'm with Lotus, and I'm with Raz girl. In my mind.
So what do we call that? That's not polygamy. It's what's the other word where the woman has multiple husbands? I forgot what that's. It's polyandry.
I didn't even know there's women with multiple husbands.
I think it's called polyandry. Somebody can quote me.
There's a such thing? Oh, so you put and this is why I say I love the mental stimulation. I have to have it because I'm learning. You know I always call you teacher, professor, and this is class. You know what I'm saying? I've never heard there was a such thing. I just always heard it one way. It was always men. I heard that. I didn't even know.
They don't try to bring it up too much because they don't want. Again, it's the man society. So
got you.
But women, there is a thing that I think it's polyandry or something like that.
Listen, if I was to create one, I would take definitely.
Wait. Lotus says because in his mind, in your minds, Lotus, me, and Razzie girl, but she said, "Ooh, you might have to fight a cancer."
Listen, you remember the movie? I know you definitely remember because of our age. Remember the movie Weird Science?
Yes.
Classic. Yeah. Listen, I found the VHS where I recorded it off of, in Massachusetts, we had this channel 56, which was ended up turning to the WB, and then, whatever. But at one point, channel 56, used to play all of that, and they played it back in the, those era, and I recorded it, and that was a classic. Remember they created the girl on the computer, the supermodel, remember? And then she came through. Yeah. So that's what I mean by in my mind. I would take pieces of you, pieces of Lotus, and pieces of Raz girl and put all three.
Put us all together. That would make the ideal woman.
Yes, and make my AI woman. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. I was just going to say, but peep how that they did that, and that was in the 80s, and now you can do 3D. You got a 3D machine. You can make a house. You can make shoes, models, toys. You name it, they're making it.
The metaverse. The metaverse, with all of that. I heard there's another verse too. Now I just heard last night was the first time. Oh, where was you on MREC? Listen, you got to go. You missed it. Listen, you missed the show last night. It just popped in my head because I was looking for you. Listen, when you get off of here, you have a chance. catch the replay, you're going to be laughing. Tears is gonna come out your
Wait,
eyes,
you
and
said
your
you went up
stomach's
there?
gonna hurt.
You
Huh?
said something?
Yeah, listen. Listen. I don't want to ruin it for you. I just want
No,
you to.
I'm not that type of person. I don't care.
Oh
You
yeah,
can tell me.
listen.
Yeah.
He had a love connection, and
MREC,
this would have been perfect. This would have been perfect for you because it's basically in your field to where
okay.
you could have came and gave your expertise on both of these people on the phone. I was calling him Chuck Woolery. Love connection. Last night. Then he let Tyson Garcia and me
Oh my goodness.
roast.
Go at
We
it.
was roasting. No,
But
we was
don't you
roasting
and Tyson
Jose.
go at
We was roasting Jose. It's me. No,
Okay.
me and Tyson's always killing Jose. Remember the truck gang?
Okay.
Yes, we was roasting Jose. So he let us roast Jose for like 10, 15 minutes, maybe 10 minutes or whatever.
No way.
Listen. I mean, you listen to it. It was.
I'm gonna have to catch that.
There was.
So
Yeah.
Base Ruth says salutations.
Was,
salute, Base Ruth. Good to see you.
Salute.
Why he's got watermelons up here?
Oh, did you watch Versus? Did you watch Versus with Omarion eating a watermelon on stage? Oh my God. Listen, talk about the coonery.
I didn't watch the BET. I didn't watch none of that foolishness.
Well, you didn't miss nothing.
I heard
the only person that was good in the Versus was Mario. That was it. Mario was the only person. But Mario. Yeah.
Oh, my beauty queen, thank you. She says you're looking beautiful with the head garment and earrings. Yeah, I had to bring out the feathers.
Always.
I'm very excited about what Jamaica is doing with the chief there for the Maroons. Like he's really going to he sent out an appeal or something to that effect where Jamaica has to recognize that the Maroons are sovereign people. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Who's the Maroons? Who's that?
The Maroons in Jamaica. The Maroons, like the Maroons that are in Haiti.
You talking about the natives?
The natives, yes.
And that's another thing I just learned. Your country, Jamaica, Haiti, I think Barbados, I think Trini, really had a lot of natives. That the tribe was called what did they call it? Tainos. There you go. Tainos. I just learned that last week. You see that? And they don't want us to know real history, not his story.
We would be Tainos. Raz girls are Taino. Even though we were born here in the States, our
so we're Taino. So we have the blood. We have Taino.
Right.
Okay,
we know our nationality.
Facts.
We know who we is.
Facts.
But this is most of the Caribbean, Puerto Rican, Cubans, they Taino. Correct. They're coming from the Arawak, which was the natives there first. And then they intertwined with the Africans and then the colonizers. But there was two groups, like how the Aztecs and the Mayans. It's kind of like that kind of setup.
Got you.
With Arawaks first, and then Taino. So we're coming from that Taino, indigenous land. Our families from there, so we know our nationality. Now, here's the thing. So this is kind of not in the relationship thing as we're going into what our nationalities are. There, as far as getting any type of money or what they call the reparations and stuff, that doesn't apply to the Tainos. We got our own problems with the crown, even though the crown is got a hold over the corporation here. But slowly but surely, they're kicking the crown out. So Barbados just did that, and Jamaica's working on getting that as well, where they'll become republic. But the Maroons, which is the indigenous people to the land, are telling even Jamaica, like, look, you're going to recognize us as sovereign. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. So the natives are definitely, the ancestors is coming back, or they're not coming back, but they are resurrecting. The spirit is shifting through the islands, the land, not only there, but also here in New York City, as I read last week. So there's a tribe called the Shinnecock natives. They have sent down to Southampton, which is in Long Island, They said join members of the Shinnecock Nation to demand that Southampton Village Board of Trustees give free beach access to the tribal members.
Oh, hold on. You have to pay?
Yes.
You have to
free
pay?
beach.
Wow.
So hold on. The Shinnecock never relinquished the rights to use the ocean and the beaches, and they shouldn't be forced to pay. It's gonna happen. Evie Eve is in the building. Salute. Salute.
But hold on. So why did Jamaica not acknowledge the Maroons all this time? Was it because of colonization?
Yes, because the Maroons were the ones that had escaped. They fought off the colonizers. Same thing with Haiti. There's Maroons there in Haiti as well. And the Maroons are actually the African. They're the ones that are coming from the African descent and merged with the indigenous or Tainos on the land. Evie Eve can tell us about that too, because Puerto Rico, she's Taino. So all the Caribbeans, that's where their nationality is.
Correct.
So the ones that were able to get away from the colonizers and move up to cockpit country, they even though they're on the land and they're the indigenous, Jamaica as the country doesn't recognize them as sovereign. So the chief just sent out a letter last week and was like, listen, this is how it's going to go down. And we are sovereign to this land. And so I'm very excited. I'm very happy. She said, I'm Black. Yes. Besides that, Evie Eve. So, so it's going down. It's going down. The nations are rising, and it's a good thing. I like to see that. Here goes Rich Mo. So Evie Eve likes to stir the pot with. She's one of those that she cooks in the kitchen. So I could drop the link, Eve, if you want to come through. If you can, speak. We're just talking now. We kind of shifted gears in regards to nationality and all that good stuff. But etiquette, like where is that looking like with relationships? Is it dead? What is what's going on? Should we be bringing that back into relationships? Letting people play their position, play their role where they need to, not just so like for an example, if Maybach opens the door for me and I have packages, I'm not going to assume that he's trying to kick it to me. I just may think that he's really genuinely just holding the door open. But some of us will either think that he's trying to, or we'll be like, oh no, we got this, I got this. And not letting the man play his role, or even the women,
Correct.
Do we have a problem? So basically, is there, what's going on? Everybody talking about the tropical saison. Oh snap! What?
The who?
Voodoo says everybody's talking about the tropical saison. I try not to use saison too much. It's not healthy.
It's got I think yellow number 5 in it. Yeah,
it's like putting Lowry's seasoning. Like I don't use that. I threw out adobo. I don't do that adobo no more. Basically, sea salt, Himalayan. No, I can't do the adobo. It's not good.
Got you. I don't use that much of it anyways. I use a little bit, but
Yeah, so that's and that's a small start. You use a little bit, and then slowly but surely you start weaning yourself off of it. So now I have Himalayan salt and iodized or kosher sea salt.
Yeah, I use kosher sea salt. That's what I use.
And you don't really need adobo. Like these are the things we grew up with, but when we start realizing that they're not the healthiest.
Correct.
We can wean off of that. I don't use it anymore. That's a new way. Oh, Evie says she loves herself some adobo. I know. Please, and I use making your own sofrito is the best instead of buying it store bought. But when you start using your own natural ingredients and stuff like that, everything is a little more healthier.
Yeah, I saw a guy that makes chopped cheese in New York, and he used saison. He put saison. Yeah, he used that for flavoring and all that.
Yeah, because that's what the hood says. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Say hello to the good guy. Salute, Mr. Good Guy.
Jay Sav. What up?
Do you know Jay Savage?
I've seen him on a few chats. I've
Oh,
seen
okay.
him. Yeah, I've seen him in a few chats. I can't
It's
say I
kind
know
of
him
like how
personally.
you go in with what's his name over on MREC.
Who? Who's talking about?
Who was it? Tyson.
Tyson Garcia. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yep,
yeah. That's how Jay Savage is. He's like that.
yep.
Like
Just like Big Cat. Big
huh?
Cat's not here today, but I see him in a few other chats too. And I'm like, is that the same Big Cat? Like me, I really don't. You know what I'm saying? Like
That's
but I've seen him on your platform, and I see him on somebody else's platform that I be on as well
so
too.
what I'm saying is that that's the kind of, you know how you and
Yeah.
Garcia, y'all be, trolling and getting in on the other people. Well, that's how a
Yep.
Jay Savage is. But
Okay.
today he's when he comes here, he's Mr. Nice Guy. He's Mr.
Yep.
Good
Yep.
Guy. Chucky to the end. I'm your friend, Heidi Ho. Exactly, Evie Eve. She's like, oh, here comes trouble. Yeah, we know about Jay Savage. We would almost say that he's King Troll. I don't give him that title, but
Yeah, I know. I don't
we
think he is. I think he's like you said about
ooh,
who
Evie
did you
Eve.
say? You said Evie be stirring the pot and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah, here
there's some
she
people
goes.
that's their character. You would think that they trolling, but that's how they are.
Yeah, right,
When
right, right.
everybody's going right, they go left. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Ooh, my Evie Eve. What's up, Evie Eve?
Hey, beautiful. How are you?
I'm good. What's going on?
You know what? Nothing much. I definitely wanted to come up here and salute to you, sir, Zoe. I'm going to assume.
How you
Yes,
doing? How you
Maybach.
doing? How you
Oh,
doing?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you?
I'm great. I'm great. Thank you.
That's great. And salute to everyone in the chat. I've got some the allergies are really hitting me, so it's like my throat is kind of raspy right now.
Hmm.
It's very strange. So if you guys can't really comprehend what I'm saying, I'm sorry.
Now we hear you. I hear you clearly.
Let's do
Okay,
it. Go
good.
ahead, girlfriend. We got you.
Okay, cool. So now I don't know where this whole thing came from that I was Puerto Rican. I'm actually black.
Oh snap! Because Rich Mo says rice and beans, and I'm like, well, that's Puerto Rican style.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't know why he says that all the time. You know what?
Because
I'm
we
gonna tell
troll
you.
each other. That's why.
You know what? That started. Rich Mo started that back in the days of 777. Him and A Boy always said that. So it just stuck. And then I saw Crazy Chick Sheena. She said, "Eve's Puerto Rican. You don't mess with them." I'm like, where
Oh
did
yeah,
that
I saw
come
that
from?
comment. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no. But beautiful culture. I mean, I don't know. I might somewhere down the line have a little Puerto Rica in me. You know.
Especially it from the city. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah. So. I just wanted to come up here. This is my first time being on your panel, and
It is. It is. Yeah.
what a treat for me to be here. I'm so glad that I was able to
Mhm.
catch your lives.
For real.
We
Yeah,
happy you're here.
Eve,
thank you.
Eve was one of those as well. Like with a Jay Savage, she put me through the ringer. She definitely did the hazing with me. I was like, oh shit, I wasn't ready for that. Wasn't ready. But
When?
whose platform was it? I don't know. What was it with oh my goodness,
Lady,
with Pink Sugar
lady.
on behind the bar?
Oh, I don't know, but I always adored you. I don't know if I did.
Not in a disrespectful way, but it's one of those like what the guys do. It's like that kind of trolling,
Not
but not to where it gets to its extreme and stuff. But it wasn't bad. I can't remember. I just know it was a hazing,
I
and
oh yeah, I think it was Halloween that when he did the
yeah.
Halloween.
Because I had a hat on. I had a hat
Yeah,
on.
yeah,
Yes.
that's yep. Okay, I was like, wait a minute.
He was
Yeah,
like,
no,
"Who is this with this? Not Darkwing Duck. That was Jay Savage. I said that, but you were saying something witchy or something like with the witch hat on.
I
I was like,
know.
oh, here we
I
go.
said you look like Carmen San Diego.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. Right. She was
Yes,
like, who is this? Where in the world is Carmen San Diego? And I was like, oh shit, wasn't ready
but
for that.
I'm
Because
talking
the
about you
guys
look.
usually do it. I wasn't expecting the women folk, and I was like, oh shit, she got me.
Oh my
Mm.
God, you were so classy when you came up there like that. I was like, this is somebody that means business. This is somebody that you take serious and you don't play with. You came up there classy with that hat on, honey. I was like, Foxy Cleopatra is in the building. Okay.
Yeah, she was going in. That's what I'm saying, like the hazing, but And now it's like she defended me on somebody's platform yesterday. Was it yesterday, Sunday? Like, listen, don't come after her. I was like,
I
oh
meant
shit,
that.
he was in the building. Like, what? Salute. I put the Tims down there.
Absolutely.
We
Absolutely.
holding it down. So yeah, it is a treat to have you here, because I usually catch you on other platforms, but at night. So this is awesome.
It's a treat to be here. So thank you so much for having me up here.
Aww. So what do you think about this relationship stuff, like etiquette, and are you like, oh, I got this, I don't need you, I'm bad by myself kind of attitude, or do you feel like, yeah, no, I do need somebody here, help me out?
You know what, Foxy? I said Foxy Brown. You know what, Foxy? I just did a live last night in reference to this, and it was called uh, "I'm no longer dating black men, and here's why." Right?
Nice. Here we go. Do it. Let's hear it.
And it was a PSA announcement to black men to get your act together, because
Ooh.
black women that are successful, that are just as intelligent, just as well knowing as you, have options as well. So sometimes this red pill community and in their rhetoric can overshine the fact that you can perhaps miss out on possible opportunities in a relationship as it relates to people in your demographic. And I was talked at, I had an experience recently, and I was just talked at by this man.
Hmm.
And this man was, and he knows that I'm very intelligent. I am
You are.
I'm a career woman, and so we talk about these things. So, and we talk about various things. And this person, he's successful in his own right as well. So when there's times that we'll challenge each other on things, that man, him, has a problem with it, because
Hmm.
I'm supposed to, you're not supposed to correct them.
Yeah, you need to be sitting down in your place and being quiet.
Yeah, and so I was like, I was really taken aback by that, because, and I was like, I would expect more from a man like you than to feel men are intimidated by women that have things going on for themselves, so to speak. They cannot take that. It's like this whole women need to be seen and not heard. Um, this mess is really messing up the dynamic of relationships. And sometimes I was like, I've been single for 4 years by
Wow.
choice.
Right.
And it's a choice to be that way, because it's because of men like that
Mm.
is why I decide to say, I choose me. I like the tranquility and that not having to deal with particular men like that.
Right.
So, um,
So you're
but
giving a tribal call, basically. You're sounding the alarm so that people
yes,
can get themselves together, the men folk.
the men folk, yes, but it's all, you hear it all the time that women, oh, and it's a fine line between assertive and masculine energy.
Right.
I'm just an assertive woman that has feminine. I have feminine energy, but I will give it up to you if need be. And it's all about how you present yourself to me. I respect the institution of relationships and what a man is to a woman and what a woman is to a man. And so let's not cross over and disrespect each other, and we'll be fine. What do you think about that? So, what do you think about that, Foxy?
I go. You want me to go first? All right. I'm glad that you said towards the end that you would definitely give it up to a man. That, to me, I think it's a mentality thing, and
Mhm,
I'll use an experience when I was younger. I dated a woman who was an attorney. Well, not really, but DA.
mhm,
She works for the DA's office. I
mhm,
thought that she was too good for me. But
mm,
when I got older and I reflect back, I matched up with her and I brought balance and she brought balance to me. I just think when I think back, it was more my mentality wasn't
mm,
on her level at that time. But I
mhm,
but in my mind, like I said, when I was young and dumb and didn't have the mental capacity that I do now, I thought that she was too good for me.
mhm.
You know what I'm saying? That's
Yeah.
how I was thinking
Yeah.
With that said,
You
when I
know,
reflect back, you
yeah.
know, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to
No, go
interrupt you.
ahead. Go ahead.
I
No,
think
it's all
that
right.
we
It's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
okay, I think
Wait,
we've
one
all
quick
had
second,
that.
you guys. Eve, hold on. I want to salute. Rush is in the building. Salute. Okay,
Okay.
go ahead, Eve.
Salute, Rush. Okay. I think
No,
that
yeah,
we've
you know
all
Rush.
had that level of insecurity. Yeah. We've
Correct.
all
Correct.
had that level of insecurity before, when we think
Correct.
that, that person's just too good for me. And it
Hmm.
brings out this level of insecurity. It can go both ways. It can go two ways, rather. You
Hmm.
either put yourself in a position to where you become just as great as, or it'll keep,
Correct.
or it will put you in a place of defeat, and you will always live above the average. And
Correct.
so when I had that experience before with a man, it wasn't my time yet. I wasn't there yet to be that person that I can be for a man. Now I can say I check all the boxes as a woman as it relates to being a mate to a man.
Hmm.
And so it
Hmm.
wasn't always like that. And I think that that goes without saying for many of us. We all have that experience.
Correct. Correct. Because I will say this too. My kid's mother,
Mm-hmm.
she's always made more money than I have, but that
Mm-hmm.
never made me think that I'm lesser than her. Because,
Mm-hmm.
like you said, when it recalled me and needed for me to step up and be a man, she
Mm-hmm.
stepped back. You understand what I'm saying? Like, she
Mm-hmm.
stepped back. So she let me handle the things that I wanted to handle, and she handled the things that she needed to handle. So
Yeah.
to me, it was like we created a good balance. But it goes back to earlier before you came on to the platform where, you know, when we getting into a relationship, if I'm selfish, I have to understand that now I'm gonna be with you in a relationship. So I have to like let go of some of my selfishness, and you know what I'm saying? And understand that, okay, if I go buy something to eat, I gotta
Mm-hmm.
place a phone call or text you and say, hey babe, I'm stopping over here to get some food. Do you want anything? When
Mm-hmm.
if I'm not in a relationship, I don't have any children, I don't have to
Mm-hmm.
call nobody and ask them if they want something to eat. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why I said it. To me, it's a more mentality thing. It's about
Mm-hmm.
growing up, because a lot of us grow up in age, but we don't grow up mentally. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So, and it goes back to what you said when you said something. I forgot how you said it, but I took it as that man was probably still a little boy in his mental. You know what I'm saying? Because I've never been a male chauvinist to say, oh yeah, you know, we're the rulers of the world. No woman could. That's why I said earlier. I'm for all about empowering Black women or women in general. It doesn't matter, black, yellow, green, alien, and I don't mean alien as out of the country. I mean alien from, outer space. It don't matter. I'm for all of that. But at the same time, we still need both genders need each other at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
now, but go ahead, Foxy. I want to hear your
Not. This is why I put the panel up so I can get feedback because
okay.
I said my
Gotcha.
stuff. So I just want this. I want this dialogue with men and women. Just to not so much get their gripes off, but say what's going on. Like, is this stuff really happening with our in our relationships with this etiquette of you know not observing the etiquette in relationships, like just being uh, you know one night stands kind of things, or are we losing the art of courting and what's going on, but then also
Mm-hmm.
bringing solutions. And there's no one size fits all. There's plethora of what we should do as far as moving forward in a relationship, or if you are in a relationship, how can you help it to become the better version of what you want it to be. But it all starts with yourself at the end of the day. Like you just say, Eve, you're in hiatus right now. You're taking the time you can choose and pick and be selective because you went through some things, and now yo, this is not what I want. And you
Mm-hmm.
could take your time with that as
Correct. Correct.
so it's a
And
good
I
thing.
And that,
Go ahead,
I'm
uh-huh.
Eve.
sorry. Oh no, Joe was saying something.
What no, go ahead, you got the floor, Eve.
Okay. And I'm glad you still have voodoo glitches coming up here. Salute to you, voodoo glitch. That was a great comment. I know traditional men and they are all assholes, but women say they want a traditional man and a traditional relationship. Gaslighting, in my opinion. Interesting point, because
Correct.
I'm a woman that that always says that I appreciate the traditional man, but
Mhm.
those traditional men are typically, assholes, like you said. And
Mhm.
it's a lot that comes with that. It's a lot of you kind of losing yourself
Correct.
to,
Controlling. Correct.
yes.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yeah. And this is like, where is the balance? Like, you being able to challenge that man, and they think, and that traditional man thinks they want that from a woman, but then it's just such a, it's such a push and pull with that.
Mhm.
And it just doesn't meet down the middle. Gone are the days that women are just sitting at home and waiting for a man to put a check in their hand. They're getting out here. We're getting out here and making things happen for ourselves just as
Correct.
much as you are.
Correct.
And it's you having to catch up, meaning the man. It's
Mhm.
not to take, but if you still possess this level of and I'm gonna just use this word, alpha maleism, if you
Mhm.
will.
Mhm.
Um, I still respect a man that's alpha, because while men may say there's no such thing as an alpha woman, I would consider myself an alpha woman, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, but I would also respect, and I need an alpha male,
Right.
you know. So,
Correct.
and
Correct.
because
Because you
other
need
than,
somebody to check you, put you in your place, and not in a disrespectful, but it's like
yeah,
if I have
Exactly.
someone who's kind of like a beta-ish
mhm,
or just kind of like, passive, it's like, no,
Yeah.
sometimes you got to shake things up because I am like how Eve says
Correct.
as well, and Lotus. We're in our
Lotus has
masculine
touched
energy.
on it. Lotus is touching on it right now.
Yeah, exactly. We're in that
And
masculine energy. And I need
mhm,
somebody to be like that as well, but know how to balance it. It's not like you
And see how
slapping
y'all
me
saying that? You see how
around.
you saying that for the men? I like that. That's why I've always been attracted to a woman that has a strong personality like I do.
Oh,
Because
there
I
you go.
like
Strong
I like
personality.
not necessarily like you said. I don't want to be disrespected, but there's times where I want the woman to tell me to shut up and go sit down. I got this, or let me, you know what I mean. But like you
mhm,
said, not disrespecting each other. Because like I said, to me, it makes for a perfect balance. Like you said something earlier, Eve, when you mentioned about the red pill.
mhm,
I like some of the things, but I don't subscribe to everything they say. Me,
mhm,
me and Foxy Moon, we talked about that. Like KS, KS, the guy
mhm,
who died, would just say his initials. I didn't subscribe to his YouTube channel. I didn't
mhm,
tune in every night to his live shows. Yes, there's certain things that he did say that I agree with, and there's certain things that he said I didn't agree with. So me,
mhm,
I'm a person, I've always been down the middle with everything. Meaning I want a female to be feminine, but
mhm,
then there's times where she might have to put on her, big boy boots or big girl pants and all this other stuff and stuff like that. To me, I like a traditional woman, but I
mhm,
don't want a woman that I'm like, it's like coming to America, jump on one leg and
mhm,
bark like a dog. You
mhm,
understand what I'm saying? Like I'm
Not
not that type
submissive.
of person. Yeah,
mhm,
that's why I said if you read the word submissive, I don't
mhm,
like the meaning of it. Just like I don't like the word humble either. That
mhm,
means
Mm,
to put yourself beneath another human being. To
mhm,
me, I like the word compromise because that's why I said earlier, if I'm used to having selfish ways and I
mhm.
try to get into a relationship, some of that selfishness or majority of it have to go out the window because now I'm dealing with somebody else. So meaning I have to cater to your needs. I have to cater to your, you know what I'm saying? Like we both have to cater to each other. Foxy
Yes.
said it earlier. If I'm a talkative person, I have to understand, okay, I'm in a relationship with Eve now. I have to listen now. I can't just be talking and talking. I have to shut up and let her speak you know what I'm saying? That's how you get to know somebody. That's how listen. We can always. That's why I said I like hearing different perspectives. Nobody is necessarily wrong on what
Mhm,
people are saying because these are our opinions. These are we all didn't grow up with
your
the same
background.
type of
You're
background
supposed to be up here.
and stuff like
Sorry.
that. So no,
mhm,
it's all good. But I like that. Like to me, I'm a Libra. I'm a my sign is a balance. I like balance.
Right.
mhm, mhm.
I don't want the scale to be tipped my way unless your way. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? That's why I said I'm not a male chauvinist. I look at women equally. Yes, there's some things that we can do that you guys can't, and there's things that you guys can do that we can't do.
Mhm, mhm.
Especially with y'all men, y'all cycles and all this other stuff. I don't think men could be dealing with that. We already got attitudes, and we up and down with
Oh,
with
yeah,
our.
thank you. I'm glad you acknowledged that because men don't think that they got men. They don't go to menopause. They
Yeah.
don't. They have
No, we
moody.
have it. We just have it differently from
He's like
y'all.
out
That's
here
all.
like being some Mitches.
Yeah. I just don't like women to be thinking that we don't go through a lot. We go through a lot, especially as being colored, melanated people. We
Mhm.
go through a lot. Just like y'all, black melanated women are the least protected women.
Mm.
Things happen to y'all a lot. So that's why I said I don't subscribe to some of these red pill channels and this the man is fair where you got to be this way. A lot of these dudes, they reading from a book and they don't even live that lifestyle. They
Right.
putting it out there. And there's some big YouTubers, there's some real big YouTubers that push that out there to the masses, and they telling, you know, oh, if you only making $30,000 and you want a woman that's making six figures, that's not realistic. You got to think realistic and logic. No, I'm supposed to think if I make 30,000 and you make $1 million, if I see you out and about and I think I'm attracted to you, I'm going to try to holler at you. I don't look at you, oh, you're better than me. Like I said, I had that mentality when I was much younger. That's because my mentality was on that type of level. As a grown man, a man that's 45, if I see Janet Jackson right now, she's in Massachusetts, I'm going to try to talk to her. Now, she denies me, but at least I'm going to say, I tried to holler at her.
Yes.
Well, I want to ask Eve a question because we're talking about money, and I wrote down, I took some notes, yesterday to get this presentation out today. Now, one of this website that I got this information called Simple Rules of Proper Dating Etiquette, and it's dating.lovetoknow.com. So they had like 9 rules or whatever you could go by. So we're talking about money. One of the rules on here says, who pays for the date? If you were the person to issue the invitation and initiate the date, should you be the person to pick up the cost regardless of the gender?
You know what?
That's a question too.
That's a very good question. And being a traditionalist that I am, I'm going to say that I would never be that forward to ask the man on a date. Initially, the first time, I would like to be hunted. I'm not the hunter.
Yeah.
And
courting.
Yes. So, but if we developed a rapport with one another and we continue dating, then I would do that. But
you have no problem. So basically, you have no problem.
No, yeah, but I won't do it off, firsthand. I wouldn't do that.
Let me ask y'all women a question. If Eve is done, I want to ask both of y'all a question. I was going to ask you that earlier. That's funny that you brought that up because I was on a panel where that was brought up. Not panel, but it was on a dating show where the woman, was trying to, date men, like basically see who she can take on a date. And the host asked the woman and said, guys, she's told me behind the scenes that there's a lot of dates that she went on where she paid. So you basically answered the question. You wouldn't do it outright, but if you have a rapport with the gentleman or the man, you wouldn't mind paying for the date. See, to me, I look at it as an equal thing. That's how I said. Somebody just said it. Voodoo, basically, I think he said it. He's not really a traditional man, but yet he's not bowing down as well either. You get what I'm saying? And taking the stress, the disrespect. That's why I said I'm an equal balance. I'm in the middle with it. I'm traditional, but at the same time, I implement my own thing to it as well. I was taught this because this happened to me. A friend told me to go on a double date with him, the mother of his kids. Now she wasn't the mother of his kids, but basically for me to, double date with them, with her friend. I didn't really have that much money that day. So I said, nah, brother, I can't go. I paid some bills and stuff like that. My money's all accounted for. I got basically change. That's what I call it when I don't have that much money to play with or do what I want to do. I call it change. He tells me after the fact, brother, even though I was born in America, this is what he said to me. If someone calls you and says, hey, Foxy, I want to take you to the movies, that means they're paying. If they say, hey, Eve, I want to take you out for ice cream, that means they're paying. Once again, my parents are from Haiti. I wasn't raised that way or taught that way. I was raised, if you don't have no money, there's no reason for you to go to the mall because now you might try to steal it or whatever the case, you know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. But I was raised that you always go out with money. It doesn't matter if anybody or your friends call you and say they taking you out, whether it's a male or female, you make sure you have your own money because you never know what can possibly happen on that date.
Absolutely.
So
Jay has the hunting sign up.
All that.
He's hunting. Either he's hunting or he's like, oh, are you hunting?
Well, because I made the comment
Uh-huh.
that I be hunted, and I'm not, I want to be pursued. That's really,
Right.
what I was saying. But men are, men are just primal creatures. So, I expect that from a man. So I think that a woman, in my opinion, being so forward like that, I just don't. But
So you've never hunted, Eve? You've never hunted before?
I've, I've been subtle with it, but
No,
I've
I
never.
mean, since we're
Bunga
using the word
bunga.
hunted, you know what
Bunga
I
bunga.
mean. She knows what I mean. I'm just being
I
funny.
know.
So have you ever pursued a man? Have you ever went, let's just say, okay, question. You went out. Let's just say you at the coffee shop. Okay. You at the coffee shop or the juice bar, whatever you prefer. Okay. Hypothetically, you saw a man off of how he looks, physicalness. Of course, you don't know his personality. You don't know how his attitude is. You see him, he's your type. You're built, whatever, everything. You seen this man, you're like, damn. Or let's just say you with maybe your sister or a friend of yours, and they know that's your type of man as far as appearance go. Would you go up to him and say, hey, how you doing? I'm Eve.
Listen, my thing is this: if I'm at a coffee shop, that's different. If I'm at a jazz lounge, that's another.
Gotcha.
Because it's a different type of dynamic. But I'm not so forward. I'm rather shy a bit,
I
and
got you.
so I wouldn't be at a coffee shop in a day when I'm just like, just being my
Not
usual.
Eve. You're shy? What? No.
No, contrary to what people may believe, right?
No, man, I ain't falling for that one.
Remember, on social media is one thing. We in the comfort of our homes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I was on a platform last week and Eve tore somebody's beehole wide.
Well,
I was like this. Me and Rich was there with the popcorn, like, oh, snap.
That's because that was Cosmos talking.
Yeah. We. That's how he was. Maybach was like that yesterday on MREC. Like we all will go to different panels and we'll have. That's the beauty of us all. We are different people in different platforms, and we're still us at the end of the day, regardless of what that shit looks like.
Yeah, but I get a little bit more liberal in my thoughts, overtly when the Cosmos kick in or a Moscow Mule or something. But if I'm having a coffee, then I'm just not going to be so overt.
I got you. So it depends on. So basically, so from your answer, it all depends on the environment, the mood, and all this other stuff. So let's take that out now. So have you ever approached a man in your lifetime on this planet, point blank, period?
Maybach's trying to get something going on here. Listen, we're not playing match.
No, I just want to know because she says she's never hunted. Remember, we talked about this earlier. Some women, I know.
Foxy Moon hunts 24-year-olds.
I know. I see that. Hey, not 25, not 26, not 27, not 30.
No, because that's a running joke, almost like a little personal joke. Those who know.
Got you.
But how does she look like that if she doesn't suck the blood of the young ones? I'm just playing.
That's why I said.
This is because I've been doing some. What is that lady? Bathory, who killed the people for their blood so she could look like youthful.
Yes.
Oh, that's well, they got to work for it. It's called adrenochrome. They sacrifice the babies or whatever. They pump fear.
Okay, Maybach.
Yeah, oh, sorry. Got you. Yeah. We don't want this to be taken.
That's
got
why
you.
I said relationship. We got to encode certain stuff.
But my thing is this.
You're right.
The Foxy Moon looks like she's in her 20s. So
I'll
be 46 in 3 weeks.
What?
It's good genes. Yeah, same here. I'm in my mid 40s too. I
drink a lot of water.
I'll be 40 in January.
Nah, you look like you in your 20s as well from your picture. Picture. Right.
Well, that's that orange hue from Snapchat. Shout out to the orange hue from Snapchat.
What are you talking about? The filter or something?
Yeah, it's just an orange filter.
Got you.
But we're still doing justice, so.
Hold on. Can we touch on this too? Why do women who is physically attractive, pretty, sexy, cute, beautiful, why? I get why y'all use the filters, but if you're naturally naturally gifted and blessed with your beauty, F a damn filter. I hate it. I don't, because that's not you. You understand? It's like me telling you, or I perceive to be in my pictures that I'm 6 feet. And then when you see me, you're like, this dude's a midget.
Yeah.
Like, to me, it's like a false advertisement. You know what I'm saying? It's like how we see the nice food looks all, and then when we go purchase the food, it doesn't look the same that we saw. To me, it's a false advertisement. Because
Right.
if you have beauty marks on your face, I want to see that. That's the type of person I am. So if you have cellulite, I want to see that. I appreciate natural beauty. That's just me. I don't care for the makeup, the
What
cake.
I've been hearing lately, a lot of men are
Can you
like,
guys hear me?
yes.
My
Yes.
phone rang,
Yes.
so I was like, let me put it on do not
Nah,
disturb.
we hear you. We hear you clearly. That's just me. I can't speak for every man.
So
You know
I
what I'm
want to
saying?
address, hold on, Maybach. I want to address
ahead.
Chris's comment. He says, women do not have the killer instincts like a man. We men are rejected and we will come back the next 43 times and get rejected again.
Correct.
So this
That's
is
a
what
fact.
he was talking about with Eve's comment, as far as, you know, women don't normally, even if you're an alpha woman, quote unquote alpha woman, we don't normally go and shoot our shot. It depends on the setting. It depends on if you have a few mules in you, or you know what I mean. Like it's not something typical. But that's not to say that we won't do it, because I've done it. I shoot my shot. I'm like, you know what? So how you doing? You know what I'm saying?
But see, I like that. But see, this is what I'm saying. As far as not being traditional, I love that. I have a homegirl who got on her knees. She got on her knees and asked the man that she's been with since middle school to marry her. And to me, that doesn't make her lesser than. You get what I'm saying? And I'm glad that he brought that up, because I meant to say that earlier with the female YouTuber who has a dating show, because men done took clips and they done that. And I'm glad that he said that, because men done did reviews on her show, how many times they keep going to this female's platform. Like I told you, every Monday and Wednesday, she gets IG females from IG, and you know, she try to get a bunch of men and see who can go on a date with the women. And I told you, there was a physicist. The guy was going to school to be an engineer, whatever he was, top notch, and she just shot him down automatically because of his looks, his appearance. You get what I'm saying? And he still comes on her platform faithfully. But if it's the woman who gets rejected,
that goes back to the little carrot. If he has a little eggplant, does that, and he has everything else checked off,
correct.
The little eggplant take away? Are we not messing with him? What do we do?
Like I said, we have feelings and emotions too. Whether
you
y'all want to believe that.
Let me hear Eve. Hold on. Go ahead, Eve.
You know, I'm getting a little bit of a static on my end, because can you drop the link again so I can come back in?
Sure.
Yeah, because my phone rang and then it just turned around and did this staticky stuff on my phone.
Okay. Yeah, I'll drop the link.
Perfect. I'll come right back.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Let me see. Hold on. Here we go.
See, I love y'all men being in the chat, man. Y'all bringing that perfect
I want
balance.
them to come up here, but you know, they hiding behind the screens.
I like that perfect balance, because we got feelings and emotions too. Y'all think we it's cool for us to be rejected?
No, I know that Foxy Moon is eating no processed food. Okay. Yeah, that too. Diet is definitely preserving my youthful.
You eating your fruits and vegetables?
Fruits and vegetables, and lots of water.
Like they say, you have to have different colors on your plate. I don't know who came up with that.
Okay, yes,
clearly
can hear you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what do you think? What are you? If he has like this little eggplant, little carrot, but he has everything else going on. He's financial. He's mentally mature. He's spiritually mature. Financially mature. But
there's no motion in your ocean.
Hold on. So what say you if that's the case with some guy or gentleman?
I think that's a very great question. And I think that women that only that really take to a man that is well endowed could be potentially missing out on some wonderful things. I don't care about really what's down there like that. My thing is what's with the man, what's up here, what can we do together? Because that right there would make me most happy, and that's where I get the most abundance from a man. I don't necessarily, because I'm not the overly sexual type that I need to have sex and stuff like that, I can do without it.
Yes.
But if you have that wonderful union, this man is devoted to you. He is showing you better ways of life. He can teach you things that you didn't know. Like, he's well knowledgeable, a career man, educated. These are things that really say stuff to me. What you
Yeah.
have down there, it's just only it's only for the moment, and I can get past that, because you always have the sensation, ladies. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I'm right. I agree with you 110%, because that's what I was saying in the beginning of this broadcast. That
Mm-hmm.
for women, or some, I'm not going to say all, that you know, it's the mind. It's the mind. Yes, if you look good, okay, but if we can't hold like a 5-minute conversation
Mm-hmm.
intellectually or without
Mm-hmm.
having to talk about sex,
Yeah.
you're throwing me off. And I've had
Yeah.
that conversation
Yeah.
where, I'm like, let's not talk about sexual stuff. And then like 10 minutes in, they start sending innuendos. And I'm like, come on, like, I'm telling you, let's
Yeah.
take our mind away from it. And here you go bringing it right back into a sexual thing. Like, what's up?
Yes. I
I
think
have a
that's an overcompensation for the lack thereof, the lack of intellect.
Talk about it, Evie.
Yeah.
Talk about
Yeah.
Gave
A
that grown
person
woman
is going to
answer.
rule. I'm
That's a grown
sorry.
woman answer. No, I was saying that's a grown woman answer right there.
Yeah, you've got to stay away from the physical and tap into the spiritual. And
Mm-hmm.
the spiritual is what's going to bring you to a higher frequency. The,
Correct.
the higher frequency is what's going to sustain a healthy relationship. These are the things that are important. What a person looks like, yeah, you just can't be butt ugly.
right.
I have to wake up
There's
and
limits.
I have to look at you, but if you're not packing anything down there, that's fine, But if you hold all these other wonderful elements about yourself, then I don't care about that, because, like, get off of me anyway,
It only takes you 2 minutes anyway. So stop.
Yeah.
Maybe a good
Exactly.
5.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, we good. We good. And not all the time do our women, we're, as they say, coming at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you really got to be like a good 10-20 minutes for us to both, come at the same time, right?
Mm-hmm.
But mostly, like, we're talking science, guys. We are not bashing the men. We're not trying to say they 2-minute brothers, but that's not a lie.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Some of them they have their stamina and they can keep it going. And some women, we can't handle that. Sometimes we're like, all right, are you ready? Because I'm beat. It's an hour in and my knees are done. Let's go.
Yeah. Those would be Aries and
Libras and Libras.
Yeah, I was about to say I wasn't trying to toot
Like,
my own
yo,
horn, but
bro,
I'm glad.
it's 2 hours. Like, all right, son,
Yeah.
my back and my knees are done.
Right. I'm an energizer bunny.
Geez, like, what more do you need to pull from here? Like, you're not
Listen,
tired.
I'm trying to please you. That's all.
But see, and I'm glad you
Make
said
sure you're
that, because
satisfied.
if you do that, that's an overcompensation, because some people think men are like, okay, I'm going to make sure she's not going to go anywhere. So I'm going to be right here with her. She's going to be tired. She's not going to want anybody else. That's that old 90s school way of thinking.
Right.
Oh, no, I don't think like that. I just always was told, if I'm going to do something, do it to the best of your ability. Don't half-ass.
That doesn't mean kill our backs, though. Like,
no, I'm not.
Yeah.
Listen. No, well, I trained myself. Remember, I told you it's something that I've been doing since I was a teenager. I retain my thing. Yeah. And when you retain it, you add more stamina, energy. It's a whole spiritual thing. Correct. Mm-hmm. It's a whole spiritual thing. But like you said, if I give you that mental stimulation, that might make up for the physical that I really don't get you. That's what Eve was basically saying as well. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's the same way I feel. And I said this earlier before you came on here, Eve. I said, yeah, the physicalness is fine and dandy. Your body parts looking right and all of that. But me, I've always been a mental stimulation person, because I get bored easily. You can't keep me. You can't keep me, going on a conversation.
Sex is like, all right, and everything. But if we can't sit down after that and talk about things,
right.
Correct. Because Eve already said it. That's what actually lasts longer. The spiritual and the mental connection is what lasts as we get older and our sex drives get lower and lower. That's what lasts. I was looking at 2 elderly people, and the guy said, "Yeah, I've been with her since middle school. They in their 80s together. They probably ain't bumping and grinding like they used to.
They
Humping.
not.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
Really
But guess what? He said, "This is my best friend," and she said, that's her best friend, and that's what it becomes at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Seriously.
Interesting.
Oh, wait, so Raz girl is getting spicy out here. Hold on, look, check out what she said.
Hold on, let's go.
Oh no, ladies.
Oh, you need to work out and cuddle, huh?
Not this Taurus. She needs a workout. Oh well, guess what? Well, hold on. What's the connection with Libras and Taurus?
I think that would be the only connection.
That could work.
Because that's what I'm talking about. I need somebody to match my stamina.
Listen, relax, you. What's your sign, Eve?
Oh, I was just about to say I'm a Capricorn.
Well, she's a Capricorn. Okay, yeah. So we're like Capricorn, Cancer. I'm a Cancer, but the Capricorns are the father of the zodiac, and the Cancers are the mother. But we are very much so the same in regards to like family, more family oriented. We can be freaky, but we're not like the obvious freaks like a Libra, a Scorpio, or Aquarius. We're undercover, and they won't know it until they see it, and they'll be like, "Oh snap! I didn't know you was doing all that."
Absolutely. Yeah, and that conservative. We're conservative with it, and but we take more value serious. We take value seriously over superficial things. And then here goes this guy. Here's this guy right here.
Oh, that's your buddy.
That's my buddy. That's my buddy.
This guy.
Ivan, can you come up here, or are you working? Ivan's working probably.
Black Moses is in.
Black Moses. Moses, you split in the Red Sea, and I ain't talking about the sea.
Oh, good question.
I was like, that's what heavy. Last week on my live, I was like, what if Moses was really talking about a woman? He's parting the Red Sea, he parting them legs. And the sea, gets gushy down there. So what?
Oh my gosh.
Listen, hey, I'm trying to make it flow like the Nile River. Come on now.
I'm just trying. No, but I was being for real though. I'm being for real. Like, what if they're really talking? What if this is all metaphorically speaking, and he's really talking about a woman? And he's saving the Israelites, right? He's mating and creating nations. Like, who knows? And her with the Red Sea could just mean that maybe she was a virgin and her hymen broke and she's bleeding. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had to think about that for a second. I was like, wait a minute. What if that is really the case? And they say the stuff in the Bible.
Yeah.
Right there.
I could be reaching. But
and you say I get deep. That was deep right there.
Yeah. You know why? Because Brother Rich Mo put me on, and I was watching something. He gave me something to watch the other day, and that shit just sparked my brain. I was like, yo, he's got the staff. Moses has got his staff in his hand. We know that they say the staff is the phallus. Come on, let's make it make sense.
Yeah.
No, I do the same thing too. I try to say, what if they really didn't mean this, but they really meant this way? Like Noah's Ark. I always try to break that down in a whole different light. You know what I'm saying? Because what was it? They told Noah to collect 2 of everything and bring back 2 of everything. Remember? Right. So I always try to break certain biblical things in a different form. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because they really trying to get us on that one. But I sat here one day and I wasn't drinking enough. It was early in the morning, and I was like, wait a minute now. Moses splitting what? Parting. They use the word parting. That's what guys usually say. I part her legs or I split her. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know that slang. And it's like, hold up a second. What if it really was a woman?
Hold on. Was it Moses? Was it Moses that was married, but the wife couldn't have kids, and then supposedly, Jesus told him to go sleep with another woman or something like that? Was it Moses? Jacob. Yeah, there you go. And I was like, okay, so they telling us about, I think it was Abraham it was Abraham. His wife couldn't have kids, and he was told to go have a child with someone else. And I'm like, okay, so they just blatantly talking about adultery right here, to commit the adultery. You know what I'm saying?
Then they have in the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not commit adultery. So which one is it, guys?
Correct.
Which one is it?
Correct.
But so Ivan says, give him a few. Ooh, we're gonna have Ivan come up here. Black Moses.
Yep. Another male. Get another
Yeah,
man up in here.
I want the males. I need to hear the in regards to dating. And Ivan is like he's in our age group, so he understands when we hear the love songs, and they're not doing that anymore, and how we used to make mixtapes and have our little sexual encounters listening to the mixtapes. Like, we don't do this anymore.
You're putting it a little bit too much. You're being a little bit too nice to Ivan G on the age part. He's a lot older than us.
He is. He's like 50 something, right, Ivan?
There's nothing
Yeah,
wrong with that.
late
There's
60s.
nothing wrong with that.
He's like 60.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. Hold on, that's another thing too.
He's an
Why
old
we
man.
always got to disclose our age? But when we ask,
I just
it's
told
not
y'all.
a gentleman never ask a woman her age. No, it's just like, no, since we got to be fair, let's be fair. Why? I never understood that.
I don't know. That's because that's etiquette.
Oh,
That's the
God.
etiquette I'm talking about. So, you don't ask how much they weigh. You don't ask, how old are they? But I don't have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like
That's
that.
that old school stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
sorry, Ivan. I missed your live Friday. I'm sorry, buddy.
Oh,
He
yeah.
said a
Oh,
whole
I did
mixtape.
too. I think I missed it. Or
Yeah.
was he on Friday? Yeah, I came on after just like few minutes after he had after it was posted. I was like, oh man, but he didn't stay on that long. It was like an hour.
Yeah, I missed it. I really like his commentary on things, and
Mm-hmm.
really puts out some wonderful content. And you gotta respect his colorful mind. And so I love of this sort. Like, we got to get Foxy Moon out there. You guys, if you can, please like and share. That's important to
Oh,
share
thank you, thank you.
Correct.
as
Definitely.
because we'll be able to get this out here and start really speaking truth to life, and just speaking about things that have significance in our society. So please
Right.
like, share, and subscribe. And if you have it, please donate to Foxy Moon.
Thank
Correct.
you. Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah,
Ivan G said she wishes I was 60. He wants to slow me down. Oh gosh, she used to be with men with ED, and oh my lord, no, we can't have those issues.
See, but he's over here buying those gas station pills, guys.
That's
Right.
funny.
That's messing him up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So he can't be parting no Red Seas.
You better stay down on those gas station pills. And you know what they're the red pill and they're blue pills. Have you guys seen them? The capsules? They're red pill and blue pill.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
goodness. And he's definitely be on that too. But you know what? Ivan G is actually pretty smart. He's pretty intellectual. That
Yeah.
The stuff that he comes with, even if it goes far fetched, it's still like, it makes you think for a minute. Like, really?
Mm-hmm.
At least for me, I'm like, all right.
I mean,
can understand where he's coming from.
It's colorful, but you also have to respect it.
Yeah.
Respect it.
Right. Layla's in the building. Salute. Horny goat weed. Oh my God.
Is that what he said about?
No, this is what Jay says. Horny goat weed. Actually, that does help with the stamina though.
Yeah, that's from Jamaica, the honey goat weed.
I never heard of that before.
Yeah, that's a leaf. It's some leaves from like Jamaica and stuff like that. It's all natural. It keeps you up. There's a lot of stuff. It helps your blood pressure. I don't know if it's the goat weed, but a lot of natural stuff helps everything internally. Organs, all of that. High blood pressure, diabetes, everything.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
So
I would never take.
Don't part no Red Seas, men. It creates a stalkerish soul tie and bonds.
You know what?
That's not our fault.
Every man has parted the Red Sea in one point or another in their life, because you had to.
I've been wanting the Red Seas to be parted. Sometimes the women be like, "Yo, it don't matter. It don't matter."
When that first time for the female that happens, they parted that Red Sea then. So everyone has had that experience. Every guy has had that experience. Technically speaking.
Right.
Yeah.
Allegedly speaking.
Yeah. Educational purpose.
I'm guilty of that. Especially in my younger days. I was like, listen, because your hormones are kind of like off the chain. So you know, at least for me, I was even more like extra, feeling a little more extra. And I was like, I don't care if I have it. We'll just go to the shower and just
Yeah, you'll be surprised how many people like really indulge in that
Yeah.
type of people have fetishes out here, but what I'm saying is like the first time a woman is ever like her when her virginity is broken, that is
Mhm.
the first parting of the Red Sea for
Right.
you know,
Right.
so a man has had that experience one way or another.
Right. And that's why I made that reference, because I was like, well, hold up a second. Could this
Mm-hmm.
mean that Moses was actually really talking about a female? Because I read a book by Dan Brown back in the early 2000s, and the book was called The Da Vinci Code.
Mm.
And he was looking. They had him go. I think he was a scholar, but I forgot what department. Anyway, he was looking for Jesus's the Holy Grail.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
When and it's a fictional book, but it has, sometimes fiction, truth is hidden in between that.
Yep.
And the Holy Grail was actually Mary Magdalene and her conceiving Jesus's child. So it was the Knights of Templar keeping his bloodline quiet and secretive, but it's not really a chalice that they're talking about. They're talking about her womb and keeping her blood and keeping Jesus's bloodline secret and sacred.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was like, wait a minute. So Moses, that could have been, metaphorically speaking, that it's not actually, he didn't really part this. And then when they're trying to find it geographically, where is this quote unquote Red Sea, or where did this take place? It's kind of hard to pinpoint geographically where it is, although they can find it. I'm just like, nah, if we're talking about this book and how they bring down certain spiritual and metaphorically speaking terms here, then who's to say that wasn't the case? That Moses, he's holding his staff. Never mind.
Great point.
Go over our head.
Tom Hanks. I think Tom Hanks played in the movie.
Huh?
Tom Hanks played in the movie.
Yes,
Tom Hanks.
exactly.
Yeah.
Some Ivan G could probably appreciate, because I take it there. That shit, who knows? It might not, whatever.
He said no.
So Jay says no, he's not parting any Red Seas. He's moving to another body of water. Exactly. It is what it is.
On me.
So what body of water might that be, Jay Savage?
What body of water? Are you going across the land there? Oh snap, here comes Black Moses. Let's do it. Let's do it, baby. Let's get it in.
Here comes trouble.
Oh, yeah.
What's going on, brother Ivan G, brother Moses?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
loud and clear.
Oh, hey. So said, so shall it be, so shall it is. It is I, Black Moses, aka Black Meezy. What's going on?
Salute,
man.
brother.
Terrible.
So what it do, Ivan? Black Moses, what's up?
Just was working, thought I'd jump on YouTube and saw your own. Said, let me go in and holler at Fox to see what you got going on in here. And I see you got the usual suspects, Eve.
This is her first time, so I'm like, woo! I'm excited.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you.
But what are y'all talking about? I came in 5 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago, and what is about?
So the topic is really like, I had mentioned, I spoke about this in my last live or a couple of lives ago in regards to like the etiquette of relationships and the chivalry and is it gone? Is it still there? And what kind of other solutions can we do to kind of help it bring it back to its forefront? That's all.
Well, yeah, that's commendable and admirable. I'm gonna say, but here's the thing: time moves forward. We'll never get that back. We'll never get that back. We're moving so fast now, and with the assistance, not hindrance, with the assistance of social media, relationships just aren't what they are, because you could be into somebody one day and you're into somebody else completely a different day, because different people are appealing to your curiosity, especially these younger people. We're older. I know I'm older, so I'm kind of set as far as that go, but I see what it is, and it has been written that these are how the times are going to go. So I don't try to change the times. I don't try to do anything to create any anomalies in time. I just let them go as they supposed to go, and this is where we are now. So like I said, it is commendable, and admirable that y'all are trying to get back to that good old courtship?
Oh, no. There's nobody trying to get back. There's nobody trying to get back. I just wanted to like hear more. So is this really true? Is there's this thing going on that, you know, we're losing the momentum of courting, we're losing the momentum of this chivalry, you know, women, we have this shout out to Raspberry, she just came up onto the panel.
Yes.
We are like, you know, with this girl power and, you know, trying to be Miss Independent, but at the same time, you know, we still need that. So that's really what I wanted to get is a temperature check, and just to hear, you know, what it's really looking like out there, because I'm kind of removed from that. So I'm not in that pool of the dating world. But even it doesn't matter if you're in a relationship or not. It's just, you know, just the proper or the so-called proper etiquette of men and women, especially with us. You know, just want to take the temperature. We're not trying to like go back into the 50s.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, exactly.
But you're right.
Well, even the 80s, because it still existed somewhere in the 80s, but there was a split, especially with the things that really afflicted our community, like the crack epidemic, and then the change in the music as far as hip hop and taking over, and everything became more about instant gratification. And that's everything. You want everything instantly. You want instant sexual gratification. You want instant economic gratification. Everything is instant now. You see some people living those lives, even though they could be fabricated, but you want that life too, and you don't want to work for it per se. You want it instantly. So anything less than that, it's not gratifying. It can even cause a lot of depression, which is what we see amongst these young people. And I'm not ragging on young people, because there's also older people who fell into this, because we have a lot of older people who live unfulfilled lives. Their lives were unfulfilled when they were younger. So now they're at a life where they see everything is moving fast and they think they can get on some of this instant gratification. But most of the time, the young people aren't acceptant of them in their little circles. So now you got these people who feel like they don't belong anywhere. So their lives are unfulfilled and they're doing, you know, wilding out type stuff for their age. They call it midlife crisis and, you know, this, that, and the other. But midlife crisis now is like really weird. You know, midlife crisis, when I was younger and I see middle-aged men, they would like get the sports car, which some of them do now. They get the Corvette and, you know, they have the little young girlfriend for a while. Then they come out of that and they kind of settle. But now these midlife crisis people, they're way off. They're doing stuff like joining swinger parties and they're in their 40s and 50s and now they want to smoke weed. They never used drugs when they were young, but now they want to be weed smokers and they want to get into the weed culture and all this other stuff. So it's way out of whack. But if you're not aware that these things were going to happen, then yeah, it's going to look strange to you. But if you were aware, if you read, you know, you saw these things were going to happen. And like I said, social media is not it's not a hindrance. It's actually helping this. Social media is only an extension of the person that uses it, you know, so we can't be sitting here continuously saying, oh, because of social media. Social media just sits there until you use it. What you choose to do with it is on you. So if you choose to use social media and be a 50-some-year-old freak out there twerking on camera, that's on you. That's on you. If you choose to be a 50, 60-year-old man talking about gang and falling out sloppy drunk on the corner, that's on you. And it's on camera. That's on you. That's how you choose to do it. So no, it's only helping the times. I look at it as an advancement. I like to see people constantly train crashing and train wrecking. You know, I like to see it because it's supposed to happen anyway. And Black Moses has walked this earth for quite some time.
For many years. So, Raz Girl, go ahead.
I've been around for centuries.
Hold on a second.
Hello.
Raz Girl.
Hey Eve, hey Maybach, hey Black Moses. I'm back.
Good afternoon.
I definitely think that the dating pool has changed. I think that chivalry is dead. I think that women are becoming mannish and proposing to men, and the whole gender roles are completely out of whack. I think that women don't know how to accept chivalry, so therefore it's not given, and men don't feel that women are honored enough now to give it. So
Mm,
the basics of dating is completely out of there. Like there's no time to date and talk and get to know and to court. Like they're not looking for that. I think that what Ivan said about instant gratification is very true and real. But Ivan think that social media has a lot to do with it because people live their lives on social media. They portray a life and they attract people when they don't have all that going on, and that's what those people are thinking that they're dating. And these people aren't being transparent. So if you take the time to get to know people, reach out and touch people, again, have that communication where you're like really one on one, opposed to all this fakeness and unauthenticity that's going on. Like all of that is just out of whack. So yeah, because men aren't chivalrous anymore and women can't accept it, I feel like the dating pool is just smash and gas, and that's about it.
But you know what? It gives me an advantage. It gives me an advantage. At my age, it gives me an advantage. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna give you a perfect example. So there's this little restaurant. It's like in this little strip mall, right? But at that strip mall, a lot of guys just hang out. It's kind of hood, but it's still a couple of nice eating places over there. So me and a lady were over there. We were eating. Well, she was a young lady over there eating, and there were some guys hanging out at a laundromat, like right next to it. They were sitting on like, I don't know if those were like newspaper machines or whatever. They were sitting on them. So when me and her came out, I went to her door and opened her car door for her, you know. And those young cats said, "Man, he opened a door for it." He said, "That's a G move." That's what he said. So
Yes,
the
there's some light.
so the young guys know, they know it. They're familiar with it. It's just that the young women that they deal with are so rough and abrasive to where
mm,
they feel like it's not necessary to do it. Now, if the young men started doing that, it would really confuse these young women. It really would, because for some reason these young women, they think they have to be combative. I don't know where it comes from, but they think they have to be combative with these guys when all these guys mainly want to do is just chill and pretty much lay up. That's pretty much it. You know, if these guys, if young guys could find a girlfriend in these young ladies, then they would go after that. But these young ladies, and like you said, social media, these young ladies are so curious that they hop from interest in guy to guy to guy. And women's nature is a curious nature. So whatever excites their mental stimuli at that moment, they're gonna seek it, even if it's for just a moment, even if it's for a couple of hours or a day. But it takes their attention off the guy that may actually like them for a good amount or a length of time, because they're so caught up in like, ooh, he looks like he doing this. Ooh, he looks like he's on over here. Ooh, he has this. Ooh, he has that. And they're bouncing all over the walls with it. So I'm not gonna say it's like guys, because young guys know, they know young men are still men. It's in their nature, and they still have mothers that are telling them, hey, you got to respect them, even if they tell them abrasively. But young women I'm not blaming young ladies, because this is a part of y'all's nature. A part of y'all nature is curiosity. Your curiosity is so just out there right now to where you just can't stop and focus on that one special person, because you want to be all over the place. Just look at Instagram. These girls are in Jamaica one day, they're in Tulum, Mexico the next day, then they're in Miami Beach. They got all these different mixed drinks and all these exotic foods. And I'm like, so I'm thinking these women are traveling call girls. Ain't no in the world they got money to be doing this. Guys are calling upon their services in the DMs. These foreign guys, these African guys, these Middle Eastern guys, because whenever you see some of these young girls on these boats, they're not on the boats with regular black guys. They're on the boats with like Nigerians. They're on the boats with like Middle Eastern guys. They're on the boat with like these Greek looking guys. They're not on the boats with just regular black guys, even regular white guys. So these guys are reaching them through their services. So They're all over the place. And now here's the thing. We talked about Roe versus Wade last night. These women really don't want to have kids. Kids will slow these women down. You know, they will slow these women down. So that's what, no, so yeah. And here's the thing about that also. You talk about chivalry when they're on the boats with these guys and these guys are laying out these spreads and these drinks and that exotic food. That's chivalry. That's chivalry they're laying out. But the only thing is they're paying for it. There's a cost there. It's not chivalry just based on a mutual admiration for each other. It's based on a transaction.
Yeah,
so it's just a part of it.
You know,
Service.
Yeah, it's services. So yeah, the women they ride. You know, they got it all. They got their room laid out. You know, they're taking the pictures. Then you see them out on the little patio with the exotic wines and the sushi and the shrimp and all this other little stuff. But yeah, it's a transaction. That's chivalry when you lay it out for a woman like that. It is, but it's still a transaction because you're not going to fly a woman to Tulum, Mexico and drag her through the desert and the jungle sweating and all that stuff. No, you're going to lay it out for her when she arrives because you've admired her on social media and now she's there. So you're going to lay it out for her. So that's chivalry. It's just done as a transaction with a different aspect, but it's still there.
That's not dating though, Ivan. That's I'm paying for this service. I expect it, so you know.
Well,
I'll come back to you and pay for it again, but that's not.
But what do call girls and these women say when they go out? What do they say?
I have no idea.
They say. Even if the guy is paying for the transaction, they say, I got a date. Even pimps, and I'm familiar with pimps, even pimps say, well, tell a girl, get out there and catch a date. That's what they tell them. That's the vernacular. So it's still a date. There's just a transaction with it, but it's still a date.
What I think that Raz Girl is saying is the respectability within chivalry has gone.
That's not respectable?
It's not, because there's intent there. There's like you said, transaction. There's an emotionalist element to that.
But that was agreed upon before she showed up. Here's the respectability. Here's the respectability. Let's say she showed up. She met the guy at the house and he commenced to drag her and start putting his hands on her and abusing her and beating her, and then does the transaction and then throws a couple of hundred at her and say, yeah, there's your money. Get out of here. That's where the respectability factor is out the door. But if the transaction is still existing and he's laid out the red carpet, that's respect. Even though this woman is doing a transaction, he's showing his admiration for that transaction and laying out the red carpet. The respectability factor is still there because he can treat her like a dog, because she's still going to stick around and give him what he wants and get her payment and keep it moving. Even though he probably could beat her all across the hallway and throw her down the stairs, she's still going to want that money. The respectability factor is gone. Like these women on these very abusive porns, they still get paid. Yeah, they still get paid. Paid, even though they've went through the whole ghetto gagger scene or whatever. They still get paid for that. But the theme of that scene is the disrespect of the woman, to dog her, to treat her like trash. So the respectability. But if you could use the same as pornography again, and it's on TV, and two people meet for a date. They sit there and drink wine like those Playboy Channel porns, and then they go to the hotel room and they have the little sex with the jazzy music. The respectability factor is there, so it's still there. It's just still a transaction involved.
Correct. Can I say something after? Let me say something after Ivan.
Go ahead. Wait, who's going next? Because I had to take a emergency.
Zo-Life.
Okay, so maybe go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick. I like everything that the brother Ivan's saying is true, and this is where I feel like the game gets messed up. These gentlemen that have these women come to Dubai, Miami, they pull out the yachts, they do all of that, right? They basically, like, you know, some people say, oh, it ain't tricking if you got it. At the end of the day, you're still tricking. Okay, you're just not going to the corner to pick up a prostitute, whatever. It's done on social media, like Ivan said, off of IG. And some of these women, they don't have the money, like he said, to get a yacht, to be on the water, to do this, do that. Now, when they come back to the States, This is what they think that a man who's not making nowhere near that type of money is supposed to do. And then the woman is putting herself on a pedestal, acting like she worked for that money, like it's a 9 to 5 that she did hard labor for. It's like, oh, so you're not trying to spend the bag on me. And now you're getting this attitude. And this is, like he said, social media is messing up everything. All of these little technology things that we have, these little gadgets, is messing up this whole thing. Some of these young chicks got the game messed up. Like, you know, they're not being raised culturally. So their mind frame and their mentality is not to be, you know, find a good man and be cultural. And I'm not saying to be that stay at home mom or anything like that, but just, you know, to build and, you know, live life, you know, and enjoy yourself with somebody. It's more like, what can you do for me? Oh, you know, I have a homegirl. She's on Section 8. But she's telling me if a man don't have his own house, she's not dealing with him. But you got an apartment by the government, by the state, and you
probably
think
ain't got no furniture in it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? No, she do, but it's just like you know, to me, that's not logic. You don't want to talk to a man that don't have a car, that don't live in his own house, but yet you're living on Section 8. That's not logic to me.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? That's not logic. So you can't even have an attitude. If a man tells you, well, I just moved back at home with my mom's because, you know, she's on dialysis and I got to help her out. So because he tells you the truth and says that, now he's not good enough because he had to move back at home. But you're not looking at the bigger picture. Wow, this is a man who's actually moving back when he could be living on his own. He chooses to go live and help his mother. That's how I look at it. That's why I said, like me, inside of a frame, I don't just look at the picture. I look at the frame. I look at everything. I look at, you know what I'm saying? Like I pay attention to everything, not what a woman have. Because I've never dated any woman for what she has, because what she has is hers. That's not mine. I'm into the lifestyle of, okay, you have that already? Well, I'm going to come in and I'm going to build the table. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm going to add to what you have. That's how I am, because I've never been a moocher. I wasn't raised like that. Because no woman's going to be talking bad about me. Oh, yeah, he's just staying here. He's running up my bill. He's eating my everything. He's snacking on my kids' food and he don't provide. No, I wasn't raised like that. But a lot of these women got the game messed up because of these guys who's living in these third world countries, who has the money to just, you know, wipe their butts with it or just throw it. You know what I'm saying? Throw it around. And now when they come back out here, they expect the same type of treatment. And you ain't even showing me what your worth is. Or like Ivan said, you twerking and you think I'm going to bring you to my mama to meet my mother when every picture is a side picture. You don't even show your face that much. I barely know what the other, if you had a beauty mark on your face, because all you're showing is your backside. But you think I'm supposed to high value you and respect you? That's what I said. It's on both sides. It ain't just the women either. The men are doing it too.
And that's why we must compartmentalize traditional chivalry opposed to modern chivalry as it relates to exchanges. We can't get to misconstrue with one another, because a traditional woman, and earlier Ivan, comes by way of level of respectability. Woman.
Hey, your phone is messing up. I think that's that cricket service you got there. But anyway,
the African
I just want to say something as opposed to that. Now I'm seeing this, but let me tell you, me myself coming up, I never really dated. I never liked going on dates. I never really did that because, and I came up in like the 90s, you know, I mean, at the prime was the 90s, and it just wasn't required. Women would come over to your place. Correct. And it would be on from there. It wasn't no dating like going out to eat. The only time I would take a woman out to eat is if I was hungry and we just happened to just finish doing a couple hours of sessions there. You know, we've been laying up for a couple of hours, and I said, "Oh, I'm hungry."
You worked up an appetite.
Yeah, so I said, "Oh, I'm hungry." So that's the only time. And I throw on my jeans or my sneakers and t-shirt, and we go to like Chili's or Bennigan's or something and eat a little something. That was a date. I think I may have been to the movies once on a date with a woman once, but I never just went on dates. When I went to college, we didn't even date in college. We just went to each other's dorms and laid up.
Hung out.
Hung out and just went when I got home and had my own place, met a woman at the club. We meet a woman at the club or out somewhere. They come over to the house and Shoot, it was on from there. Dating, and this is the 90s. This was the
Yeah.
90s.
But see, that was the last era of socializing, though, Ivan. That's the thing, because I'm in my mid 40s. I was born in 76, so I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, so we grew up in the era where we had to go outside. We had to conversate. You know, if we watched a TV show or a movie the night of, we go back, and when we go to school, we having a conversation about, oh, did you watch the Cosby Show? Yo, it was a great.
There you go.
Yeah, so we grew, like you said, women was already hanging with us because we was outside. So that was kind of like you said, we didn't really have to ask for a date because we was hanging out. We're in the neighborhood, or she might live a couple of blocks away. So you naturally got to know the female. Like you said, oh, I'm hungry. You want to walk with me to the you know what I'm saying, to the corner store, or you want to get something from the food truck, like you said. Yeah, so I understand.
Yeah, and when I came across, like I had guys, homeboys or whatever you call them, associates, that were still dating women, and they would always come back with these horror stories about the date. Like I know I had a couple of partners where they say they took the girl out. One sticks out to me because we laughed, we clowned him. He took this girl out to Papa Do's, sat up and ate, and say the girl was going to the bathroom. She left. She jumped in her car and left him there, you know, just to pay for it, because he said, man, and while we was on the date, she was on the phone. You know, a lot of these girls be sitting there texting guys. They said, well, I'm eating with my homegirls when they're with a guy. And then they'll leave the guy and go meet their homegirls at the club to meet other guys. I mean, it's crazy.
So Ivan, I think the Rascal, because I had to step away for a second, but that's what I had wrote down earlier. Because I have my notes on this, and this website is called datinglovetoknow.com. It has 9 simple rules of proper dating etiquette, and one of those was mentioning about Eve and I was speaking about this a little while as well, as who pays for the date, right? Because traditionally it's usually the men that will come out of pocket. But if say for instance I suggest we go somewhere to eat, does that now mean that I should be paying for us to eat? These are like one of those make it and break it deals. Another one, it could be. Another one is, if you're not really into this person, like you're kind of chilling out and you're vibing, but you're not feeling this vibe, like, do you just get up and like go to the bathroom and then hope this person, like, you weigh them out, or you run out the rest?
You don't even go on the date. That's the problem. If you're not into him, you should know that before you even go on the date. See, but what a lot of women are doing, and I'm not here to rag on women, because
no, we need to listen.
Yeah.
Hold, wait, time out for one quick second. We're not ragging. So to be very clear for anybody who's listening or watching, we're not here to go against each other, but we also have to recognize each other's downfalls, if you will, and to hold each other accountable so that we can know how to move forward. Because if you're not expressing how you feel and you keep this suppressed, then we're like, well, what's wrong? What's the problem? Blah, 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 right? And then vice versa. If you don't know what's going on with us and we're talking amongst our people, our fellow, women folk, how are we going to help move forward if we don't communicate our issues, or maybe not even issues, just, how we feel. So I want to make that very clear and put that out there, that this is not men against women. It is clearly just to have the men and women's perspective of what's going on in regards to dating, or even just the etiquette in a relationship. Now, you don't have to be in a relationship, but this is just what I wanted to bring. So go ahead, Ivan.
Yeah, but if you're not really into the guy, then don't take the date, because
but how do you not know this? How do you, if we're talking on the phone and everything sounds copacetic, and then I'm like, all right, so, or you're like, you know what, let's go meet up, usually it's dinner. Now here's the thing, we need to stop setting ourselves up with the dinner thing, because there's an anticipation with that. I say go for coffee, maybe a brunch is safer. It's in the daytime. You're not there, you may want to go, but chances are it's nighttime. There's a certain etiquette with that, if you go to dinner at night, you kind of almost assume that it's going to go down afterward.
But like Ivan was, I think what Ivan was about to say though, right? If I approach you and I'm physically attracted to you, but you're not physically,
I'll be right back, guys. Hold on.
All right. So Foxy or Eve, one of y'all women, if you're not attracted to the man, why even go on a date? I'm not saying y'all have done this. Maybe y'all have, maybe y'all didn't. But I feel, Ivan, don't waste my time. Because if you're not physically attracted to me, and I know it's not going to go nowhere, we need to set that understanding. Now, if I still take you out or I ask you to attend, somewhere out with me, then that's me genuinely going out with you, maybe looking at you as just a homegirl, and we just getting a bite to eat and enjoying each other's company. But majority of the time when a man is taking a female out, I'm not saying all men, some men want something in return because they drop in 100, 200, whatever they spent. Like you said, if that's the case, we might as well just go to the, I don't want to say glizzy stand, but we might, like you said, let's just go get a cup of coffee, get, some juice, some tea, whatever, where I'm not spending that much money. And then now I'm looking at you after you done ordered Kobe steak or some Wagyu meat.
And now I'm looking,
lobster tail or whatever, a seafood platter. And I done spent $300-400, and then you're like, oh well, I'm thank you for the night. I enjoyed it. Peace. I'm out. And now I'm pissed that you didn't give me none. So people need to stop wasting each other's time as well.
So Razgar, I want to hear, because I didn't get to hear. Oh, unless Eve has something to say really quickly, or
I'm just listening.
Okay. Go ahead, my beauty queen.
I definitely think that the man is supposed to pay. And he's supposed to pay for a couple of times if we're dating, and then and I'm gonna always have my own money, and the woman should always have her own money too. But Correct. Eventually, I will put the bill or half or whatever, because now I'm feeling him. But in that portion of you're trying to get at me, then women are supposed to require men to do certain things, and it shouldn't be so much for a man to do it. And that's the problem I think in this generation. That men complain so much that a woman wants this and a woman wants that. But the first problem is, if you're comparing women to women that you pay for to get a happy night or to make you happy, then you can't possibly know how to treat a woman, because you don't even know the difference between a woman and a woman that's paid to keep you happy, in my opinion.
Yeah, I missed that.
So Eve and I are on that same consensus as well, where it's like, all right, so you've gone on a couple of dates, or this person. So say, for instance, this is like a blast from the past, right? And you're like, all right, let's go hang out and, get a quick bite to eat or something. And you're initiating this. And I'm speaking for myself because I have done that. And while I'm checking to see if he's going to pull out his wallet, I'm still like, this is still my peeps, and I'm going to, I pay for the meal, I pay for the drinks. I was drinking, so I pay for my drinks. But it's after a certain amount of time has passed that I feel, we can then go Dutch, or I'll pay for it this time. But initially and traditionally, because we've had that, I think, we feel that the men should, pay in the beginning. And then if the relation or the friendship or whatever is evolving, then yeah, sure, why not? I don't have a problem. And I have the money, sure, I don't have a problem buying the meals or going out and hanging out and paying for the expenses.
Well, you're what do they call it? You're different. You're an exception to But
Eve said the same thing. She said something very similar to what I just said.
Man, Eve ain't paying for that. Eve, let me tell you something. Eve ain't trying to pay for nothing. Most of these women are trying to get a free meal. They ain't got nothing at home but a cup of noodles and probably a half jar of Kool-Aid. So any meal out is a benefit to them. Here's the thing: there's two components to a person that you meet that you might want to be with. There's a physical component, which is sexual. Right. And then there's an overall aesthetic to where you like this person, you like their smile or something about them that's outside of physical or sexual. So you don't have you like her. Yeah, she looks good, but it's not about that. It's about her smile. Y'all had a good conversation. But here's the thing, and this is where I cut it off at. If all I can see is me wanting to bend her over or something or just knock it off, then that's not a person I'm going to be pursuing a relationship with. It's just not, And if it's a woman to where I like her smile, we had a good conversation, she is physically attractive, but that's not everything. It wasn't the physical attraction. It was just her way of being, her nature, her aura, whatever you want to call it. it was something that made me say, man, this is. And then you know, with guys, we'll start visualizing ourselves doing things with that person, like sitting on a couch or at the park or just playing and laughing or watching TV together. With a person like that, you start seeing that stuff with that. With a person that you just have a physical component, you can't see past smashing the next day. I'm serious. I have a.
No, that's a fact, for real.
Yeah, I mean, I've had women to where like I've hung out drunk at the club and smashed, and they'll call me like the day after or the day after that, and I'll be like, "Hey, I don't forgot who they were." You know,
like, what's your name again?
Yeah, and I'll be like, where'd I meet you? And
I mean, you cap
and
it,
they'll
right?
just say, hey, don't ever call it. You know, they end up saying, don't ever call this number again. And I'm like, wow, because
They
I've
tell you don't ever
forgotten.
call them, or you
Yeah,
said
because I done completely forgot who they were just the day after, you know, smashing on them. You know, you had these little, parking lot, episodes, and you be drunk. I'm not. I am not capping. In my years of life, I don't have a reason to cap. I don't have a reason.
He didn't even remember. Like, serious, is that bad?
It was that bad.
She must have been whack.
No, it ain't just a she. It's been a few. I mean, the 90s was wild. The 90s, the late 90s,
yeah.
And the 90s.
No, but I may not remember the name, but if it's the next day and they call, I'll be like, oh, and he's saying that, then I'll be like, oh.
Well, but see, here's the thing.
You're trying to really try to play us.
Here's the thing. But here's the thing, though. You've been in talk to, especially if you hang out at the club and been drinking. You've probably talked to so many women, like. And so many women may have sat in your car and had a conversation and y'all kind of fondled a little bit, but nothing happened. But then you meet this one and y'all end up having a whole episode. But you get home and a day after, or the day after that, a couple of days, they call. And I was like, yay, who is this? And they'll be like, well, this so-and-so. And I'll be like,
a voice.
Where did I meet you at? And they'll say it, and I'll be like, oh. And then I'll say, don't ever call it. They'll say, don't ever. That has happened to me. And not just me, a couple of my partners. And back then, we would laugh about it. Because we were moving that fast and that reckless. So it would happen like that. I mean, to this day, I could go out and a woman that I was with 25 years ago would like look at me with give me the meanest look. The meanest look for something I've done like decades ago. Yeah. And still to this day, because this Dallas is DFW Metroplex is big, but it ain't that big, especially amongst black people. So you're liable to meet people that you done messed around with.
Yeah.
You know,
it's different in the city here. It's like you won't ever see that person again if you did one night.
Here because people tend to cluster at the few hot spots. So you tend to see people that you've messed with like 25, 30 years ago. And you're like, man, wow. And they'll still look at you like, you did me dirty. You know, they still had it in the back of their mind, even though they may having a whole nother relationship.
That's girls, though. That's
no, but I was back then. I was real reckless, very reckless. So, yeah, it happened. It has happened. Yeah. If I could write a book,
I'm sure you would.
If I could make a porn movie, I'm just playing.
You done said that like 3 times now. Listen, I don't want my stuff going down. We're gonna say the porn. We're not saying the whole P word.
Okay, skin flick.
Skin flick.
Yeah. Skin flick. Yeah.
All right, so that gives me a good temperature check because I think we're all kind of like on the same thing. Eve left.
Yeah. She had to take a call.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear her. Okay.
But yeah. I'm not here to toot my horn because it's not just me. You know, it's guys.
But you know, we're gonna clown you because that's the nature of the beast. Sometimes we can't help ourselves.
Yeah.
Especially with you all, because I don't really do the clowning too much, but you all do that. I get in there every now and then, but I'm dealing with some heavy hitters like Eve, Ivan,
Black Moses, baby.
Black Moses,
Yeah.
So, I'm just giving you a little bit of the smoke.
I got to tell you, the 70s and the 80s and the 90s traumatized
Yes.
Ivan G. They traumatized him.
The 70s. Wait,
You
now
said get
hold on.
traumatized.
The 70s. I was a kid in the 70s.
The 70s traumatized us because of that industry, as I was talking about before. Like it set us, it got us into this hypersexual activity. Some of us was doing, like I said, I had my first kid when I was 15. So trust me, I'm coming up from that, seeing certain things, being in places that I shouldn't be, and I'm doing this stuff, not understanding and not being completely mature enough to handle that kind of thing. And
Right, yeah.
you do it.
But it's not trauma. It's not trauma. It's knowledge. It's knowledge. Because you know
Correct.
why? Because
It's learning.
I can
Learning.
move amongst people and I can see younger people making the mistakes that I made or the mistakes that guys that I know made, and I could pull them to the side and say, come here, homeboy. This is what's going on, because I can look at them and I can look at the female they're with and tell them. Now, if they're close to me, I'll say, man, just keep your options open, because and it's, if you're not close to me, if I don't, and these are older guys, I still got partners my age still do these reckless things with these females. They just jump out the window for them because they think
Fact.
these women really like them, and these women just be using them. These older women around here, they can be a mess. They're just as worse as the young ones. So I can see it a mile away. So I can say, hey man, you might want to chill on that, or you might want to watch. I had partners for and everybody's not able to do so. I've had partners that have just left their place where they live just to move in with this chick, and it's just a disaster. I'm like, dude, you had your own place. Why are you taking up with her? And he moves in like a little puppy dog in there, sniggling and giggling and all that, and then all of a sudden, some other guy comes out of nowhere, and I'm like, bruh, come on, man.
That's usually the case.
But
it's supposed to be the other way around, is what I was taught from my father. You have a female move in with you. You don't never move
exactly.
in. Never gonna be your place. She's always gonna make sure she throws it in your face. Maybe not all women, but majority of the women's gonna let you know this shit is hers. This is my crib. This is my apartment, my house, or whatever.
Yeah.
So you're never gonna feel comfortable.
You better believe it.
Yeah, that's why go ahead. Go ahead, Eve.
But if you develop these things together and it's a mutual arrangement, you both move in together, because why be in that place? Why be in that space and place with each other where one person is moving in? You always want to stay on mutual ground.
No, you don't.
Correct.
No, you don't.
That's the key. Why not?
No, you
Why
don't.
not?
See,
So
that's
that
the
way-
problem right there. And Eve, I'm sure you're around in your early 50s or mid 50s, somewhere in there, But I'm just saying this. So you should know. Aesthetically, and I love that word. Aesthetically, men take the woman into their home if there's the woman that they're claiming as their woman. Maybe it won't work out down the line, huh?
So for you as the man to go and say the same thing that a woman would say, if you're tired of that woman has to be able to perhaps live with, you can be able to put her in a position to where she doesn't feel comfortable in the relationship anymore, and to where she may have to move out. It's the same both ways. Do you know what I'm saying?
If she's uncomfortable and feels she has to move out, then that's on her. But if he really plans on having her and taking care of her, then she has to come to his home. I got a partner. I got a old school buddy of mine. He moved in with a woman, and he's a Dallas Cowboy fan. But his woman, she was from Louisiana. So when I went over to that house, the first time I went over there, all this New Orleans Saints stuff was all over the house. And I'm like, dang, bro. I'm like, where your stuff at, man? When we was watching the Cowboys game, I'm like, dang, bro, you a Cowboys fan. What's all this New Orleans stuff doing around? He said, oh, man, well, that's where she from. She from Louisiana.
Yo, Ivan's funny as hell.
Yeah.
Hold on, but let me say something, right? Hold on. Let me piggyback off of what you're saying. I know two couples. I've known them, let me see, since my teenage years. So we've grown up together.
Yeah.
They both from Massachusetts, but my homie is a Red Sox fan. His wifey, she's a Yankees fan, bro.
Yeah.
One of the two worst sports teams to go at it, but guess what? They got a great relationship. So that's why I said, like, sometimes things do work out. It could be opposites and it work, and sometimes it you know what I mean?
Do they
it all
do they
depends.
have both teams memorabilia up?
Yes, all over the house. Correct. There's not one
Yeah,
more than the other. Yeah, sometimes
man.
they spite each other on purpose. Like, he'll buy her like a Red Sox T-shirt, knowing that she'll throw it on for him, but she more puts it on at night. She ain't gonna go outside the house wearing a Red Sox. So it's funny. I always laugh at them, but see, that's what I'm saying. Like everything, like how Eve was saying. And I said this, and I was agreeing with her until you said, nah, it doesn't work that way. I can seriously say it does. It all depends on the individuals. Because me and my kid's mother, we've moved around like 5 times, and we've lived in, apartments. My name was never on the lease. But see, this is what I'm saying. She never spoke to me that way and told me, oh, this is my shit. And you got, you know what I'm saying? Like,
well, see, that's because you see, this is what I'm gonna say about people where y'all are. Y'all on the northeastern shore. Y'all Massachusetts, New York. y'all have understandings. Y'all, and because of the way things are there, y'all have to have those understandings. But here in the Southwest Texas and in the deep South and on, you got to have your own, or you will get clowned. You will get clowned.
So let me ask you something, Black Moses. Let me ask you something. In the event that you move this woman in your home, because this is obviously someone that you feel like you can spend your life with, right? And the talk of marriage comes about, but the house belongs to you. Will she go on that deed when you guys get married?
It's a possibility, but here's the thing: if we're married and I pass away, it's community property anyway, so she's going to get the house anyway. So it's not necessary for her name to go on the deed. If she's my wife, it's going to be community property. Texas is community property state, so if anything happens to me, she's going to get it anyway. Yeah. So there's no reason for her to be on the lease or the deed while I'm living. That's not necessary. But if something. Well, why would it be? Why would it be? Because if I sell the house and she's my wife, it's still going to go into the family bank anyway, But here's the thing: why does she have to be on the deed while I'm living? It's not necessary here. That's where I am. But like I said,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, Texas is a community property state, so if I pass away, everything's going to go to her anyway.
Okay.
But while you're still living, it's still something that is yours. It's not anything that she can say.
But why does it have to be? Why does it have to be?
Because it lends a level of security.
No. See what happens? See, this is where vanity comes in with women. This is where the vanity comes in. See, because if I die, she gets it automatically in community property, and if we get divorced, she's still going to get proceeds if we're married. She's still going to get it. Still going to split. We're going to sell it and we're going to split it. She's going to still benefit off the property just by being my wife. You understand that? But because of the vanity, your vanity, you just have to see your name on the paperwork just to say, this is my house too. It's your house, period. If you're my wife, it's your house, period. But you don't have to tell me it's your house. You tell people that don't live there, that don't live in that abode, that it's your house. You have to tell them, not me. But your vanity, and you have a high rate of vanity, Eve, a very high rate of vanity.
I wouldn't say that's vanity, though.
It is vanity.
But hold on, Ivan. I wouldn't say that's vanity, because naturally, as people, human beings, we need a sense of security. And so if something's under somebody's name and not under yours, even if you're together or married,
you might feel it.
Sometimes that can slip from underneath you and stuff gets a little, I don't want to hear that this is yours and then something happens and then I don't have nowhere to go. You know what I'm saying? Like I need to have some sense of security. I need to know that, okay, the names
but she should know that. But see, that's what I'm saying. You're talking from your part of the world. You're talking from your part of the world. Again, yes. Yeah, on this part of the world.
I think that's universal, though.
It's not. Different states have different rules.
Yeah, I was about to say that, because if you're not married, like Ivan just said, right? If he's automatically married to that woman, she gets that. Now let's just say the couples are not married and your name is on the deed and her name now it's next to kin. that's going to get it. It's going to be Ivan's family member and not her. It's the same way where if you're not married to a woman, she cannot be your proxy. That's your mother. If you got your mother still living or next to kin, brothers, sisters, it's them to make the decisions. Because that happened to a friend of mine. You know, he was on his deathbed. He wasn't married to the female. So all the questions was going to his mother. Thank goodness his mother was alive because his girl was a BI. I don't want, you know, she is what she is. She's, you know what I'm saying? She's a BI.
But here's another thing. Here, like I said, this is my state. So let's say that I have a girlfriend, right? And she moved into my place, but she's my girlfriend. She's not my wife. We're not married, right? If we go anywhere, let's say we go anywhere and do a transaction, buy some furniture or anything like that, and they ask, well, who is she? And I say, well, this is my wife. Then she automatically, because I have made witnesses her as my wife.
Got you.
So she automatically wins because now she can go on that paperwork when we bought that furniture and say that her name is on there and who is she? She's the wife. She automatically, and we don't even have to be married. So now
because there's that common law marriage. There's some states that recognize as long as you live with the person for over 5 years, it's called common law marriage. Some states recognize that and some don't. No, I get what you're saying too.
Yeah. So you'll never hear you'll never really hear a woman that's with a man. You'll never hear her say that because she knows she's going to benefit regardless when it comes to that. Now, I don't know how it is in Missouri, Eve, but here, if she's married to me in my house, if we get divorced, she's going to get part of that property in a settlement. And if I die, she automatically gets everything. Community
property. Let me
ask
you a question. Does the great state of Texas recognize common law marriage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought New York City does, but I'm not sure about that.
I don't know about New York, Massachusetts. You know, our states is Commonwealth states, so they're funny. But a lot of more southern states recognize that than northern states. You know what I'm saying?
Here's a perfect example. I had a partner of mine. He had this girl. She was in his house, his apartment. She was in his apartment for 3 days. They got into an argument. You know, they had to go to court because of that, because she had been there 3 days, they looked at it as common law. This was like back in the 90s. She was only in his apartment for about 3 days, and they got into an argument, and he made her get out, and the police came, and they said, no, you have to let her back in here. Like this was her place too. They had to go to court just to settle this, just so he could get her out of there. Man, she was just there for 3 days. They had to go to court for that. Because police did it as a common law arrangement.
Can I just say salute to Voodoo Glitch down there? He's down there regular. There.
Yeah, he got me laughing. I just wrote some smiling. He's funny. He said as soon as I heard the word dead, I would have peaced.
Everybody's getting a little spicy around, so I like it. I like it.
Peace out, baby. You know, you can visit, but you can't stay.
He's funny. He said, as soon as I hear the word dead, peace. I'm peacing her out.
Yeah. So it's just this.
So what do you think about this? So going back to etiquette, because I don't think I heard your perspective of it, or chivalry, even though we know that chivalry is, and I have the definitions here of what chivalry is, and it's the system or spirit, ways, or customs of knighthood, very honorable and courteous behavior. The medieval knightly system with its religious, moral, and social code. So it doesn't even really equate to what our notion is of what chivalry is, because this is medieval time that they're speaking chivalry, and it's like it's even though there's some kind of moral ethic to it, where they'll probably drop their cloak so the woman can cross over it, or the damsel in distress, or the knight saving the girl. That's where that whole thing is coming. So that's almost like a delusional term or delusional word.
Well, let's do this. Let's do this, because it's all about the man. Okay, it's all about that man to you. Okay, so let's do this. One of the guys I like to use as an example that men were so crazy about was Tupac, right?
Excuse me, my husband.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. So let's say, so we know Tupac, thug life. He was that very aggressive alpha male, right?
Right.
So let's say you go out with Tupac. He opens the door for you, open all your doors, pulls your seat out for you, and you know what kind of man he is. You know this is a very aggressive alpha male, but yet he's doing all these chivalrous things for me. That's gonna make an impression on you as opposed to a Steve Urkel who's probably just trying to suck up to you and get you to like him. He's nerdy, he's quirky, he's lame, he's looked at lame, and now he's doing all this stuff. You're gonna look at him as he's kind of weak. Why? Because he's an Urkel type of dude.
Correct.
So it all depends on the man that's doing the chivalry, that's using the etiquette. Because you're looking at Tupac as this ultra thugged out, you know.
Yeah, but you just said if he's doing all of that,
you're gonna look at it as wow.
Yeah, if he's doing the etiquette, but if the Urkel is doing the etiquette as well, it's the same kind of.
No, you're not going to respect it. You're going to look at him as being a sucker.
Why not?
Because
if he's doing all
because
the
of his, but the same. But because of how he acts and behaves, he behaves like a weakling, a nerd. So now he's doing all these extra things just to impress you because you're already looking at him as a weakling and a nerd. As opposed to Tupac, you already look at Tupac as the alpha male, this strong street thug type dude. So him doing that, coming from that aspect, you're thinking he's gonna do this, he's gonna be like this, and then he's clean. He still has his swag about him.
Like him even more just because he's doing it. Just
Exactly.
because he's but
them fall for Tupac because of that. They fell for Tupac because of his charisma.
Exactly, his charisma. So just think if you got Tupac on a date with you and he's opening your door for you. Y'all are sitting next to each other and he's feeding you your food and you're gonna go crazy. But if Urkel's all on you talking about,
but if Urkel's doing
always that's just women that y'all been involved with.
No, but I've heard some women say I've heard some women say, no, of course. I've heard some women. Correct. I've heard some women say, "Oh, I was out with this guy and he was just too nice." And I'm like, "What?"
Thank you.
I've heard that before. So what Ivan is saying is not far-fetched.
If Tupac did all that stuff for you, you would never go back to your girlfriend talking about he was too nice because you know what kind of man Tupac is when he came in the door. Let's not play those games.
Let her make her point.
Go ahead, make your point. Who is this anyway?
That's Lotus. That's my moderator extraordinaire.
Oh, that's Lotus Flower Bomb, Light and Logic, or Light and Life, or Light and Love.
Love, healing.
Yeah, love, light, healing.
And a little bit of Stinger.
Well, she wants to give her perspective of the Southern woman as well, because we're up. Most of us are up north on the East Corridor. But you were saying something about in Texas and how the way Ivan, the way relationships are a little different or living arrangements are different. So she's giving us her perspective of that as well.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Lotus. The floor is yours.
All that is your perception from your experience and the people that you've been around.
Which part, Lotus?
All of it.
Oh.
All of it. She came out here blazing. I didn't see that coming. I was gonna be nice.
That was a good one. She's like, all of it, sir.
Maybach, I don't know what's been going on, but Lotus has changed and flipped the script I've been hearing lately. She's beginning real
I see that. I'm shocked. I'm surprised.
Let's go, Lotus.
I've never heard her voice before. This is a first for me.
But you're speaking from your perception of things. Everyone has their own perception of things. That's why we each individually have to do what works for us. And what works for you may not work for me.
But that's why I gave the example of the different individual men. That's why he did that. See why he did that? Because both men are chivalrous, but look at the men. Look at Tupac as compared. Chivalry, yeah, but chivalrous.
It's not being sugar honey iced tea'd on. That's not showing chivalry. And giving people golden showers.
Wait, no, hold on.
That is not
Lotus. Where you get that from, Lotus?
Wow. Yo, Lotus is going in.
Wait, where did the golden shower come from?
How you think they get on those boats?
Right.
What do you think they're doing to get on those boats?
It's talking about from earlier.
That's
She
a part
held
of
all
the
that in, Ivan.
transaction.
She heard all of that IG talk. You was talking about
Yeah,
the
but
women on
that's
them
a part of the
yachts.
transaction. That's a part of
But
it.
it's not chivalry
The
because they're not
chivalry is what they
respecting
do prior.
themselves.
The chivalry
No,
is
it's not
prior.
chivalry either way you look at it. Who wants to be
Are
sugar
you
honey
serious?
iced tea on? Whether you give me $1 million or not, if you sugar honey iced tea on me, that's the last time you gonna sugar honey iced tea
But
on
if
me.
it's already in
I
the
don't care if you
arrangement,
give
it's
me $1
already in the
million.
arrangement.
Well, he didn't mention golden showers, Lotus.
Okay.
He didn't mention
Yeah,
that. I
But
was
that's
but
what
She's
Lotus,
they're
triggered.
doing.
but
That's what
Lotus,
they're doing. So
but
don't
not
let
all of
girls
them.
think that they're just gonna go on a yacht because somebody likes them and they're gonna get them a nice dinner and it's gonna be nothing afterwards. No,
But I said it was a transaction.
that's
A
not how it works.
transaction.
But what kind of transaction is it? That's what we need to
Exactly.
be
I
telling
said
these
what
young girls.
what did I say these girls are doing? They're hitting them DMs, making transactions.
But they
This is
know.
already arranged sex. This is already
They know.
arranged sex. So, but when they get there for the arranged sex, there's always the date, the dinner,
There's no chivalry though. We
the
can't put
extravagant.
chivalry in there. There's
You
no
can.
chivalry in there. Where?
He can pull
Where?
a chair out
If you
for her.
pulling the
He can
chair out,
open,
yeah,
But
that's
you
open the
gonna,
door.
but you gonna
etiquette.
sugar honey iced tea on her after she get the
That's
chair. After you
after.
move the chair up.
That's after. So maybe after he did all the chivalry, she would be more
Ooh, this
accepting
moon and
of the
Cancer
golden
got
shower.
Lotus
Oh no.
triggered.
Yeah. See, Lotus, you're speaking from your perspective. You're not speaking from the perspective of these women that are making these transactions.
They don't respect themselves. That's why they allow them to do
No,
it.
that's
They
a fact.
know what
No, that's a fact.
chivalry
And
is.
that's a fact. That's a fact. That's what we both was talking about earlier.
They
That's
want
what
their
Ivan was
own
kind of
way.
saying all around. And I was saying as
They're
well too.
valuing money, reputation, and image. That's what they're valuing. They care
But
more
like
about
you said,
that than their
Lotus, it's
self-respect.
but like you
Correct.
said, Lotus, it's all individualistic. You didn't say that, but you said it's all about the individual. They may have the utmost respect for themselves and what they're doing. It's just that you don't.
Oh. I have respect for myself. Ain't nobody.
No, I'm not saying for your. I'm not
y'all
saying
about
you.
to
I'm
make me
not.
start
I'm not
cursing.
saying you don't have respect for yourself. I'm saying that you don't have respect for them, but that doesn't mean that they don't
I
have
have
respect for
respect for them.
themselves.
I have respect for them, but I
We're,
need them
we're
to
talking
have just as much
hypothetically, though.
respect.
Hypothetically.
I need
No,
them to have respect for themselves. And I know what you're saying. What I'm saying is we have to teach girls what respect is. Because they don't
That's a
have
fact.
the
That's a
definition
fact.
of what respect is and what it means to be treated like a lady and treated like a woman. They only go by what they've grown up around. So if they've grown up around behavior like that and knowing
Right.
and people tell them that it's right, when they grow up, they're still
I'll
going
be
to
right back,
assume
y'all.
that
I'll be
this
right
is
back.
right. And this is behavior that they should be displaying.
No, you're right. You're right, Lotus, because to me, as a man, I don't respect those women. I personally know a girl who does that. No, now that we're talking about it, of course, I'm not gonna mention no names, whatever. But I personally know a girl. That's her lifestyle. Like at least twice a month, she's going to Dubai. Whatever she does is what she does. That's what I'm saying. That's a friend of mine, but I'm cool with her, but I don't respect what she does. And that's what I'm saying. She only talks to these type of men like that. So if you're driving a Honda Accord or whatever, you're not in her class. And to me, it's just like, you can't be picky, but yet you're doing this over here. You go to these third world countries because you're away from everybody. You're away from your family. You get what I'm saying? So to me, I can only speak for Maybach. I don't respect a woman like that. I would respect you who goes to work and work hard for your money and earn your money through your 9 to 5. I respect that. And that's the type of woman I want to be with. Yeah, well, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, just to be fair, Dubai is not a third world country.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, no, I know that. That's Africa or, whatever. But I'm just saying, like, a lot of these women, they're in Miami one week. The next they might be in Puerto Rico. They might be in Haiti, Jamaica. That's why I just say it like that. But I get what you mean. But yeah, but me personally, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm gonna just
a little bit, Lotus. It sounds like you're a little bit far away from your phone. I don't know what you're doing, but it sounds a little bit like, yeah, I hear you. Perfect now. Yes, you're very close. Yep. Perform. Go ahead. I don't want your smoke. I just want you to know it's all about peace. Peace and
It's no,
peace and love and hair grease with me, Lotus.
Right.
I don't
Love
want
and
your
hair grease.
smoke.
it's
I
no
don't know this
smoke.
Lotus. Where's the real Lotus?
Right. I'm like, whoa, she done been on some platforms and was like, now she got spicy today. She said,
Even
trying to
Voodoo's like, what got Lotus mad? Let me see. Hold on. Let me quote what he said. He said, why you so
is she triggered?
exactly why you triggered?
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Eve.
Do you guys think that because when it comes down to the state of chivalry, I don't believe that it's dead. It
I
still
agree.
exists. It is
Correct.
now it's not as normative as it once was,
Facts.
and now it's kind of cultivated itself into a culture, if you will.
Correct.
But nevertheless, the art of chivalry still exists with people that hold certain values, and that's the term here, values. Because if you don't value yourself, then you
Fact.
would go for basically anything that's less
Correct.
than, you know.
Correct.
And so
Correct.
I think that, it's we can say it on both sides here. Things are subjective. A person can say from based on experience that chivalry is dead, per experiences or what
Mm-hmm.
they've seen. We only get things that are acknowledged in such a broad spectrum, like a broad light, like social media. But there's
Mm-hmm.
still a demographic of people that hold traditional values and still
Correct.
have these normatives, right? And so
Yeah.
Yeah.
I raised the question of whether or not this would be considered at this point a culture opposed to it being a normative. But then I had to answer my own question. I still think that it is normative, but we have so many other elements that overshadow the normative that
Mm-hmm.
people only speak of things
Mm-hmm.
in that realm and not what's really present. Because social media, Hollywood, it's not, it's real, but it's not real.
Correct.
Life is what that is. There's
Hello,
real
people.
people that go and work, that are blue collar, that are this, or
Correct.
doctors are, while they may hold a more prominent stature, but they still have, they still fall up under the realm of normative people, traditional
Mm-hmm.
people, a certain of that specific demographic, opposed to being a Hollywood socialite or a socialite of any kind, you
Correct.
know. But
Correct.
they don't want those. They don't want these doctors that make just as much money as a
Correct.
person that they're
Correct.
flying out to Dubai, you know.
Correct. Correct. But that's why you said the most important thing, and I think that's what Ivan and we all basically touched on. It
Hmm.
all at the end of the day, Lotus said as well said it too. It's everyone's experience, and second of all, it all comes down to the individual. Because, like you said, you like the traditional relationship. There's men out there that's on that. Just like
Hmm.
I have some friends that have no social media at all. They don't
Hmm.
have no Facebook. They don't have nothing. So, like, and Ivan said that social media is there, but it's on you to choose to turn it on and turn it off. You understand
Hmm.
what I'm saying? And that's why I said, and it goes back to what Lotus is saying. Some of these young girls, if they growing up seeing different men around their mom, in their mother's apartment, and you know what I'm saying, that's what they 9 out of 10 is going to grow up to do. But if
Yep.
they have a mother who is cultured, who was raised by their grandmother, whether the grandmother was alive, Foxy talked about that. She was also living with her grandmother. You get what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So those are lost arts, but there's still people that have that within them, like us who was born in the 70s or whatever the case, that we can instill that into our children. Now, if the children choose to do otherwise, that's on them. Because I always say that I'm going to raise my son to like a woman. I'm going
Hmm.
to raise my daughter to like a man. But if they become 18, 21 and they choose to be with the same, that's on them.
Yep.
Hmm.
You get what I'm
Hmm.
saying? But at least I instill what I grew up knowing and
Yep.
was taught. So
Right.
it's all at the end of the day. Like we said, we still can maneuver during these times. Like Ivan was saying, yeah, things is changing. That's why I went to school. And I've said this on this platform. I tapped my son, and his teacher looked at me and gave me a look. And I said, her look was saying to me like, "Oh, don't do that." And I said, "No, listen. My parents gave us spankings when we act out of pocket. I'm gonna do the same to my child. No government or state is going to tell me that I can't spank my child, because God
Hmm.
forbid he grows up and he becomes, he goes and does a thing, an act, the first thing they're gonna say, where was his father? Where was his mother? What type of mother he has? What type of daddy? What type of upbringing? They're gonna ask all of these questions. So that's why I said at the end of the day, it all is on us as individuals. You know what I'm saying? How we were raised, experienced, and all of this other stuff. You know.
And I have to ask a question of the ladies on this panel, because I've heard you ladies say on occasion that you are empaths. So why are you not picking up on the emotions and the feelings of these young women when they are around you to feel what they're feeling? How can you not do that if you are empaths?
I
Isn't that
do.
what empaths are about?
I do. See, you just assuming now.
No, I'm not assuming. See, okay, so if you do, how can you not feel the respect that they may have for themselves? So, and also, Lola, if you do feel what those young women are feeling,
No.
how does it make you feel? What are you getting?
Let me jump in on this one really
transmitting
quick.
to you? I asked Lotus, there, lady. I asked Lotus. I didn't ask
the ladies on the panel. So
I did. Okay.
Yes, you did.
Ivan, you about to get all the smoke, Ivan. I'm falling back, brother.
I stand corrected.
I'll let Eve have
go
it
ahead.
first.
Lotus
Go
say
ahead,
something.
Eve. Go ahead, Eve.
Oh, Eve got it.
You know what?
Go right in.
You exaggerated that term empath, right? We're gonna start right there. Empath is a person that does feel, that has a level of empathy for what somebody has experienced and or is experiencing. With that in mind, if we're speaking about women that are, that are just via social media, and we're seeing, because in reference to your point was women that were via IG, how does that really impact us? Because if we're just watching it from afar now, if somebody then opposed to, allow me to finish, opposed to someone that has come to you, a young lady that has come to you about some issues that she's had being subjectified or in these things, then you can be able to resonate with her on a deeper level, understanding what her feelings are, and perhaps trying to help her process those experiences. Those are two different things, and so we got to be careful when we use that term empath, because like we can also say for instance, if we've seen someone on TV and it was an emotional moment, we too can feel that, because we're empathic people. And that's not just for women, that can also be said for men as well. But
no.
when you're
There's no men empaths.
Yes,
there better not be any men empaths.
But
no, that is an oxymoron. If there ever was.
No. That is not an oxymoron.
There are men empaths. They are playing tambourine in the local Baptist church.
Everyone is empathic on some level. If you are not empathic on some level, you do not have no heart. You do not have no emotions. You do not have no compassion.
No. Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, I know what y'all are saying now. Y'all are saying, yeah, I can be empathetic to a certain situation, but I'm not gonna be empathetic to all feelings and emotions that that come to me from other people. I'm just not.
And that's the same argument that we're making.
No, but empaths have a natural ability. No, there's empaths, and then there's being empathetic. Okay,
that's the same thing.
Like no, if I'm doing business, like let's say I'm doing business with a person and say, hey, I ain't got the money right now. I've been going through this and that. And I can say, hey, I'm empathetic to what you're doing. So let's see what we can do to make this deal work. Now, empaths, because I've been hearing this word, I've said it on a couple of my shows. Empaths are people that say that they are getting emotions from people around them, people like their friends or family or whatever. They tend to soak up these emotions. And for some reason, these emotions that they soak up from other people, for some reason, tend to give them more anxiety than joy. And I'm like, well, if you can soak up the negative, sad emotions, Why can't you soak up the happy emotions? So
it can, and it can,
but
and this is a term that I know all too well. So when I say these things, I know exactly what I'm speaking about. Not to just be tooting my horn here, not saying that what
I
you're
think
saying doesn't
children,
have a level of validity to it, because
Yeah.
you're making some wonderful points about that. But when it comes down to it, yes, there is a deeper emotional realm that resonates with this. Say, for instance, that we all felt a level of empathy. It's the same thing. It's just the empath is is more on a more of on an undersurface level than just saying, okay, I empathize with what you're saying, so let's just do this. But say, for instance, the Buffalo mass shooting, that all affected us in such a way. Okay, the children in Uvalde, Texas, that affected us in such a way that still pulled on our emotional strength. And so that is utilizing a level of empath. And so while there is they're the same term. One is just um, more endowed than the other, if you will. But
okay.
in your term, what you're saying, why do we need to really care about the feelings of what a woman who chooses to subjectify herself, that goes over to another country to willingly have these things done to her in the name of money? Why should we care about what she's doing if she doesn't see that for herself? She has to
Mhm.
see that for herself first. This one thing, if she's like being human trafficked, then that's when we would come in and exercise that level of empathy for her. But if
Mhm.
she's choosing to go do this, then what is that our problem? And why would we exact that level of emotion?
Well, even though they're not being human
Good point,
trafficked,
Eve.
even though they're
Thank
not
you.
being human trafficked, they could still have a certain amount of emotion about what they do within themselves, even though it doesn't always have to be a forced issue. Maybe they're like, this is what they want to do, but sometimes they don't. They get these mixed feelings. Wouldn't you be able to pick that up? And then you say it also that you may see somebody on TV, you saw things on TV. So if you can see things on TV and be empathetic to that, how can you not see things on Instagram, which is also a medium or a piece of media, and not have the same emotion for stuff you may see on Instagram? It's both media. One is television and one is Instagram. You mean to tell me there are different digital signals coming out of Instagram as opposed to your television set? I mean,
Yes.
what are we doing here?
Yes, there is. If
Oh,
you
here
really
we
want to
go.
go there, yes, there
Yeah,
are.
let's go there. Let's go
Yes,
there.
there
Because
are.
now we taking it cosmic. Now we taking it cosmic. Let's go, Lotus. Let's go. Eve, you might want to sit down for this one.
First of all, I can only speak for myself and what my empathic abilities are. I can't speak on anyone else's empathic ability. I pick up on all emotions around me through the TV, through social media. If I go outside, half the time I don't have to go outside. I'm in my house. I pick up on every emotion in all the environment
Thank
around me,
you.
not just
Thank
on TV. But the thing is, you have to learn to discern and learn which energies are yours
There you
and
go.
which ones belongs to the outside environment.
That's the
So
first. Thank you, Lotus. That is the first rational response I've heard from a so-called empath. That is the
Is
first
that not
rational.
just what I was saying, Foxy
No,
Moon and
no,
Yeah.
Lotus?
no.
yeah,
You said you wouldn't feel nothing for somebody on Instagram, but yet you can watch TV and feel something. But Lotus
Because
said
they're
it
two
doesn't
No,
different
matter.
situations.
Lotus said
that's
it
not
doesn't
what she's
matter.
saying, though, Black Moses, because I feel the same way. If
But
some
Lotus
chick is
said
going
it
to get
doesn't matter.
what?
Lotus said it doesn't matter. What medium, Instagram, television, she can feel it. But
I
Eve
said
said she
me,
can. Yeah,
me,
yeah,
as
you.
in
Yeah, she said,
me.
yeah.
I'm not
So,
speaking about anyone else and what anyone else. How I can't speak for how anyone else feels and what anyone else experiences. I cannot. The information that I'm sharing with y'all is information from my 40 plus years experience
Mm-hmm.
and lessons that I've learned along the way on the spiritual journey. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
not just throwing. stuff out here.
And
But
that's why
Logan,
she said you should use discernment. And like I also made the assertion that you have to choose what you utilize your emotions to, where you extract these emotions from and too. So this is the same argument that I was using that Lotus said, Mr. Black Moses.
Okay,
And
I'll give
I
you that.
see. I
I'll
don't
give you
watch.
that.
I don't watch TV. I don't watch the news. I
Mhm.
have social media, but if you go to my social media, you'll probably see maybe like my Instagram. You'll probably see a picture from 5 years ago. I don't put my personal life on social media. I don't put my children on social media. Social media is social media. When I cut social media off, it's off.
Mhm.
I
Can I
turn it
ask you
off
something, Lotus?
because I have to. If I don't, then I don't sleep. I don't sleep for like days
Wow. Can I ask
Yeah.
you something,
because I'm
Lotus?
so filled with emotions of what's been shown on the news, what's been shown in social media. This person got whatever. That person got whatever.
Mhm.
All this, but I know how to protect my energy now, so it doesn't affect me.
Where
Who
did
does not know how to
wait? What
protect
happened
their
here?
energy?
Man, these things are moving around. Uh, so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Oh, there she go.
yeah,
Okay. So
the connection here is raining. So anyway, what it is that if I see a girl out in social media, or if I see her on the news, which I don't watch, um, I'm not gonna feel sorry for her, because if that's what she wants to do, then you know what I'm saying. Like,
Mhm.
just like Eve said, if she goes
right.
out to another country to go get herself augmented, and then comes back here and wants to do all this, flashing her body and stuff, I don't feel a certain kind of way towards that, unless there's some kind of trafficking going on. Then I'm empathizing that could be a sister, a daughter, a niece of mine.
Mhm.
That's where it is. But as far as people, women shaking and doing all that stuff, I don't have no empathy for that. And that doesn't. The word empathy that's where it's coming from, empathetic. But it's also you feel. That's the word
Mhm.
feel.
Mhm.
You feel
Mhm.
a certain kind of way for that person or people that you see. But if homegirl is out here getting all, showing her stuff off, I don't really empathize with that.
Right.
And empathy does just because you empathize with someone does not mean you have to condone their behavior.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
just because I empathize with you, that doesn't mean that I'm going to accept that you want to go to Dubai and have all kind of things done to you. But
Mhm.
if that's what you want to do, okay, go ahead. I'm not trying to reach you. I'm trying to reach the little girl next door to me,
Mhm.
the little
Mhm.
girl around the block. What
Yes.
y'all doing on social media and IG, I can't help y'all. Y'all got to help
Yes.
yourselves.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. All right. I can get with that. I liked it. I like those powers of discernment that I'm hearing from actual self-proclaimed empaths. I like that. I like that. And I can respect that.
Does Maybach have something to say, or did we lose Maybach?
I think he came off. I don't see his avatar.
Oh, okay.
So, with that said,
Mm-hmm.
because like I said, I've been discussing, and I didn't mean to veer the conversation this way because I know it's about etiquette and
Well, I
chivalry.
mean,
No, it
there's
all ties in. It
yeah.
all
Oh,
ties
okay.
in.
With that said, I did a couple of shows in regards to empaths, and I said every time I hear somebody say there's an empath, it follows with the word anxiety.
It does.
There's always some anxiety, and I'm like, why is there always anxiety? Because what if you're in a very happy or joyous situation and you're soaking up those happy and joyous emotions? You would still garner anxiety. You would still have anxiety, and if
Yes.
Yeah,
so, why?
because it's overwhelming. Like
Yes.
I can't go into hospitals. I can't go into hospitals. I can't go into churches. I can't go into nursing homes, and I can't go into schools unless I have guarded and protected my energy. Because if I don't, I'll get overfilled with all the emotions, whether the happy emotions, whether the sad emotions. the spirits of the emotions of the people that don't pass away. It's like you pick up on all those things.
Okay, all right.
So that's where the anxiety comes in, that because you're trying to separate your feelings from all those feelings and emotions that you're picking up. Plus, not including the environmental clues, such as the hurting in the plants and animals. Like when you eat meat, if the meat has been mistreated, you pick up on that energy as well.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Now let me ask this. Let me ask this: if you're picking up on all this stuff, you and the
wait, hold on, Black Moses, because you asked the question about if you're empathic and there's anxiety, how could, and if you're in a good space, how could you be anxious? Well, I did Psychology 101, and there is such a thing as a good stressor and a bad stressor.
Okay.
So say, for instance, you're in this loving relationship, or, well, okay, let's start with, we're talking about dating and etiquette. So if you have some empathic capability or, you know, gifts or whatever, sometimes, even though it's a good feeling in a so-called dating relationship, it could be overwhelming. So while the person doesn't mean to overwhelm that so-called empath with, calling, or they have this, why didn't you call me back? I wanted to talk to you. Any kind of stress, whether it's good or bad, is going to give that so-called empath anxiety.
That's true.
So it could be, it's either or. It doesn't necessarily have to be something bad, but I'm in my home. Sometimes I get a little stressed out, but for the most part, it's a loving environment. But if my husband and son are going at it, my anxiety fills up. We were just in a good place at the moment, and then all of a sudden they get into it. So, but the dating thing, I can more equate that to, there's anxiety there, because it's like, all right, I don't know, like, I don't really want to talk too much. Maybe you're not a talker, or maybe you're just kind of like a mellow person, and then you meet somebody and they're kind of just throwing themselves at you and kind of dumping and stuff, and you're just like, even though it's like a great moment and it feels good, it kind of is a stressor.
Yeah.
That's what I said earlier. Like, if you're telling me, if you're telling me about, like, someone passing away, how life has been bad for you, you in the dumps, that it's not like I'm trying to take on that, but you know what I'm saying? I get consumed of that energy. Like, I made a post yesterday on my IG. I was like, listen, man, if you're gonna call me, please, first and foremost, think about what you're gonna say. Second of all, if your energy's off, if you're calling me to talk about somebody else, please do not call me. And Lotus said that. And I've been saying this, once we reach like 30, 35 and up, you have to try to master peace so you can have inner peace.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to be around. I'm trying to keep my frequency high. I mean, there's things that we cannot control. But Lotus, I think she said it, and a few other people said it too. If I don't turn on and watch the news, because some of this stuff is predictive programming. It's to get us to feel a certain way. Like, I'm going to keep my reserve, opinions on some of the things that is happening. I have military, vets and stuff. They tell me some of the stuff is planned to pass policies, laws, and all that. I'll leave it at that. Y'all know where I'm going with it, because now it's like, when I grew up in school, the only thing we was doing was fire drills. Now kids is being sent to school, and now they gotta, oh yeah, if there's a shooting, we're gonna go into this room. Or now I've heard of a school making a what you call those?
Lockdown practice.
No, not just lockdown practice, but they're gonna have those. It's like a panic room. You touch the part of the wall, and it's gonna, open up, and then people it's bulletproof and all. Like, that stuff wasn't in our era. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't in our era. The most thing that was talked about that would have happened in my era growing up is going to school in the 80s, and maybe is an atomic bomb dropping. You get what I'm saying? But now it's, this and that, shooting, all that other stuff. But what I'm trying to say is, of course, like deaths, family, friends passing away, we can't control that. We all have an expiration date. We don't know when we're going to go. Like, I just went to the mother of my kid's father's funeral. I didn't want to go because, like Lotus was saying, when I go to funerals, it just messes me up. especially if I have a connection with the person. I can't sleep. You know, it's not to say I did anything bad, because my mom's always taught us, you know, when we go to a funeral, that's just the physical body. The spirit is gone. And if you didn't do nothing bad, you know, us being Caribbean, if you didn't do nothing malice to the person, you don't have to worry. But it all started when I was about 12 or 13. My cousin got shot and got killed, and I couldn't sleep for like close to a year. I had to see all types of doctors, take these type of pills, melatonins, just to be able to sleep, because every time I slept, in my dreams, I just saw his face, not no body, but he was always coming to visit me, and he would always be smiling. But that was messing me up to where I didn't want to get up and go use the bathroom. So I would just be peeing in the bed. And my father was trying to figure out what was going on with me until I explained to him. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of things I try to, you know, not get myself involved. Like you said, I don't pay attention to these chicks on IG, but I know a female that does that. So that's connected to me. So I can't really help my emotions or my feelings towards that. But at the end of the day, that's her lifestyle. That doesn't affect mine. She don't pay my bills. I don't pay her bills. You know, I try to control. Like I told somebody the other day, the only two people I can control as of right now is my two little ones. They toddlers. Yeah. Once they become adults, it's out the window. But anybody that's grown, you know, right from wrong or whatever, we all don't have the same common sense, but basic logic thinking is a process that we all should have. So I try to just control the things, you know, what's the serenity thing? Control the things that I can control. You know what I'm saying? Or worry about the things
you cannot change.
Serenity now.
There you go. You know what I'm saying? So I just try to focus on the things that I can control. Anything outside of that, you know, like I said, peace of mind and peace, mastering peace is everything for me. You know?
Well, you know what? I'm going to say this. I do watch the girls on IG. And there's an I wouldn't say there's an empathy there, but there is an arousal. There is an arousal.
Oh, we know. You told us you want to be on Skinamax. We know.
Says the guy that was also campaigning and was like overly joyed when Sierra and her friends did the booty popping commercial for gas.
Yeah. I still got that video.
So miss me with the empathy, Black Moses, because you have
man.
Listen, Ivan just wanted to shake the room up. That's what he was trying to do. He was straddling he was shaking that tree. That's all he was doing.
I really had questions in regards to empaths, because I've been hearing empaths and anxiety for the last week. And I'm not with you ladies, but with women and young girls. I went to a graduation and I heard the young ladies saying that, and then I'm trying to think where else I was, and I heard a young lady saying it, and it kind of, because she was having such a problem as an empath. She says she doesn't have friends because when she's around people, she starts feeling all these different emotions. And
was this a little girl?
No, this is a lady that's like 30.
Because she hasn't learned how to control that particular aspect. Yeah, just like we were saying about clearing and protecting your energy. It's not something that you know how to do. You have to learn how to do it.
Correct.
Just like
and teach yourself. Correct.
What Maybach was saying about him, his experience as a child. A lot of us went through those kind of experiences. That's when our gifts were first prominent. But as you get older and you pay no attention to it, they lie dormant.
Correct.
So essentially, you had the gift of mediumship. That's why the person was visiting you. They were trying to get a message to you, but you didn't know then. And your parents didn't know, and they didn't nurture your gift, so it could be dormant. That's why we have to teach our children, because our children are going to be gifted if we are gifted. So we have to teach them how to nurture their gifts instead of being ashamed of them.
Or ignoring it too. Yep.
Lotus, let me ask you
That's
something.
where the bed wetting and things like that can come in.
Yeah,
Lotus, let me ask you something.
We have to normalize what we do, especially Lotus and myself, since she's reading cards as well now. We have to make it a normal conversation so that when our children go outside, society's not going to tell them, oh, look at this is scary.
Yeah,
right?
that's
We
that's
were told
one
that
of
that
those.
was scary. We were told that's witchcraft. You don't do that stuff, right? But not
Right.
all of it is bad. So if we start
Correct.
making the things that we do normal,
Correct.
then when they go outside, they're gonna be like, miss me with all that, because I already know that that's all right.
You
Right.
said the number one thing though, having the conversation about it though. You know what I mean? You know.
Yeah, and that's what I want with my channel. I want to introduce people to spiritualism, spirituality, and show them that everything that they tell you is not true. Don't allow people to have you afraid of something that they use every day against us.
I want to
You
ask
know,
you,
We
ladies.
don't know how, they don't want us to know how to protect ourselves and our energy from the
Correct.
things and the frequencies that they're pushing out.
correct.
Yes, I
Can I
agree.
ask you, ladies, something? In Foxy, being that you and Lotus, you said Lotus is starting her journey. She's
That's her
reading
journal.
cards, so y'all are tapped into the cosmic, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm a Libra, so maybe this has something to do with it.
I knew it, man. I knew you was a Libra,
That's
brother.
why he
I
got us
knew
up
you
here
was a Libra. I'm a
arguing
Libra,
like
man.
that.
I know my Libras. I just wanted you to expose that. I was gonna say that. Go ahead.
Oh no! So as I've been traveling this world, this earth, and looking at mankind, I've been growing this, always growing. It's never decreasing. It's never shrinking. It's always increasing and growing. It's this indifference to mankind, to where now I'm starting to look at mankind as insects, as bugs.
Right. They're
And I'm like,
peons.
yeah, I'm like, so I'm looking at every scenario as like, these people, they're really starting to irritate me. And I thought it was just my immediate community, but as I look at social media and YouTube and just going to the store and driving, just this angst and these people running around in a hurry and they have nowhere to go. I'm like, I have grown this huge indifference to mankind. And it's like, I just want to put them all in one big ant farm and just smash it. So what is that about?
Citizenhood, Ivan G.
Is what?
Welcome to senior citizenhood.
No, that's not. Oh, so you've been there. Okay, all right.
No, I'm saying
Since you're welcoming me, evidently you was already there. So
touche.
I'm just saying, but I'm asking the spiritual advisors, the ladies who that are in tune with the cosmic. What's that about? Because I'm really feeling like Thanos or Galactus or one of the super
I'm
villains.
gonna let
Like
Lotus answer that to her aspect of it, and then I'll give you my feedback.
I just subbed to your channel, Lotus, on my other phone.
When I get off too, Lotus.
Oh,
Yep. I just
Lotus,
subbed.
look at that. You guys, first of all, I have to just again say that I'm very proud of you, Lotus, because she's been with me for about a year now. She's been my moderator extraordinaire that other people are buying for her. But for her she has completely stepped out of her shell and gotten on her, is on faith with the things that she's doing, her gifts, her abilities. And to see, you know what it is, to see somebody grow in real time is an amazing and a beautiful feeling. So she's definitely come a long way for that, and I just have to say that I'm super proud of her. So,
and so are we.
The floor is yours, Lotus.
Thank y'all.
You're
Y'all
welcome.
know I'm naturally a shy person. It might not seem like it, but I am.
Yeah, that's what she's shy.
Naturally a shy person. So all this is new, and all this is Lotus getting comfortable with social media.
Well, you're in a good space, right?
Exactly. Because I couldn't tell. I thought this was a whole another Lotus playing with your name, because the way you came in here with the gun smoke, Ivan, I was like, oh snap, But
that's because she's been on other platforms that got her.
No, that's what happened to me, because I same thing. I was on YouTube, never in chats or nothing like that. I used to use YouTube to watch old, TV shows, 227. Jefferson's, and I love documentaries. I love factual stuff. I love knowledge. So I was using it on that aspect. Then I think one of the first platforms was MREC. MREC, you know, MREC, whatever. And,
Right.
you know, I was still in the bushes. I never was engaging or calling up. I ended up doing that about 2 years ago during the lockdown that we had, you know, during the thing. That's when I started engaging in chats and stuff like that. And then, you know, the second biggest platform is my brother I Smoke, not my blood brother, but, you know, and I would come on his platform, like I'm on your panel, give my words of wisdom, say certain things, and people resonated with what I was saying. And they would email him and say, hey, that guy Maybach, he talked about him going to prison. I could relate to that story. Everything he was talking about, I went through that and stuff like that. So he was hitting me up like, yo, bro, you got to start a channel. I'm like, nah, I'm not comfortable. The lifestyle I used to live, you know, like Lotus said, my I have social media. It doesn't have my government names connected to it. My Facebook don't have my government name connected to it. My IG don't have, like, I'm still trying to open up more and more, you know, and stuff like that. So I understand what you're going through. Yeah, the more that you start speaking on panels or even on your platform, using your own platform, you know, what's good? Pre-record your videos, like record it off of your phone. And then you could go back, look at what you like, what you don't like, clip it, edit, and stuff like that. And that will get you more comfortable being in front of the camera. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. So, you know, yeah.
But guard your name though, Maybach. You don't need to, you know, put your information out there. Like people are hyenas. So
no, yeah, correct. I know that.
And I had to learn that I had to change because I did have my government name on
I
my
did
social
too.
media, on my IG,
I've
and I had
never
to
done
change
that.
it.
Yeah,
But I didn't
yeah.
have anyone but people I went to school with
Correct.
on my
Correct.
social media at first. So now that things are changing, now I have to make those adjustments.
Absolutely.
Like you said, I just put a picture up for Father's Day of my kids. And that's probably the second time I've ever done that on a social media platform because you know, me, like I said, I lived a whole different lifestyle. You say something negative, I was at your front doorstep. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, but you can't come for everybody. What am I going to do? Fly to Africa because somebody made a comment? Oh, your daughter's here. Look, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I said, like, a lot of things, whatever I want people to know, I'll put out there. What I don't, you know what I mean? Because I live my life like the ones who really know me, that grew up with me for 30, 25 years, they know what it is. You know what I'm saying? My circle is very small now. So if you're not inside that circle, it's like, oh, well, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. But yeah, so, you know.
Very good.
So, Lotus, can you answer Ivan's question? Then Eve, you can go ahead next.
Okay.
Yeah, about the insects, about him looking at me.
Like just feeling, you know.
My indifference towards mankind because it's growing. I want to set the world on fire. I'm serious. If I could fly to another big meteor and just hurl it down to Earth, at this point, I would.
But I'm laughing. But I think that, and I have to watch. I'm trying to watch my words and how I say it. When you know you're not from here, you know you're not from here. And that's all I'm gonna say about that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I wanted to hear Lotus's point before I jump down. So I'm glad that I was able to be up here and be a part of this powerful discussion. I welcome these more in the future. Wonderful, wonderful panel of people here that have such beautiful minds. Shout out to everybody that's been in the chat.
Likewise.
Can't wait to come back again.
Likewise.
And
I told Fox I wish he did it more. I love it.
Yeah.
Like I said, we all gave our opinion. Nobody was wrong. Nobody's calling anybody stupid. Nobody's yelling. We all got a turn. And I love it. I always tell her I love it. Look how long she's been on live.
Yes.
And it's been impactful. I learned something about each of y'all.
Like really, we'd be up here for 10 hours if we would.
Facts. Especially if we could really say what we really want to say. You know what I'm saying? You know, of course they will, you know, flag the video and stuff. But yeah, you know what I mean? You know, because I, like Voodoo just said, he said he cussed out the Uber driver for saying my government. Like I can go on about the government, but you know, like I said, you know, I have a channel myself. If you guys want to subscribe, please subscribe. I need to come up with Well, it's Maybach Mel 1804, just how my name is. Maybach Mel 1804. Like I said, I'm trying to give myself get more time to add more content. I just talk about certain things, certain topics and stuff like that.
Well, we can't wait to come over there and see what you got going on, and definitely can't wait to see you too, Miss Lotus Flower Bomb, and all your essence and
Ivan, if you can drop your link too, because you said you have a channel, Ivan. So drop your link.
Yeah,
yes, definitely.
And thank everyone who supported me along my journey.
Yeah,
correct.
Yes,
because I think we need. I feel like I've been saying this for years. Me, I'm a firm believer of supporting, each other. Like, I'm subscribed to a few people. I don't go a lot into their lives because maybe that day the content that they putting out is not for me that day. But I try to support everybody and anybody. You know what I'm saying? Especially if it's like-minded people. Like I love being on the same frequency. You know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. So, but I love the conversation. I've been typing the chat like, yo, this live was lit. I love it. Love it.
Yes, it was.
Bravo. I had to come see Foxy. I had to come holler at you.
We all always got to come show some love. We all got to start.
Yeah, this is my Monday. It's not, I like to close out with the cards, but and Maybach was the one that kind of spearheaded, like do more conversations, because on Wednesdays I was like going off. I was like talking my stuff. But Monday I was like, you know what, let's do a mindful. In my head I was like, I'll do a mindful Monday, and then that separates like talking about the other, worldly things that we need to discuss. And then Wednesday is generally just for my cards and reading. So, being the versatile and stuff. But
I told you, I gave you that title too. I gave you that title for, the Friday. Remember I told you the name?
Yeah, and I was like, I couldn't do like certain days. So that was the other thing. But
but it's the same thing as the Mindful Monday. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this has been dope. I got Eve to come up, and she on a Monday in the midday. So that's dope. I appreciate you for coming through.
Yes,
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
This was very beautiful, and I can't wait to catch another one. Peace, love, and blessings to everyone. And I'm going to get down here and hit these links so I can start subscribing to both you, Maybach, and Lotus. So with that, everyone have a
Eve.
Thank you. You too, Eve.
Don't forget
have a blessed day.
Oh, thank you so much. All right, you two guys. Bye.
Don't forget to subscribe to me, Eve. You forgot to subscribe to me.
I subscribe to you.
Isn't she a moderator?
Yeah. Yes. Coming on Wednesday, because Ivan comes on Wednesday and Fridays usually.
Oh, he does. Yeah. You go in the evening though, right, Ivan?
Yeah. Friday. I do Friday evening, and I try to do something called vibe sessions frequently.
What's on Wednesdays?
Yeah, that's like vibe sessions, or sometimes I just go in and ramble. Yeah, vibe sessions. It just depends on that day. So, but I'm trying to increase my lives. I'm trying to increase and be consistent.
Yes.
Sometimes you can get discouraged, Sometimes.
Exactly. Listen, I'll have all the topics in the world, but like you just said, it's more my energy. I'll be like, I don't feel like talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I'll set up and all this other stuff, and then I'll be like, man, I want to go on the patio and just drink a beer. And I just got that, I'm good,
Exactly.
Yeah. Because you're about to use a lot of energy. And
that's it.
Yeah.
Correct.
And draining once you get off of it as well. It's like, and so I'm like, I don't want to do this. I can't do this. It's so draining. So I commend anyone that can be able to do this on a consistent basis like that.
Like every day. I see some people that come on every day, and I'm like, this 2 days is a lot for me. I really, I've been trying to stick with the Mondays, but Wednesday is it. But Wednesday is a hot day for a lot of people, but it's a lot. You're right. It's mental exercise.
Exactly.
And it wears me down to where I just felt like I ran the block.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Because the second biggest platform I'm on, he said on a live, when he gets a little lazy and he doesn't do no uploads, $30,000. But when he's on his game, and that's a month. When he's on his game and stuff like that, he makes about 60. That's what I'm saying. These big YouTubers that, whether they just talk nonsense all day, you know what I'm saying? Like the HC, the guy HC, I don't want to throw out no name, but you know what I'm talking about? He makes good money. That's what I'm saying. There's money to be made, but like y'all said, you have to have the time and the energy, and you know, some people they don't really, you know, they don't really have a life, so they can do that. I mean, I got two toddlers. I got two little toddlers that require my energy all day, every day until they go to bed.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah. So
well, all I can say is if you're doing something that you love, it should never have to be work. So
correct.
sometimes,
That's a fact.
and
That's a
that,
fact.
and with that, we just have to be able to make sure that we're, because like right here, I can do a live like this and I can stay on a live like this forever. But if
Likewise,
you're
for
gonna be on
real.
some rah stuff like that, it's just so draining. It's like, oh
I'll
my
be in
Yeah.
the bushes. Now, I might be in the bushes, or I might be like, I'm off of this. Let me find something, another
yeah,
one to go. Yeah, exactly. But
yeah,
when it's these type of conversations, you
yeah.
know, about what's going on in the world, you know, relationship, all of that, I feel like we all diverse. Whether we know somebody or we experience it, we can always share and, you know, share our opinions and our experiences and help someone else.
Right, like
Because
Emmerich and I Bayback and I got hooked because how we linked is because of Emmerich.
exactly,
He was having spooky hours and people calling in and
exactly,
giving their encounters of spiritual, encounters, ghost stories and
exactly.
stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
So we all,
Yep.
you know, that's why I'm like here. It's like, all right, if y'all here, then you have some kind of, you know, you're diving in somewhere spiritually, or you have some kind of experience where you've, you know, had a supernatural, you know, experience that might have happened to you, or you know, I've had trolls come through and just troll me like, oh, she's, you know, fake and phony, Miss Cleo, and that's all good. We gotta have that balance. We gotta have that balance
for sure.
Correct.
I've
Correct.
seen one of MREC TV spooky hours and stuff, but
Have
I didn't
you?
stay.
Did you like it?
For real? Was you?
Yeah.
Do you write in the chat? Do you write in the chat, or
I
you
wrote
just
in the
listen?
chat before and everything. One of the ladies from the sector that I come from, like she sent me the link over there because she follows him. And so I
Okay.
went over there and I'm like, okay, that's pretty cool. I've always known who he was.
Okay.
I like what he's been doing for himself now. I've seen the evolution of him.
Yeah.
But I just never really got into him like that. But I definitely always knew who
Okay.
he was. But so
Yeah.
salute to
Yeah.
him too.
Yeah.
So
Correct.
yeah, so with that, I'm gonna drop down, but I
All right,
want you
there
all
you
to have
go.
the best day. Thank you all so
Appreciate
much.
you. Likewise. Have a blessed one.
All right,
Peace.
Eve. I'll see you next time. EVE.
All right, bye y'all.
Later.
Like,
Ivan, what's your channel, Ivan? I'm gonna subscribe to it right now.
Oh, it's
Is it your name?
Ivan G's. Yeah, Ivan G's Corner. Ivan G's Corner.
Okay, Ivan G's together. Oh, well, that doesn't matter. G's Corner. I got
Yeah,
you.
Ivan G's Corner. You know.
Okay.
And
All
also,
right.
I got a backup channel for it called Black Moses Walks.
Okay. Yep, I see you right here. I'm subscribing right now. And then you said Ivan Walks? I mean,
Yeah,
Black Moses Walks?
Yeah, that's a new
Okay,
channel.
got
So it's not
okay.
up and just up on it, but it's gonna be the new backup for Ivan G's Corner. Black Moses Walks, like Jesus walks. Black Moses walks.
Got you, Black Moses. All right. Yep.
But Ivan G's Corner is the primary channel right now.
Got you. Yep, I subscribe to that one. Yep.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Definitely. You're a Libra brother like I am. So
yeah.
You know,
yeah.
I knew it was something. I'm like, yo,
we put it down, man.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, you know.
EVE note. Lotus is still in here.
Yeah, I'm still in here. I'm just putting in your channel.
I appreciate you, Lotus. Thank you for putting my link there. I appreciate
You're
that.
always
Thank you very much.
welcome.
Yeah, watch the recent show. I got a recent show saying stop being a lame ass for acceptance. You should
yeah.
just
no, definitely. I love watching stuff like that. So I'm gonna watch whatever. If you got 10 videos, I'm gonna watch all 10, like all of that. I tell people, even if you don't like it, it costs no money to like. You know what I'm saying? Like people be acting so difficult. It's like, yo, it costs you no money, but yet you'll watch all the person's videos. You'll be on their lives, but you don't like nothing. Like that makes no sense, man.
Exactly.
Us black folks, man, we like to be difficult, man. I don't know what it is.
I told you. That's why I said I've been having indifference with humankind. Yeah.
I get that sometimes too. And I just be like, why am I here? Why did I choose to be here this lifetime? Why? Why did I choose
It can
to
be
come back?
frustrating.
Yeah.
And I'm not even an empath, and I'm like, I don't feel what y'all feel. I'm looking like down at them, like, man, if I was just 100 feet tall, I'd be stepping on y'all like Godzilla or something. No empathy whatsoever. Please, but anyway. Foxy Moon, you still there? Where did she
She
go?
probably stepped off real quick. Yep.
I'm gonna jump off here too. I got some work to finish because I'm talking to you guys while I'm at work. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and jump off here, man. And like Lotus always says, love and light. Is that right? Love and light.
Love, light, healing, and blessings to
Love,
you and your
light,
family.
healing, and blessings to you all. It was
Likewise, brother.
thoroughly enjoyable. I am humbled by this experience. And Lotus, don't bring me to smoke next time. Don't try to bring me to smoke.
I wasn't bringing you to smoke. I was just trying to prove
okay, so Ivan, yeah, you're heading. I really have to cut this live now because I'm getting calls and bombarded with emergencies. So I gotta, we're in this new moon in Cancer, so all the energy is just flooding through. Some people are just a little more emotional than others.
Mm-hmm.
So I appreciate that. Everybody coming through.
Likewise.
Ivan, Maybach, Lotus.
You already know.
Came through into the chat.
Much love, everybody.
You guys.
Exactly.
Yes.
Peace and blessings.
We've been working out for a long time, so.
Yes. Peace and blessings to everyone, y'all. Enjoy the rest of y'all day.
Yes. Always remember, Black Moses walks. Always.
We know this. And he parts the Red Sea.
Ooh, Foxy, knock it off. Knock it off, Foxy. I'll see y'all.
All right. Later, y'all. Later.
Peace. All right. So, okay, and maybe, I appreciate you guys for hanging out with me for this amount of time. My brother Rich Mo, who came through as well. Voodoo, who's hanging out with us. Evie Eve came up. I appreciate her. My Raz girl, my beauty queen. I knew, we're busy. Apparently, it's Monday. It's a full moon. I mean, it's a new moon, excuse me. So we're going through some things right now. And I appreciate all that. Oh, Jay, that's right. Can't forget about Jay, Mr. Good Guy, Mr. Nice Guy. And Chris came in earlier, Eli. So I don't want to forget anybody. Miss Sharon, because she catches me on the flip side of things. So guys, with all that being said, I appreciate you so much. I appreciate the feedback. And if anybody has any kind of topics that they would like to, discuss, or they think it would be a good topic, put it into the comment section, either through the chat or, after the video. And, we can see how another Mindful Monday, what other topics we can talk about. Political can get a little spicy, sex can get spicy, but, we need to have these dialogues, especially men and women together, because, what gets one-sided, it seems, biased. So we definitely like to have the male folk perspective as well. Jay's still here. And what else? Wednesday I will be doing the all signs for Cancer season, because we're now in Cancer season. So this is going to be all signs going into July. So if you have Cancer in your chart, sun, moon, rising, and Venus is going to be the perfect time for you guys to check that out. All right, so check back in on Wednesday. I will be putting a notification up. If anybody wants a personal reading, you can hit the link there and book a personal reading with myself, and or not, that's fine. Jay. Okay, so I will get lost with you guys, and I really gotta go. So with all that being said, I will catch you on the flip side. Peace.